guys. Is that the Diamond Ender Dragon? OMG, that is insane.
These are the top 40 funniest fake Minecraft speedruns. This first speedrun begins with the runner spawning directly inside of a village. And while that's incredibly suspicious for sure, it's technically not impossible, so we'll let it slide. And apart from a very lucky spawn, everything else looks normal too, with the speedrunner clearly being in survival mode and his crosshairs facing perfectly straight with the surrounding blocks. But hold on a second, we missed something huge. Because I'm going to play this clip of his world generation, and I want you to figure out what's fake about it. Did you catch that? Well, to help you out, I'm gonna slow down the footage and see if you notice it this time. As you can clearly see, this speedrunner actually spawns in while being in F5 mode, something that's impossible in any version of Minecraft. And just one frame later, we can see the speedrunner switch back to his normal perspective. This actually confirms that the speedrunner has made a cut in his recording, and this spawn location is completely fake. And he clearly pretended to spawn directly inside of a village to help out with the speedrun. So, the run begins with the speedrunner collecting some wood, mining some stone to craft stone tools, and heading into the village to collect some loot. But as the runner is looting this chest, take a very close look at what's happening outside of this window. Because it looks like this pig is getting damaged by absolutely nothing. And just a few seconds later, this innocent pig somehow gets killed. Well, if we move ahead 15 seconds in the speedrun, the way that this pig mysteriously died is actually revealed. Because in the bottom left corner of the screen, it looks as though the speedrunner gets the getting an upgrade achievement. However, something is clearly glitched, because we've already seen the runner get this achievement when he was crafting tools earlier in the run. Well, this isn't actually a glitch, but definite proof that this speedrunner is cheating, because this achievement is actually for an entirely different player, and the speedrunner is playing on a multiplayer server. And when this pig was getting damaged in thin air, it was actually getting damaged by the same player who got this achievement while he was using an invisibility potion. And everybody knows multiplayer servers are clearly banned from Minecraft speedruns, so not only is this completely fake, but keep this other player in mind for later in the run. So, after the runner gets all the loot he needs from this village, he starts searching for a ruined portal just like a real Minecraft speedrunner would. And he actually manages to locate one very quickly, but hold on a second. We can clearly see another player who is wearing an obsidian skin, pretending to be obsidian blocks and parts of the portal. And not only is this player clearly the same one who was killing the pig earlier, but there is no way on this planet he thinks we'd actually believe he was real obsidian blocks. Well, this speedrunner pretends to ignore his friend, where he quickly decides to loot the ruins portal chest. And while all of the items in this chest may look standard, there's one item that can't naturally spawn here, which is this singular quartz slab. And while this may seem very random and unimportant, please remember this block for later in the run. Anyway, the runner finishes looting the ruin portal chests, where after placing some blocks in the portal, his friend is still standing there pretending to be obsidian. And despite this, the runner still pulls out his flint and steel, thinking he could actually light this ruins portal. Okay, I don't care what skin this guy is wearing, this is not real obsidian. Oh my gosh! The speedrunner actually manages to light the ruins portal, despite the fact that 2 blocks are clearly missing and a player is in the way. And you know what? Credit to these players for however they figured out how to do this. So, the runner somehow lights the portal, enters it, and spawns into the nether. But these speedrunners are so incredibly careless because they accidentally reveal they have cheated once again. because as the runner is spawning into the nether, you can clearly see his friend is still standing to the left. But as soon as the runner spawns into the nether, his friend is somehow already there in the distance. And because it's obvious that this player was still in the overworld while the runner was spawning into the nether, the only way that his friend is already there is if the runner made a cut in his recording. So as you probably guessed, when the runner spawns in directly next to a bastion, it's pretty obvious he made a cut in his recording to simply locate a bastion off camera and build an entirely new nether portal, pretending to spawn there the entire time. So the runner quickly enters the nearby bastion, where he mines some gold, crafts some ingots, and starts to trade with some piglins nearby. But do you notice what's incredibly suspicious about this part of the speedrun? Well, if you rewind the footage to just 9 seconds earlier, you can clearly see the runner doesn't have a single piece of gold armor equipped. And as everybody knows, piglins become extremely hostile and attack any player who isn't wearing gold armor. So how in the world is the runner trading with these piglins without taking a single bit of damage? Well, if you look closely into the top right corner of the screen, for just a brief second, the player's friend runs out of invisibility and his character is revealed. And at that very moment, while he's scrolling through his inventory to try to find another invisibility potion, you can actually see that he has barrier blocks in his inventory. And on top of that, at this exact frame, while the runner is trading with these piglins, you can actually see the slightest outline of a block right in front of these mobs, which is clearly the same outline you see from a barrier block. So if you haven't caught on, this speedrunner's friend clearly built some sort of wall with barrier blocks as a way to stop the piglins from getting close to the speedrunner. And he did this because he knew that without any gold armor equipped, these piglins would immediately attack the speedrunner. They have to hide their cheating much better. So, with an entire barrier wall protecting the runner from taking a single lick of damage, the runner is of course able to collect 12 ender pearls and 10 pieces of obsidian, where a normal Minecraft speedrunner would immediately start searching for a nether fortress. But on his way, the runner comes across the magical Strider? What exactly about this Strider is so magical? Well, after placing on a saddle the runner got from earlier in the speedrun, he quickly mounts onto the magical Strider. And somehow, he is led on lava directly to a fortress. Now, I know you're probably wondering how in the world this Strider knew where a fortress was even located. And secondly, how it traveled in that direction on its own, as we saw the runner wasn't holding a fungus on a stick to control it. Well, I'm sorry to break the news, but this Strider isn't actually magical. Because if you rewind the footage to right before the runner is about to leave the bastion, you can see the same friend who's helped him throughout the run actually morph into a Strider. So this quote-unquote magical Strider is actually just the runner's friend, and that's how he was able to direct him in the exact location a fortress was located. So the runner locates the fortress, and after building up to it, he does actually get the achievement for entering the fortress. But that's the last real thing that happens in this fortress. Because watch closely to what happens when the runner is fighting the blazes in the blaze spawner room. Are you seeing this? The runner somehow gets a blaze rod drop 7 times in a row. And because a blaze has a 50% chance to drop a blaze rod upon death, the odds of getting 7 trades in a row is 0.78%, which is incredibly rare. Now, I guess it is possible that this did happen naturally, and that this speedrunner simply got very lucky. But let's take a closer look at some of the blaze rod drops. Because on the second blaze that the runner kills, notice how the blaze rod doesn't actually drop from the blaze, but instead slightly above him in the sky. And on the 6th blaze, this exact same thing happens, with the rod again clearly coming from the sky. Well, if we rewind the footage to right as the runner was entering the fortress, you can quite literally see the runner's friend drink a potion of invisibility. And the reason these blaze rods are dropping from in the air is because while the runner's friend is invisible, he's actually dropping them himself. And so no, the runner did not get incredibly lucky, but the speedrunner's friend is how he was able to get 7 rods so quickly. This cheating is terrible. So, with all the rods that he needs and 12 pearls from the bastion earlier in the run, he quickly builds a nether portal and prepares to spawn into the overworld. But instead of using the process of triangulation like a real speedrunner would, this runner instead decides to head to a nearby shipwreck, where he finds a fully built nether portal waiting for him to use. And if you didn't catch it, when somebody got the Ice Bucket Challenge achievement just a few seconds ago, which is the achievement for collecting obsidian in Minecraft, the runner's friend is clearly the one who got this achievement, which therefore proves he's the one who built this nether portal for the speedrunner. So, the runner decides to head into this portal, which is honestly incredibly weird, considering he already has all the items they need to enter the stronghold. Well, that's because when the runner spawns into the nether, what? He finds this insanely crazy looking nether structure. This isn't a new update, right? Well, the runner makes his way towards this structure, and after he opens this trap door, you gotta be kidding me. The runner finds one of the goofiest looking end portals that I've seen in Minecraft. And the only explanation for this entirely new type of building is that the speedrunner's friend must have built it off camera. So, the runner starts lighting this Timu end portal by placing eyes in the item frames, where the portal somehow manages to light. And when the runner finally spawns into the end, things actually look 100% normal. But, do you remember earlier in the speedrun when this runner found a quartz slab in the ruined portal chest? Well, he uses that very slab as one of the items in crafting the plasma bus? What in the world is the plasma bus? Well, after breaking out to the surface and destroying all of the crystals, the runner whips out this insane looking Minecraft weapon, where he literally starts shooting plasma straight at the Ender Dragon. Okay, this weapon is actually insane. But right before the runner is about to do his final piece of damage, oh my gosh, his friend comes running on the screen and steals the final kill from the runner. And being so mad that his friend just stole the spotlight from him, the runner whips out the plasma bus and starts destroying his friend. And after literally executing him, the speedrunner has no problem with jumping in the portal and completing the speedrun. This next speedrun begins, but there's already something fake about it. Because take a very close look into the top left corner of the screen, where you can see a wool block that is clearly the color blue. And not only was this obviously placed by the runner in creative mode, but remember it for later as it will become very important. Either way, besides a random wool block, the rest of his spawn is actually pretty normal. He's in survival mode, he's selecting the very first slot of his inventory, and he is facing perfectly straight. But things already start to get suspicious when the runner locates a nearby village. Because as the runner makes his way inside, did you catch that? While he is casually entering the village, this iron golem turns from completely standard to pure gold. And not only is it obvious a gold golem is not a real Minecraft mob, you can clearly see there were 0 cuts in the recording, and this golem has suddenly just transformed. So, the runner makes his way inside, where after collecting some wood and crafting some tools, he of course heads straight for the gold golem. And somehow, when the runner kills this golem, he actually drops gold ingots for the speedrunner. And once again, there are no cuts here either. This gold golem just actually dropped gold. I'm so confused. So, with a bit of gold in his inventory, the run continues with the speedrunner collecting a few beds and gathering some hay. But when the runner opens his inventory, he realizes he has one huge problem. Because do you remember how the gold golem dropped gold ingots? Well, the runner now realizes he doesn't have any iron ingots in his inventory, meaning he can't craft flint and steel and won't be able to light a nether portal. But that's until... what? A flint and steel suddenly falls from the sky and drops directly in front of the speedrunner. And what's even funnier is the sound effect the runner added to this part of the speedrun. You can't be serious. So, with a flint and steel in his inventory, the runner quickly begins searching for a ruins portal. And he actually locates one very quickly, and without any cuts in his recording or any suspicious activity. And to add on, the loot in this ruin portal chest is also completely normal. But right after the runner lights the ruin portal, let's take a closer look at this block, which isn't actually a block of gold like a normal ruined portal is supposed to have, but is instead a piece of yellow wool. And remember this yellow wool along with the piece of blue wool we saw at the beginning of the speedrun. So, the runner grabs his flint and steel, lights the portal, and finally spawns into the nether, where to his credit, he's still in survival mode, and he hasn't gained any weird potion effects in the top corner of the screen. But when the runner turns around, he finds a random chest waiting for him. But the chest doesn't actually contain any overpowered items like you might think, but instead contains what appears to be a singular compass. Interesting. Well, I hate to break it to you, but this compass is nowhere near ordinary, because when the runner clicks on it, a message appears in chat explaining that it has just located another fortress and that the compass is now pointing towards that very structure. And all the runner has to do is follow the exact direction the compass is leading him, where he actually manages to locate a nether fortress. Alright, how in the world did the runner turn this ordinary looking compass into a fortress finder? So, the runner enters the fortress, where to his credit, he does the pretty standard activity of looting a chest and searching for a blaze spawner room. But as the runner is making his way towards the room, let's take a very close look at this fortress wall, where if you look closely, you'll actually notice a piece of red wool that is hidden amongst the nether bricks. And this is getting very weird, as this is the third different colored wool the runner has seen throughout the speedrun. Interesting. Anyway, the runner finally locates the blaze spawner, where he drinks a potion of fire resistance. Hold on a second. Since when did the runner casually gain a potion of fire resistance? Because literally 1 minute ago, before the runner entered the nether, we could very clearly see he didn't have a single one anywhere in his inventory. Well, let's rewind the footage to about 15 seconds ago, when the runner was casually running throughout the fortress. Because if you take a close look at his inventory, this block of netherrack magically morphs into a potion of fire resistance. And I'll replay the footage. You can clearly see there aren't any cuts, and this piece of netherrack has literally just transformed. And I have no idea how, but this runner must have the power to morph any item that he wants. So, with a fire resistance potion equipped, it's quite easy for the runner to fight blazes without worrying about taking damage. And to give credit where it's due, the runner shows off some pretty impressive skill, collecting 7 blaze rods pretty quickly. But I can't give out that same credit when the runner starts looking for a bastion, because you gotta be kidding me. The runner finds some sort of structure, which is apparently called the bastion teleporter. There is no way this is real. Well, the runner makes his way towards this Timu looking structure, where he enters it and closes the door. And just a few seconds later, when the runner reopens the same door, oh my gosh, the runner is now suddenly right in front of a bastion. And you can clearly see the runner entered and left the bastion teleporter into completely different areas, which means this wish.com teleporter actually just worked. So, after somehow locating a bastion, the runner makes his way inside, where he does the usual. Mine a few gold blocks, turn the gold blocks into ingots, and find a group of nearby piglins to trade with. But this speedrunner seems to have a weird fascination with this specific piglin, because even though he has a bunch of gold in his inventory, he's clearly only throwing it at this specific one. And just a couple of seconds later, what? The runner literally picks up this piglin, where he carries it to the complete opposite side of the bastion and starts trading with it away from every other piglin. Okay, hold on a second. How in the world did the runner just pick up a piglin? Was that some sort of mechanic added in the new update? Either way, you're probably extremely confused as to why the runner is doing this, because trading with different piglins would actually help the runner get trades more quickly, which is important considering this is a speed run. Well, the runner must know something about this specific piglin that we don't, because after less than 15 seconds of trading, when the runner opens his inventory, he somehow has collected 20 ender pearls from a single piglin. Alright, hold on. To start, the odds of getting 20 pearls from just a few trades is nearly impossible. But secondly, this speedrunner somehow has 20 ender pearls in one single slot, which is simply impossible, as the maximum stack for ender pearls is only 16. This part of the speedrun is so unbelievable, I think it's best we just move on. So, after collecting an insane amount of pearls from this piglin, a normal speedrunner would then create another portal and head back towards the overworld. But when the runner opens his inventory, he quickly realizes that he's only collected one block of obsidian, which is obviously not enough to create a portal, and he can't head back towards the overworld. Well, this is when the runner has the bright idea of typing in the command /nether_portal. Alright, I've been playing Minecraft for a long time. I am certain this isn't a real command. What? After entering the command, the runner somehow just summoned a nether portal out of thin air. And not only that, but this portal also comes lit and ready to use. And just to make sure I wasn't going crazy, after typing this exact same command in my own Minecraft world, I can confirm it does not work. So how in the world the runner managed to add a custom command into Minecraft, I have zero idea. So, the runner somehow summons a portal, enters it, and makes his way back into the overworld. And immediately after he spawns in, the runner turns his blaze rods into blaze powder and quickly crafts Eyes of Ender. But this speedrunner does not use the famous process of triangulation like you might expect, because as he is casually running throughout the overworld, what? The runner finds a broomstick? Since when was a broomstick a real Minecraft item? Well, of course. The runner is curious and immediately jumps on the broomstick, where it somehow starts moving on its own and starts leading the runner in a very specific direction. I mean, why am I surprised? A broomstick is a magical thing after all, right? Well, after a bit more flying, the broomstick heads towards the ground at this specific group of blocks. Okay, I know this item is magical, but there is no way it just led the runner to the exact location of the strongholds. You gotta be kidding me. The speedrunner digs down straight into the stronghold. I have no words. So, the runner enters the stronghold, where things appear to be very normal at a first glance, as the runner fights off a few mobs and loots this stronghold chest, which contains completely normal items. But as the runner is looking for the end portal room, pause the footage at this frame, where we can see yet another wool block, this time being purple. And remember this block along with the 3 other different colors, as they will become very important soon. So, after just a bit more searching in the stronghold, the runner finally locates the end portal room, where he quickly lights the portal and spawns into the ends. But unfortunately, there is already something incredibly fake about it. And no, it's not anything in his inventory, as we can clearly see he has standard items. And it's not anything to do with this spawn, as the runner is obviously on an obsidian platform. But when the runner makes his way to the surface, what? He finds a strange looking chest which somehow spawned there naturally. But pause. Do you remember how throughout the speedrun, this guy has seen a bunch of differently colored wool blocks? To start, the first piece of wool he found was a blue one at the very beginning of the run. Next, he found a piece of yellow wool that was pretending to be gold at the ruins portal. After that, the runner saw a piece of red wool in the fortress, and just a few seconds ago, the runner found a piece of purple wool in the stronghold. Well, when the runner goes to open the chest, it's protected by a password, which if you couldn't already tell, is made up of a combination of different colors. And because the runner saw 4 distinct colors throughout the speedrun, that is of course the exact 4 colors he needs as the password. And when he enters them, he manages to unlock the chest, which contains some of Minecraft's most overpowered items. Diamonds, emeralds, blocks, god apples, and even a netherite sword. And with this assortment of absolutely insane loot, it's not a surprise that the speedrunner demolishes the ender dragon. This next speedrun begins, and hold on a second. Did I just see the message that an admin has joined the game? Okay, first off, not only does this prove that the runner is on a multiplayer server, something that is clearly banned from a solo speedrun, but how did an admin manage to even join his world? Well, I guess the rest of his spawn is pretty normal, as the runner is in survival mode, and we can clearly see that he's facing perfectly straight. But things already start getting crazy when the runner makes his way into this nearby village. Because while the runner is casually gathering some hay, an entire blacksmith spawns out of thin air. Let me replay that. This blacksmith quite literally just appeared out of nowhere. And while I can't confirm it for sure, the only possible explanation is the admin who joined the world earlier must be the one doing this. Well, after gathering a couple of beds, the runner makes his way inside this magical blacksmith. But the chest inside doesn't contain a bunch of overpowered loot like you'd probably expect, which is a surprise considering this chest came from a house that spawned out of thin air. Well, after looting the chest, a message suddenly appears in the chat from the admin, who tells the speedrunner to recheck the very same chest. And of course, when the runner opens the chest for the second time, it now contains every single item you'd ever need to enter the nether. And I'll replay the clip. You can clearly see there wasn't a single cut anywhere, meaning this admin must have some pretty good admin powers. Well, after looting the chest, you'd probably expect the runner to use the obsidian he just got to quickly build another portal and make his way into the nether. But the admin quickly types in chat telling the runner to instead search for a ruined portal. Very interesting. Well, the runner decides to take the admin's advice and begins his search for a ruined portal. And I guess if I have to give him credit, the ruined portal he does locate doesn't seem to be fake at all. But when the runner opens the ruined portal chest, oh my gosh. I've reviewed hundreds of speedruns, and let me tell you, this might be the craziest one that I've ever seen. And not only is this weapon so absurd that it doesn't even fully fit on the screen, I think it's obvious this is one of the admin's overpowered weapons. And I guess the runner couldn't resist trying it out because he starts to destroy every single being in sight. That was insane. So, with one of the world's most menacing weapons, the runner quickly finishes building the portal, lights it, and heads into the nether. And when the runner spawns in, I do have to admit that things look pretty standard, as the runner is still in survival mode and he spawned in facing the exact same direction as he did in the overworld. But as the runner starts searching throughout the nether for a bastion, something suddenly drops out of the sky, and it appears to be some sort of rainbow ender pearl. This wasn't part of the new update, was it? Well, immediately after the runner grabs this ender pearl, the admin types in chat explaining that this pearl is actually magical and will teleport the runner to wherever he types. And being that the runner was in the middle of looking for a bastion, he quickly types bastion in the chat. Alright, I know this admin has some crazy powers, but it's simply impossible for this pearl to teleport him into a bastion. Oh my gosh, this rainbow pearl somehow drops the runner straight into a bastion, despite the fact that we clearly didn't see a single bastion anywhere in this area. And I'm not going to lie, this admin might be more overpowered than Notch himself. So, the runner somehow teleports into the bastion, where he does the usual: collect gold blocks, turn them into ingots, and start trading with piglins. And while things look to be normal during the runner's first few trades, I think you know that this admin is about to do something crazy, because suddenly, the runner sees a golden piglin. And while it's obvious this was spawned in by the admin, how did he even manage to get a gold piglin into Minecraft? But it doesn't stop there, because this gold piglin doesn't just give you ordinary traits, because this runner literally collects 64 ender pearls, 32 blocks of obsidian, and 8 potions of fire resistance. This admin just created the world's most overpowered piglin. So, with way more loot than the runner would ever need, he quickly begins to search for a nearby fortress, and he actually manages to locate one pretty quickly without an ounce of suspicious activity. The only problem is, this fortress is located located on the opposite side of a huge lava pool. And the runner not only doesn't have enough blocks, but I guess he is too scared to throw an ender pearl, scared he will miss his throw and die in the speedrun. Well, that's when the runner places down his crafting table, where he crafts a bridge gun? Is this a real Minecraft item? Well, the runner grabs the bridge gun, and after aiming it directly at the fortress, he magically summons a bridge out of thin air, giving him a direct path straight to the fortress. And because I'm pretty sure this item was not a part of the new update, the admin must have created this item himself. So, after summoning his very own bridge, the runner quickly makes his way into the fortress, where, after collecting some loot from a fortress chest, he drinks one of the 8 fire resistance potions he got from the gold piglin, and quickly locates a blaze spawner room. But watch closely to what happens when the runner kills this specific blaze, because somehow this blaze actually drops 2 blaze rods. And this is already very suspicious, as the max amount of rods a blaze can normally drop is only 1. Well, let's rewind the footage to just a few seconds ago to see what is really happening. Because if you look closely at the right corner of the screen, you can actually see an enchantment book floating in mid-air. And just a few frames later, you can now see an iron axe floating in the exact same spot. Now, not only are these items clearly being held by the admin while using an invisibility potion, but I'm almost certain that these 2 items are how the runner got extra blaze rods. Because in Minecraft, the only way to get more than 1 blaze rod per drop is if you have the looting enchantment on a weapon. And just a couple of seconds after the runner saw these floating items, he suddenly has an enchanted iron axe in his inventory. The exact same axe he used to kill the blaze who gave him 2 blaze rods. So this is what happened. This book the admin was holding was clearly a looting enchantment, which he applied to the iron axe he was also holding. And using some sort of admin command, he transferred that item straight to the runner's inventory, which he then used to get 2 blaze rods from this blaze. And just to confirm this, 30 seconds later when the runner opens his inventory, he accidentally reveals that this axe does in fact have a looting enchantment. And even though I caught them cheating, they almost got away with it. Well, with an iron axe that gives insanely lucky blaze rod drops, the runner manages to collect the 7 rods that he needs extremely quickly, where a normal speedrunner would then build another portal and head back towards the overworld. But I think the admin has something else in mind, because he quickly types in chat, giving the runner 3 coordinates for a quote-unquote surprise. And the runner of course agrees and follows the coordinates. And honestly, I don't think you're ready for this, because when the runner reaches these very coordinates, oh my gosh, this is the craziest looking nether portal that I've literally ever seen. Is this a portal made out of a sword? This is actually insane. And not to mention, there's of course a sign with the admin portal label. Alright, this admin might be the coolest Minecraft player ever. Well, the runner makes his way towards the portal, enters it, and spawns back into the overworld, where he immediately decides to craft his Eyes of Ender. And this leads me to believe he's going to start throwing them in the air and use a very popular technique known as triangulation to locate the strongholds. But that guess couldn't be further from the truth, because all of a sudden, the runner sees a Colosseum? Okay, I'm 99.9% sure a Colosseum is not a naturally generating Minecraft structure. Well, of course, the speedrunner is clearly curious, so he makes his way towards the Colosseum and enters inside, where he comes face to face with the admin, who is wearing full netherite armor and holding an enchanted sword. And right after he notices the admin, he looks in the chat where the admin explains that for him to continue the run, he must defeat him. Things just got serious. Well, despite the admin having full netherite armor and an enchanted sword, he's made one big mistake. Because do you remember when earlier in the speedrun, the admin actually gave the runner Minecraft's most overpowered weapon? Well, the runner decides to pull it out, and despite the admin having full netherite armor, he gets destroyed in just a few hits. And I can't believe it, but this speedrunner just beat one of the craziest Minecraft players that I've ever seen. Well, after destroying the admin, the runner of course has to steal some of his loot. And apart from the netherite armor and the sword, the runner actually finds one more item that's more overpowered than all, which is this singular command block, which is an item that can only be obtained with cheats. Well, the runner grabs the command block where he starts typing in a very specific command. And after placing a button on it, the runner is teleported directly into the end dimension. That was a lot to process. So, the runner spawns into the end, and things do actually seem fairly normal, as the runner is still in survival mode, and apart from the overpowered admin weapon, everything else in his inventory is pretty normal. And things only get more legit, as the runner starts breaking some crystals without any suspicious activity. But as the runner is casually running throughout the end, the admin appears out of nowhere, and literally kills the runner in 2 hits. And sadly, when the runner tries to rejoin the world, he has unfortunately been banned from the server. So I guess the speedrun just ends there. This next speedrun begins, and there's already something incredibly fake about it. No, it's not his spawn location, as the runner is confirmed to be facing completely straight. And it doesn't have anything to do with this hotbar, as he is in survival mode with 0 XP. But let's take a very close look at this menu before the runner spawned in. If you zoom in to this specific world the runner generated just a little while ago, I want you to pay attention to this picture, which is a picture of your spawn point in that Minecraft world. So the runner clicks create new world, generates it, and prepares to begin his speedrun. But do you notice it now? This world that the speedrunner has just spawned into has the exact same spawn as the world we just saw in his game menu. And this actually proves that this spawn is a set seed, and the seed in this speedrun is the exact same as the seed in the world he's already played on. So right off the bat, the speedrunner has already cheated. Anyway, the run starts off and things are honestly pretty standard. The runner goes to a nearby tree where he collects some wood, he makes a crafting table along with a wooden pickaxe and wooden axe, and the runner quickly locates a nearby shipwreck. Now, I need you to be on very high alert when the runner is seemingly looting the shipwreck, because on the surface, every single detail about this shipwreck looks 100% normal, as the runner finds 2 chests, the very standard amount, and each chest has some loot that 100% can spawn there. However, I think the runner is trying to distract us from what is fake about this part of the speedrun, because as the runner is about to leave the shipwreck, the runner casually mines an entire iron block. And after some research, I can confirm that not a single iron block can spawn on any type of shipwreck. So if you couldn't tell, the runner clearly placed this block here himself off camera, and he tried to pretend that everything was normal so we wouldn't notice. So, after looting all of the chests and gathering an extra block of iron, the runner quickly returns to shore and locates a nearby village. And after using the iron block to craft some tools, the runner starts to attack this village's iron golem. But here's the thing. With an entire iron block, why in the world would the runner need to waste time killing the golem? Well, that's because when he finally kills it, he drops obsidian? What? Did I miss an update? And not only that, but when the runner opens his inventory, this iron golem literally dropped him 10 pieces of obsidian, the exact amount that you need to build a nether portal. But I'm genuinely confused on how this iron golem even dropped obsidian. So, the runner quickly starts creating a nether portal, and using the iron ingots from the shipwreck, he crafts a flint and steel and enters the nether. And to my surprise, his spawn into the nether is actually pretty standard, as he spawns in facing the same direction as he did in the overworld. He doesn't have any weird items in his inventory, and we can also see he gets the achievement in the bottom left corner. But let's watch closely to what happens when the runner starts searching for the nether fortress. I'll play the clip. Did you catch that? At this part of the footage, you can clearly see the runner walking on magma blocks, which are clearly blocks in Minecraft that are supposed to deal damage to you. But the runner is somehow not taking a single bit of damage, despite the fact that he also doesn't have any fire resistance. So how the runner is magically walking on these magma blocks, I have absolutely no idea. Anyway, the run continues with the runner finally locating the fortress, where after getting the achievement for entering into it, he heads into the blaze spawner room. But I'll give you a second to take a look and figure out what's fake about this room. Do you notice it? That's right. This blaze spawner room quite literally has 5 total blaze spawners. One in the standard location, and one in each corner of the room. And so when the blazes finally spawn in, oh my gosh, the runner might have made a mistake. This is a ton of blazes. And just a couple of seconds later, this insane amount of blazes actually kills the speedrunner. And this leads him to come up with one of the funniest excuses that I've ever heard.
Bruh, my cat just jumped in front of my monitor so I couldn't see. That's the only reason I died.
So after that terrible excuse, the runner doesn't even try to hide his cheating, because we see that he doesn't even click the respawn button, and instead there's the world's most obvious cut and he's right back into the nether. And not only does he have all of the items in his inventory, he now suddenly has 7 blaze rods, even though we clearly saw he only killed 1 blaze in the fortress. You gotta be kidding me. Well, with 7 blaze rods, a normal speedrunner would then make their way towards a bastion in hopes of collecting ender pearls. But on his way, the runner finds the bastion maze? Nah, this isn't an update. Well, the runner opens the chest and finds a book inside, and it explains that if the runner finishes the maze, he will find a teleporter that will send him straight to a bastion. Well, the runner starts doing the maze, and he's honestly doing pretty well, until the runner turns this corner and literally falls into lava, where he quickly changes his game mode to creative, flies back up, and tries to pretend like nothing happened.
Okay, my computer just glitched, so it looks like I fell in lava, but I didn't, guys. Don't worry.
Well, after the world's most obvious fail, the runner actually manages to complete the bastion maze, where he finds this very strange looking block in the center. And remembering what he read in the book, the runner goes on top of this block, and when he crouches, he's teleported directly into a bastion. Alright, I'm not gonna lie, this bastion maze was actually kinda cool. So, the runner teleports directly into the bastion, where the runner starts looting a few of the bastion chests and collecting some gold to trade with the piglins. But there's just one issue, because if you look at the runner's inventory, you can clearly see he doesn't have a single piece of gold armor equipped. And this is a very big problem for the speedrunner, as piglins will attack any player in the bastion who isn't wearing gold armor. Well, this speedrunner doesn't seem too worried about it, because when he finally locates the piglins, you gotta be kidding me, he literally finds a cage of piglins trapped underground with one single trapdoor as a way to throw gold. And not only is it obvious the runner built this himself off camera, but he clearly did this so the piglins can't attack him without wearing gold armor. So, the runner opens the trapdoor, deposits a bunch of gold inside, and waits for the piglins to start trading with him. But hold on a second, did you catch that? While the runner is casually trading with these piglins, 4 ender pearls randomly appear in his hotbar. And it's obvious this is not coming from the piglins, as they are trapped underground and the runner hasn't even gone inside. So I'll just be completely honest, I have zero clue how the runner magically got 4 ender pearls. Well, after a minute or two of trading with the piglins, the runner finally manages to collect 16 pearls and 12 pieces of obsidian, where a normal speedrunner would build another portal and head back towards the overworld. But this speedrunner has to be messing with us, because he creates one of the goofiest looking nether portals I've literally ever seen. Has this guy ever played Minecraft before? Well, unfortunately for the speedrunner, there is no way this goofy portal will actually light. Oh my gosh, I don't even want to think about how the runner pulled that off, so we're just gonna move on. So, the runner somehow spawns back into the overworld, where he quickly crafts some Eyes of Ender, and using the process of triangulation, locates the position of the strongholds. And honestly, he digs down without any word activity, and when he falls into the strongholds, we can see he gets the achievement for entering into it. But hold on a second, this entire portion of the speedrun is actually completely fake, because at this part of the footage, take a very close look at the runner's surroundings. You can clearly see he's between 2 biomes, a plains biome and a savanna biome. However, when the runner starts to dig down, when he looks looks up for just a brief second, you can actually see there isn't a single savanna biome in sight. And if you play this part in very slow motion, you can actually see the smallest cut in the runner's recording. To explain it simply, this area and the area where the runner dug down in the stronghold are actually two completely different places. And the runner didn't actually locate the stronghold using triangulation, but when he cut his footage, he went off camera and located it with spectator mode, while he tried to pretend it was under this block the entire time. So, the runner digs down, enters the strongholds, but things honestly just get even worse. Because at a first glance, it may look like the runner gets very lucky and immediately locates the position of the end's portal room. But if you rewind the footage and take a closer look, this is also completely fake. Because along certain walls of the fortress, you'll actually notice lines of stone buttons, which I think is pretty obvious don't naturally spawn there. And if you play the footage, the runner only followed walls with these buttons all the way to the end's portal room. So I think it's pretty obvious the runner has placed these buttons himself as a way to remind him the direction the end's portal room was located. So the runner enters the end's portal room, but he runs into one slight problem, because after wasting a bunch of eyes while pretending to do triangulation, he ends up being just one eye short of completing the portal. But the runner then starts to explain one of the craziest things I've ever heard in a speedrun.
Alright guys, so there's a brand new update. You can now place dirt in the end portal.
Okay, I know this guy has done some crazy things so far, but there is no way dirt can light the portal. Oh my gosh! The runner just placed a literal block of dirt into the final slot of the end's portal. And that might top the list for the craziest thing I've ever seen in a speedrun. So, after somehow lighting the portal, the runner enters into the end, where if I have to give the runner some credit, things appear to be 100% normal. The Ender Dragon has full health, the runner spawns on an obsidian platform, and when he goes to the surface, all of the end's crystals are still in place. Well, I might have lied about everything being completely normal, because when the runner sees the Ender Dragon, what in the world? I don't think words can describe how goofy this Ender Dragon is. Is this an Ender Dragon with a cow skin? Well, not only that, because instead of finding Endermen in the ends like in a real speedrun, there are instead cows all over the surface. And after seeing an end dimension as cursed as this, instead of deciding to try to fight the dragon, the speedrunner instead decides to jump off the map. That was probably the better choice. This next speedrun begins with the runner spawning directly next to a village. And right off the bat, there's already something fake about the speedrun. No, it isn't the village, as it appears to be completely normal. And it's not his world generation either, as it also looked completely legit. But take a very close look into the bottom right corner of the screen, where if you look carefully, you'll notice one block looks slightly different than the rest. This is a moss block, a block that clearly can't spawn in a plains biome, which means the runner placed this block himself off camera, and it will become important very soon. So the run begins with the speedrunner collecting some wood, crafting himself a few stone tools, and heading towards the nearby village. But right away, the runner finds some incredibly strange items in this village chest, along with a saddle, bread, and leather boots, all normal items. The runner also finds 3 dark oak leaves and 2 sticks. And while these items may appear to be innocent, both of them actually can't spawn in a village chest. So of course, when the runner places down his crafting table, he uses these very items to craft the Earthquake Scythe? That's not a real item, is it? And when he swings it, he pulls stone and dirt from out of the ground, creating a ring around him and his enemy, which in this case is this poor pig. That thing is insanely scary. So, after destroying an innocent pig and collecting a bit more loot, the runner needs to locate a ruins portal to travel to the nether. But do you remember at the very start of the run when the speedrunner found this strange moss block on the floor? Well, the runner makes his way towards the block, and when he breaks it, he digs straight down into a ruins portal room. This cheating is hilarious. So, the runner enters the ruins portal room, where things appear to be fairly normal on the surface. But brace yourself, because this runner tries one of the funniest ways to cheat I've literally ever seen. Because when the runner goes to loot this chest, he decides it's the perfect time to ask his viewers to follow him on Instagram. And after the runner is done looting the chest, take a very close look at his inventory, where the runner has magically acquired a netherite axe. Well, let's rewind the footage and see what really happens. Because if you play this footage frame by frame, you can actually see there is a netherite axe in this ruins portal chest. And just one frame later, the runner put up the image to follow his Instagram. If you couldn't tell, the runner clearly did this to try to hide the fact that there is a netherite axe in this chest, but did it just one frame late. So, with a netherite axe in his inventory, the runner finishes building the portal and makes his way into the nether, where right off the bat, he immediately locates a nether fortress. Now, while the fortress is actually completely legit, it's something else this runner does that's actually completely fake. Because watch closely to what happens when the runner drinks this potion of healing. Did you catch that? Even though this is clearly a potion of healing, the runner somehow gained a fire resistance effect. And I'll just be honest, I have no idea how that just happened. So, with this fire resistance effect on, the runner quickly begins his search for a blaze spawner room. But that's when the runner finds the Blaze Museum? Did I miss an update? Well, the runner enters the Blaze Museum, where he finds a room full of blazes stuck in place, which allows the runner to fight them without taking any damage, quickly collecting 7 blaze rods. Since when were there blaze museums in Minecraft? So, after collecting all the rods that he needs from the Blaze Museum, the runner begins his search for a nearby bastion. And all is normal until the runner accidentally steps on this strange pressure plate, teleporting him into a dropper map? What is going on? Well, he reads a sign explaining that for him to get to the bastion, he must complete the dropper. I don't know what's happening anymore. Well, the runner goes for the jump, and actually completes the dropper first try. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty impressive. And as the sign said, after he survives the dropper, he finds these 3 strange doors in the wall, and when he opens them, he's greeted with a bastion right in front of him. So, the runner enters the bastion, where thankfully, things finally seem normal, as the runner crafts an iron pickaxe, collects some gold blocks, and searches for a group of nearby piglins to trade with. But this is when one of the craziest things I've ever seen in a Minecraft speedrun happens. Because the runner pulls out some extra dirt he got from earlier in the run, starts throwing it at the piglins, and they actually start trading with him. Let me repeat, the piglins are trading with dirt blocks. But not only that, because they give the speedrunners some of the most overpowered trades in Minecraft, including 12 blocks of obsidian and 16 ender pearls. I'm at a loss for words. So, after trading literal dirt with the piglins, the runner begins crafting his nether portal and prepares to head into the overworld. But this is when the runner decides it's the perfect time to start playing chess? During a Minecraft speedrun? This guy can't be serious.
5 minutes later.
Well, after literally playing chess during a speedrun, the runner finally returns to Minecraft and heads into the overworld. But pause the footage because the speedrunner actually just cheated. Because just a couple of minutes ago, before the runner started playing chess, we can clearly see this slot in the runner's inventory is empty. However, immediately after the runner returns to Minecraft, you can now see there's a diamond sword in that very same slot. It's pretty obvious the runner used playing chess as a distraction to get a diamond sword off camera. So, the runner spawns into the the overworld, where using his Eyes of Ender, he starts to perform triangulation, a technique for locating the strongholds. But right after the runner throws his first eye, take a closer look into the chat, where it reads the message, "First throw registered, provide the second location." And right off the bat, that's extremely suspicious, because after testing this out in my own Minecraft world, I can confirm no message pops up after throwing an eye. But that's not all, because after the runner throws just one more eye, in the chat appears a message with the exact coordinates to the stronghold. This can't be a real feature. Well, after doing a bit of research, I actually found out the exact mod the runner is using, called the Strongholds Finder. And to add on, if you scroll all the way down to the bottom of its description, you can clearly see this mod is not allowed in official speedruns. This guy's terrible at cheating. Well, after locating the stronghold using a banned Minecraft mod, the runner quickly digs down and enters into it. And giving the runner some credit, he actually locates the end portal room extremely normally, without any suspicious activity. But that's the last real thing that happens in the speedrun. Because when the runner enters the end portal room, he finds two end portals, one red portal and one blue portal with a sign reading "Choose wisely." Literally, what is going on? Well, I guess the runner had a good feeling about the red end portal because he decides to jump into that one. But he must have made the wrong choice, because when he enters the end, oh my gosh, this is one of the scariest looking ends I've literally ever seen. Why are the end pillars literally made out of lava? And what kind of cursed fire dragon even is that? He definitely should have chosen the blue portal. Well, to make matters worse, when the runner tries to attack the fire dragon, he literally gets killed and the run just cuts off there. This next speedrun begins, and right away, there's something very suspicious happening. However, it actually has nothing to do with this player's gameplay, because as we can clearly see, the runner is facing straight and he is in survival mode. But let's take a bit of a closer look at this speedrunner's face cam, where if you look closely into the reflection of his glasses, you can barely see that the runner is reading an article on how to use a set seed. This is incredibly suspicious and could potentially mean this very world is a set seed, something that's clearly banned from an official speedrun. And I think the runner realized that he accidentally exposed himself, because he immediately turns off his camera and continues with the speedrun. Now, if I'm being honest, almost everything else in the run looks fairly normal, as the runner starts to grab some wood, makes himself a crafting table, gets a few wooden tools and stone tools, and heads towards this nearby village. All 100% normal. But as the runner makes his way towards this village house, did you catch that? If you pay attention, you'll notice that one of the crops in this villager farm has been destroyed, which is actually something that can only happen if a player accidentally steps on it. This leads me to believe the runner was actually on this world before he started recording, where he must have accidentally stepped on this villager's farm. And when the runner makes his way to the house and opens the chest, our suspicion is actually confirmed, because while it may look like these items are completely normal, it's actually impossible for a flint and steel to spawn in this village chest. There's something very strange about this speedrun. So the runner grabs his loot from the chest, where he continues by collecting a couple of beds and going to mine this stack of hay. But let's watch closely to what happens when the runner starts mining. Are you seeing this? The runner is clearly breaking the blocks of hay, but not a single piece of hay is going into his inventory or even being dropped. I'm sorry, I wish I had an answer, but this speedrun might just be cursed. Well, after being stiffed and not getting a single piece of hay, the runner then begins his search for a ruined portal. But what the bejesus? Why the heck is there a piece of bread floating in the sky? Not only is it clearly fake, but how in the world did it even get up there? Well, I gotta say, this speedrunner might be smarter than I thought, because while I was distracted by this floating piece of bread, the speedrunner suddenly falls into a random hole straight into the ruins portal room. But I'll be honest, I'm still more worried about this flying piece of bread. So, the runner enters the ruins portal room, where he goes to open the ruins portal chest. And luckily, all the items in this chest are 100% legitimate. But hold on a second, did you see that? When the runner opens the chest, you can clearly see this chest is a large chest. Even though literally just a few seconds ago, we can clearly see this is a normal size chest. So, can someone please explain to me how the runner just opened a large chest when we can clearly see the only chest in this room is a small one? So, after opening the large chest, the runner collects his items and starts to complete the ruins portal. But this speedrunner's luck finally runs out because he ends up being just one block short, stopping him from continuing the speedrun. Well, that's when the runner has the strange idea of placing a lever in this exact spot. And after he flips it, oh my goodness, how did I not see that? If you look closely at this block, you can actually see it's a piston that's being hidden by a netherrack texture, which actually means the runner made a custom texture pack to hide the piston, all to move this last piece of obsidian in place. But I'm gonna be honest, why didn't the runner just place an extra piece of obsidian in the chest? That would have been so much easier. So, the runner lights the portal where he prepares to spawn into the nether. But I don't know, is it just me or did he spawn in very quickly? Keep that in mind because it could mean the runner cut his footage. So, the runner spawns in, and when he turns around, you gotta be kidding me. He's face to face with the fortress? I think it's pretty obvious his quick generation was a hint that the runner cut his footage so he could spawn directly in front of a nether fortress. So, the runner enters the fortress, where he finds a potion of fire resistance in this chest, and after he drinks it, he starts to search for the blaze spawner room. But that's when the runner finds, what? What in the heck is this wish.com version of a blaze? But that's not even the funniest part about this blaze, because instead of giving the runner blaze rods, he accidentally gives the runner sticks? Okay, this has gotta be one of the funniest speedruns I've ever seen. Well, this Timu Blaze must have realized his error because he picks up the sticks and then gives the runner a full stack of blaze rods. Okay, come on, did you really have to give the full stack? That just seems overboard. Well, with 64 blaze rods in his inventory, a normal speedrunner would then make their way to a bastion. But while the speedrunner is searching for it, he suddenly stops running, which is extremely weird, and he's wasting valuable time. Well, let's take a listen into his audio to figure out what's really happening. Okay, I could be wrong, but does it not sound like this guy is literally eating food? And listen to this. That's gotta be the sound of the runner opening a can of soda. Could this guy really not wait until after he finishes his speedrun to start eating? You cannot be serious. Is the runner eating chips? Well, after what sounded like a 5-course meal, the runner finally returns to the game. And I'll actually give the runner credit here, because he locates the bastion completely normally. But as he's running in, did you catch that? Let's rewind and zoom in to the top right corner of the screen. Okay, play the footage. Am I the only one who saw a Steve randomly flying across the screen? That's very suspicious, and considering the runner just found a bastion, this could mean this Steve is about to help the runner. Well, the runner enters the bastion, where he actually does some fairly normal stuff, collecting some gold blocks, crafting himself ingots to trade with the piglins, and even looting some of the bastion chests for any loot he can use later, where the runner locates a group of nearby piglins and he starts to trade with them. But hold on, please tell me you just saw what happened. If you look up to the right corner of the bastion, you can actually see Steve standing there, which is clearly the exact same one we just saw flying. And just half a second later, he throws on a potion of invisibility to try to hide himself. I'm sorry, Steve. I've seen enough speedruns to look out for any suspicious potions. So, the runner starts to trade with the piglins, but here's where things just get straight hilarious. Because after the runner throws his gold at the piglins, he suddenly starts receiving loot from the sky. And it's actually hilarious because you can clearly see this loot is not coming from the piglins, but simply coming from this Steve wearing an invisibility potion. And the cherry on top is just a few seconds later, a full stack of pearls drops from the sky right into the speedrunner's inventory. Well, I guess with 16 pearls and 64 blaze rods, it's time for the runner to head back towards the overworld. But the runner couldn't have made a more obvious cut in his recording because we can literally see him teleport from inside to outside the bastion, and if you look at the runner's inventory, he now has 12 obsidian ready for him to build a portal. I'm sorry, but you aren't fooling a single soul. So, the runner builds his nether portal and starts to spawn into the overworld, where the runner spawns in underwater? Is it even possible to spawn in from the nether into the ocean? Well, I guess we'll let it slide for now, but that's just the start of his cheating, because the runner starts to swim towards this underwater tree, which is so obviously fake and clearly built by the runner. But that's not it, because did you notice what else the runner has been doing to cheat? Look, let's zoom in to the runner's oxygen level. He hasn't lost a single tick the entire time being underwater, even though we can clearly see the only potion the runner has is fire resistance. How the flip is that possible? Well, the runner makes his way towards the underwater tree, and I'm not surprised. He finds a hole underneath it with a path all the way down to the strongholds. Can you at least try to make it look like this speedrun is real? So, the runner enters the stronghold and goes to loot the stronghold chest. But what in tarnation? Not only are there clearly fake items in this chest, like this netherite sword and bow, but tell me why this netherite sword has literally every enchantment in Minecraft. And the bow is literally called the Master Bow with some of Minecraft's most overpowered features. Alright dude, you're fighting the Ender Dragon. This is way too overboard. Well, the runner grabs his loot from the stronghold chest, and this is just the cherry on top, because the runner casually finds the End's portal with 12 Eyes of Ender in it, which you know, only has a 1 in a trillion chance. That's not rare at all. So, the runner jumps in the portal, and he finally spawns into the End. And the runner decides it's the perfect time to start using the Master Bow he just got a few seconds ago. But when the runner equips it, look at how many hearts he gains. This is the world's most overpowered bow. Well, even though the runner has this insane bow, there's one slight problem, and that is the fact that this guy is absolutely buns at Minecraft, because I'll speed up the footage to save you time, but he doesn't hit a single shot with his bow. And what's even worse, when the dragon perches, the runner can't even hit a single swing with his netherite sword. Well, after another 5 minutes of missing every single bow shot, the runner clearly has had enough, because you can clearly see him open the game mode menu, where he switches his game mode to creative and just starts flying around the End. And I guess with a sword that is this overpowered, he actually manages to kill the Ender Dragon pretty quickly. But instead of flying down to the portal and finishing the speedrun, the runner accidentally switches his game mode to survival and literally dies to fall damage. Bro, you were like 3 seconds away from finishing the speedrun. This next speedrun begins, and right away, there's already something fake about it. No, it doesn't have anything to do with this spawn, as the runner is facing perfectly straight. And it's not his game mode either, as the runner is in survival with 0 XP. But let's take an extremely close look at this speedrunner's world generation. I'll play the clip. Did you catch that? If you play his world generation frame by frame, you can actually see there's one single frame where the runner is selecting the second slot in their inventory. This is something that's impossible, as you will always spawn in selecting the first slot of your inventory. This actually proves the runner edited his world generation, and likely means he's using a set seed, which will become extremely obvious later in the run. Well, giving the speedrunner the benefit of the doubt, the rest of his spawn is fairly normal, as the runner collects some wood, crafts a couple tools, and makes his way to a nearby village. All pretty legit. But the runner then finds one of the luckiest structures I've literally ever seen, because he finds a shipwreck in the middle of a village house. Now, I almost thought this dude found the world's luckiest seed until I realized this part of the speedrun is completely fake, because after a quick search on YouTube, I actually found this exact same seed in a YouTube video titled The Best New Village Seeds for Minecraft 1.20. And now it's confirmed that the runner is using a set seed, which is why he faked his world generation earlier in the run. So, after locating this insanely overpowered structure, the run continues with the speedrunner going to loot a chest in this village house. And at a first glance, it may appear as though all of the loot in this chest is completely normal, as the runner collects bread, iron, and even apples, all normal items. But the runner also finds a clock in the corner of the chest. But this isn't a normal clock, but a time clock that gives the runner the ability to freeze time? Remember this for later. So, after looting a few more chests, killing the iron golem, and collecting some hay, the runner needs to find a lava pool to craft a nether portal. And giving him credit, he actually locates one fairly quickly in a nearby cave. But as the runner is working on creating his portal, take a very close look at this ore. On the surface, it may look like this is simply a normal piece of redstone. However, this block is actually incredibly fake, because after the runner notices it and goes to mine it, he collects a ruby? Is that even a real Minecraft item? Well, he doesn't only find one piece of ruby ore, but an entire vein of ruby ore. And after collecting 24 pieces, he literally crafts an entire set of ruby armor. How many Minecraft updates did I miss? So, with a full set of ruby armor equipped, the runner finishes creating his portal, crafts flint and steel, and makes his way into the nether. And this is when the speedrunner attempts to cheat in one of the worst ways possible. I'll just play the footage. Yes, the runner spawned into the nether, and after 4 seconds, there's the world's most obvious cut, and he's now somehow directly in front of a fortress. There is no way he thinks he's fooling anyone. So, with the runner magically spawning directly in front of a fortress, he quickly makes his way inside of it. But prepare yourself, because instead of finding blazes in the fortress, you can't be serious. The runner finds skibbity toilet mobs. Since when was brain rot added to Minecraft? Well, the runner starts fighting literal toilets in Minecraft, and by some miracle, they actually drop blaze rods. I genuinely do not know what to say. Well, after the runner kills a few more skibbity toilets, he ends up with 6 blaze rods, meaning he only needs to collect 1 more before he can travel to a bastion. But that's when, out of nowhere, appears a giant skibbity toilet, which actually kills the speedrunner. Like, literally, what is going on? So, after getting destroyed by the world's biggest skibbity toilet, the runner decides he's going to respawn. And of course, after one of the world's most obvious cuts, he finds a chest right in front of him with all of his items and the exact amount of blaze rods that he needs, which is totally legit. So, after getting his items back, the runner returns to the nether, where he begins his search for a bastion. But after only a couple minutes of searching, the runner simply can't seem to locate one. Well, as the runner is seemingly searching for the bastion, take a very close look at this wall. If you pay close attention, you'll actually notice these 2 blocks sticking out of the wall, which is something that clearly doesn't spawn naturally in vanilla Minecraft. Well, the runner moves closer towards this weird wall, where he pulls out his pickaxe, starts to break these 2 strange blocks, which reveals a tunnel all the way to the bastion. What type of cursed block did he just break? So, after somehow locating the bastion, the run continues by the speedrunner locating some gold blocks, crafting some gold ingots, and searching for some piglins to trade with. But let's just say, the runner finds some strange looking piglins in the bastion. Are those diamond piglins? Seriously, how many updates have I missed? Well, along with these piglins literally being diamond, they drop the speedrunner a full set of diamond tools, diamond armor, armor, and even a full stack of diamond blocks. And along with this array of overpowered diamond gear, they also give the speedrunner a full stack of ender pearls. This is starting to hurt my brain. So, after collecting 16 pearls and 7 blaze rods, he should head back towards the overworld. But this guy must be new to speedrunning because he decides he's going to start creating a portal out of hay. And don't worry, this clearly isn't going to work. Oh my gosh, it actually worked. But wait, let's actually take a closer look and see what really happened. Because if you slow down this footage and play it frame by frame, take a very close look into the bottom left corner of the screen, where we can clearly see a command revealing the runner spawned in these nether portal frames himself. If you haven't caught on, the runner didn't actually create a nether portal with hay, but instead used a Minecraft command to spawn in the portal himself. Unfortunately, this guy's a terrible editor and reveals the entire thing. So, after quote-unquote creating a hay portal, the runner finally makes his way into the overworld. And if I have to give him credit, he does locate the strongholds pretty normally, without cheating or any suspicious activity. But that's about the last real thing he does in the speedrun, because he actually cheats once again during his search for the end portal room. And let me know if you can spot exactly what he does. Did you notice it? Well, as the runner is looking throughout the strongholds, take a very close look at the floor, where you can actually spot stone pressure plates in various locations around the strongholds. First off, not only is it clearly impossible for pressure plates to spawn naturally, but secondly, we can clearly see the runner followed these pressure plates all the way to the end portal room. And if you couldn't tell, these pressure plates were clearly placed by the runner off camera. So, the runner enters the end portal room, but things just get even worse. Because first, the runner doesn't find a silverfish spawner, something that will always spawn in the end portal room. And secondly, when he goes to the portal, it already has 12 eyes of ender filled in, which if you weren't aware, has over a 1 in 1 trillion chance of happening, which is code for this is completely fake. So, the runner enters the fully lit end portal, and here's where things get insane. Do you remember when the runner found this strange clock in a village chest earlier in the run? Well, the runner pulls it out, and after clicking it, he literally pauses time, which freezes the ender dragon and every single enderman in a place. And with the dragon unable to move and frozen while he's perched, it's pretty obvious that the speedrunner absolutely destroys him. This next speedrun begins, and right away, there's something incredibly fake about it. No, it's not his spawn, as we can clearly see the runner is facing straight. And it also isn't his game mode, as it's in survival with 0 XP. But let's take a very close look at this tree, where we can clearly see multiple bees flying around it. Now, bees were introduced into Minecraft in one specific version, 1.15. The problem is, if we rewind the footage, we can actually see the runner is playing in Minecraft 1.12. This actually proves his world generation was completely fake, as it's literally impossible for a bee to spawn in 1.12. This will make more sense very soon. So the run begins with the runner collecting some wood, crafting a couple tools, and locating a nearby village. And to my surprise, everything about this village is completely perfect. All the chesty loots contain completely normal items, the iron golem drops a normal amount of ingots, and the runner collects beds and mines some hay. However, this village almost seems too perfect, as if the runner is trying to pretend there's nothing fake about the run to trick us. Well, when the runner leaves the village, he reveals something absolutely hilarious. Because if you pause at this frame, you can clearly see how unnatural this village looks. And it's pretty obvious the speedrunner pasted it in himself off camera, which also explains why he had to fake his world generation. So the run continues with the speedrunner leaving the village and searching for a ruined portal, where he actually manages to locate one fairly quickly, where he opens the chest, loots it, and starts to complete the nether portal, all completely legit. But there's actually one small detail about this ruins portal that's completely fake, because in Minecraft, there's actually 12 different types of ruined portals that can spawn, with this ruins portal being known as portal_3. Well, of the 12 ruins portals, there's actually only 2 that spawn without a gold block, one of them being portal_3. The problem is, if we look at the footage, we can clearly see the runner finds a gold block at this ruins portal. The only possible explanation for this is the runner placed this himself off camera, which likely reveals why he edited his world generation earlier in the run. So the run continues with him completing the portal, lighting it, and spawning into the nether. And to the normal person, his spawn may seem pretty normal, as he doesn't spawn in front of any overpowered structures. However, if you look into the left corner of the screen, you'll actually notice he doesn't get the achievement for entering the nether, which reveals the runner has already traveled to the nether before recording, which will make more sense very soon. So the runner spawns in, where he immediately begins to search for a bastion. But on his way, the runner comes across this strange group of soul sand on the ground. To start, it spawns in a very suspicious pattern in a perfect 3x3 square. And secondly, it isn't even possible for soul sand to spawn above Y34 in this biome. Well, the runner decides to break the soul sand, which reveals a group of stairs. And when the runner travels down, he locates a door that goes straight into the bastion. I think everyone knows this is fake. So the runner enters the bastion, where he collects a bit of extra gold and starts to trade with a group of piglins. But this is when the speedrunner actually gets extremely unlucky, because after throwing a huge stack of gold at the piglins, literally none of them want to trade with him. And karma must have caught up to the speedrunner, because I have no idea how that's possible. Well, after literally getting denied from trading with piglins, the runner makes his way to this nearby chest. But let me play the clip and let me know if you see what's wrong with it. Did you catch that? At this part of the footage, there's a very subtle cut in the recording, as the textures in the lava actually switch. And when the runner goes to the chest, he of course finds all 16 ender pearls that he needs. If you couldn't tell, it's pretty obvious the runner cut his recording to fill this chest with ender pearls off camera. So the runner collects his pearls before starting to search for a nearby fortress. But on his way, the runner finds this strange chest sitting in the middle of nowhere. And inside, he finds the magic pearl? Is this a new feature? Well, the runner takes the magic pearl from the chest, where he throws it in a completely random direction. And when it lands, he spawns directly into a fortress. I don't even want to try to explain how this worked. So the runner enters the fortress, where they begin their search for the blaze spawner room. But on his way, the runner comes across this fortress chest that contains some pretty standard items. Gold ingots, iron ingots, the jackhammer. Wait, what? Those blazes just got destroyed. So, after collecting 7 blaze rods with the jackhammer, a normal speedrunner would build another portal and head back towards the overworld. The problem is, the runner did not collect any obsidian from the bastion earlier in the run, so how are they supposed to build a portal and make their way back towards the overworld? Well, the runner pulls out some leftover wood from their inventory, where they start crafting fences and actually start making the shape of a nether portal. Okay, there's no way this is gonna work. Oh my gosh, it actually worked. The runner just built a nether portal out of fences. This has simply gone too far. So the runner lights the portal, enters it, where they spawn back into the overworld. And his spawn back into the overworld appears to be pretty normal, as he's still in survival mode. He has the exact same items he had in the nether, and he doesn't spawn directly into a stronghold like we've seen with other runs. But do you notice how it's actually daytime when the runner spawns spawns in Minecraft, it will turn from day to night after 10 minutes has elapsed. The problem is, if we look at the speedrunner's file, we can clearly see his speedrun is at 14 minutes, which means it should be night for him, but it's actually day, which proves his spawn into the overworld is actually fake. So when the runner goes to this nearby tree and breaks it, it's no surprise he finds a ladder going all the way to the stronghold. This is out of control. So the runner enters the stronghold, where they begin their search for the end portal room. But as they're looking through the stronghold, did you catch that? At this exact frame, if you look into the left corner of the screen, you can see the faintest message of a player changing his game mode to survival, which actually proves there was a cut in the recording. So when he enters the end portal room and has the exact amount of eyes to complete it, it's pretty obvious the runner cut the footage so they could go off camera and place extra eyes in the portal. So the runner enters the portal room, lights it, and spawns into the end. But when the runner spawns in, where is the surface? He literally spawns in a floating end dimension. And when the runner tries to bridge over the center, he literally gets killed by the dragon. I guess that's what he deserves for cheating so terribly. This next speedrun begins and what? Wait a second, is that a llama from Fortnite? Okay, first off, llamas can only spawn naturally in a savanna biome when the runner is clearly in a plains biome. But secondly, how in the world did the runner spawn in directly next to a llama that's straight out of Fortnite? Was there a new collaboration that I missed? Either way, before the runner makes his way towards the llama, I guess the rest of his spawn is pretty normal, as the runner spawns in survival mode without any strange items in his inventory, and his world generation screen also looked completely legit. But when the runner goes to kill this llama, oh my gosh, it drops some insanely overpowered items for the speedrunner. And apart from a potion of fire resistance, flint and steel, and even a god apple, all very helpful items for the speedrun, this llama also drops a single redstone torch. And while that may seem pretty unimportant, remember it for later. So, after demolishing the llama, the speedrun continues with the runner collecting some wood, crafting a couple of stone tools, and making his way towards the nearby village. But hold on a second there, am I the only one who caught that? I'll replay the clip, and tell me if you notice what's incredibly fake about this part of the run. You are correct. Right behind this very village house, you can literally see another player in the speedrun. And not only does this mean that the runner is on a multiplayer server, something that's banned from a solo speedrun, but is he the one who managed to spawn in this Fortnite llama? Well, while it may look like this player is minding his own business, he's actually about to help the speedrunner cheat. Because after the runner kills the iron golem, he realizes he only has 2 iron ingots in his inventory, which means he is 1 iron ingot short of being able to craft a bucket, which is the only way he can collect water and build another portal. Well, while the runner is casually gathering some hay, take a closer look into the distance, where you can literally see this other player building an entire blacksmith for his friend. And I think it's pretty obvious the reason he's building a brand new blacksmith is because blacksmith's chests are known to spawn with iron in them, and with the runner not having a lot of iron, his friend built him a blacksmith so he could collect extra and craft a bucket. But unfortunately, I caught this guy in 4K. So, the runner makes his way towards the man-made blacksmith, where our suspicion is confirmed, and he gets the last iron ingot he needs to craft a bucket. And after collecting a couple more beds, the runner then makes his way towards a lava pool, where he of course has the perfect amount of iron to craft a bucket and starts to create the nether portal. But am I the only one who caught that? While the runner is casually creating obsidian and building out the shape of the portal, he clearly falls into lava for just a brief second. However, despite the potion of fire resistance still being in his inventory, confirming that he hasn't used it, he somehow doesn't take a single tick of damage. How is that possible? Well, let's rewind the footage to about 15 seconds ago, when the speedrunner decided to put his logo in the bottom left corner of the screen. screen. While it may look like this guy is just trying to advertise his channel, he's actually using this logo as a way to cheat. Because if you go back frame by frame, are you serious? There is one frame where the runner forgot to add in his logo, revealing it was covering a fire resistance effect command the entire time. And not only was this effect clearly given to the speedrunner by his friend, but secondly, how did the runner manage to hide the effect box in the top right corner of the screen? Either way, after avoiding taking a single lick of damage despite falling straight into lava, the runner quickly finishes building the portal and heads into the nether. And immediately after he spawns in, take a very close look into the right corner of the screen, where we can see the runner's friend literally spinning in a circle. Now, I know you're probably wondering why in the world this guy is acting so crazy, but believe it or not, he's actually about to help the speedrunner cheat. Because in Minecraft speedrunning, there's a very popular technique where a player opens his F3 menu and takes a look at the E value, which is the value that shows how many entities are located in that direction. And because bastions have a lot of entities, such as piglins and hoglins, any direction that has a high E value is likely to contain a bastion. So, while you may have thought this player was literally going crazy, the reason he's spinning is actually because he's looking for the direction that contains the most entities. And this guy must have been successful, because just a few seconds later he types in chat telling the runner the exact direction and coordinates he needs to follow to locate a bastion. So just 30 seconds later, after following those exact directions, it's no surprise that the speedrunner is greeted with a bastion. This cheating is just straight hilarious. So, the runner enters the bastion, and right off the bat, I think I caught these players cheating once again. Because while the runner is casually mining some gold blocks, take a very close look into the bottom corner of the screen, where we can see his friend place down a pressure plate on this exact block. Remember this for later. So, the runner collects a few more gold blocks and turns them into ingots, where he quickly locates a group of nearby piglins to trade with. And to his credit, the first few trades with these piglins are 100% standard, as the runner receives completely normal items. But that's until... what? The runner opens his inventory and realizes he has somehow collected 64 ender pearls. And this is incredibly rare, considering the fact that he just started trading with these piglins. Well, let's rewind the footage to about 15 seconds earlier and see what really happened. I'll play the clip. As you can very clearly see, this stack of pearls that the runner got didn't actually come from the piglins, but instead came from somewhere in the sky. And do you remember how I pointed out the runner's friend placing a pressure plate on the floor? Well, right before these pearls drop from the sky, you can hear the sound of this pressure plate going off, meaning the runner has in fact stepped on it. So as you've probably gathered by now, this pressure plate placed by his friend must have triggered some sort of redstone contraption, which dropped the pearls from the sky, all to give the speedrunner an advantage. This cheating is terrible. So, with a full stack of ender pearls in his inventory, the runner quickly leaves the bastion and immediately starts searching for a fortress. And while his gameplay may look 100% normal and standard, his audio is a completely different story.
Silas, I basically found a website where you add your Minecraft seed and it gives you coordinates to a fortress.
Are you serious? This speedrunner's friend literally just admitted to using a fortress locator website to find the exact coordinates of the fortress. And just a few seconds later, we clearly see his friend typing in chat, giving the runner the exact 3 numbers he needs to locate the fortress. There's no way they are this bad at hiding their cheating. So, the runner makes his way to the fortress, where I guess if I have to give him credit, he gets the achievement for entering it. And the runner pretty quickly locates a blaze spawner room, where he starts to fight blazes and collects blaze rods. But all of a sudden, what? Okay, there is no way this guy thought we'd actually believe this was a real ghast. They aren't even close to being the same size. It's so obvious that it's literally just the skin. Well, this quote-unquote ghast is actually about to do something insane because he throws one of the biggest swords I've ever seen at the runner. And oh my gosh, the ghast has given him a weapon that is literally called the super cool, epic, awesome, wonderful Master Sword. What kind of name is that? Well, while the name of the sword is absolutely hilarious, the weapon itself is the exact opposite. Because when the runner goes to use it, oh my gosh, it somehow has the ability to shoot wither skulls. And I feel bad for these blazes because they start to get absolutely destroyed. Alright, was this a weapon added in the new Minecraft update? Well, after destroying every single blaze in sight with this weapon, the runner eventually collects 7 blaze rods, the exact amount a normal speedrunner would usually collect. But when the runner opens his inventory, he's made a giant mistake. This speedrunner has forgot to collect enough obsidian blocks from the bastion, as he only has 3 in his inventory, which is obviously not enough to build another portal, meaning he has no way to enter the overworlds. But do you remember at the very beginning of the speedrun when the runner got this singular redstone torch from the Fortnite llama? Well, he starts running in a very specific direction in the nether, and after about 30 seconds of running, he quickly pulls out that very redstone torch and moves in a very precise position. But that's when, what? The runner is dropped from a trapdoor and goes from the nether directly into the overworld. And I'll replay the footage. There are no cuts anywhere. This speedrunner just managed to fall between dimensions in Minecraft. And I think it's pretty obvious this redstone torch set off some sort of redstone contraption that must have been built by the speedrunner's friend. But even with redstone, how do you manage to just fall between dimensions? Well, the runner is somehow back in the overworld, where he immediately turns his blaze rods into blaze powder and crafts Eyes of Ender. But he isn't about to use the process of triangulation like you might think. Because do you remember when the runner found the Fortnite llama at the beginning of the speedrun? Well, the speedrunner then comes across, what? Is that the Fortnite battle bus? Alright, seriously, was there a new update that I haven't seen? Well, the runner quickly builds up and makes his way inside the Fortnite battle bus. And when he looks out the window, it actually appears as though the bus is moving. And after about 15 seconds in the bus, when the runner goes to exit, oh my gosh. This battle bus did actually move, as the runner is now in an entirely different biome. But not only that, but after the speedrunner jumps down into a pool of water, he starts digging down in the exact spot the bus has stopped moving. And just 25 seconds later, he drops directly into the stronghold. So not only did a Fortnite battle bus just lead the runner right to a stronghold, but how in the world did it manage to move? And how did it even manage to spawn in vanilla Minecraft? I am so confused. So, the runner drops directly into the stronghold, where he quickly loots one of the chests and makes his way to the end portal room. And things have finally appeared to settle down, as the runner locates the portal and lights it without an ounce of suspicious activity. And on top of that, his spawn into the end is completely normal too, with the runner still being in survival mode and without any strange potion effects in the top right corner of this screen. But when the runner breaks out and looks at the surface, what in the world? What has happened to the end? The surface is quite literally built out of grass, and instead of finding obsidian pillars, the runner finds these massive trees. Alright, has the end somehow turned into Fortnite as well? But this is the best part, because while we can clearly see the dragon still has a health bar at the top of the screen, when the runner makes his way towards the surface, it's obvious he can't find it anywhere. But don't worry, because instead of finding an ender dragon, the runner instead finds another llama just like he did at the start of the speedrun. And I wish I knew how, but when the runner kills a llama this time, the gateway portal somehow lights and he completes the speedrun. This next speedrun begins, and unfortunately, finally, there is already something incredibly fake about it. And no, it actually doesn't have anything to do with the runner's generation screen, as we could clearly see his game mode was set to survival. And it actually isn't the position of the spawn itself, as the runner is facing perfectly straight, but it's actually the location of the speedrunner spawn. Because when the runner opens his F3 menu, do you notice it? Well, in Minecraft, you will always spawn within a few hundred blocks of the origin, which is located at 0, 0, 0. However, as you can clearly see by this player's coordinates, he is well beyond a few hundred blocks, with his X coordinate literally being at 2,000. And this quite literally proves that this spawn location is completely fake, and not only does this mean that the runner has made a cut in his recording, but it is very likely that he is using a set seed. But let's give the runner the benefit of the doubt, as the rest of his spawn looks to be very standard, as the runner mines some wood, crafts a few tools, and makes his way into a suspiciously close plains village. But as the runner is collecting some hay, we get more details as to why the runner faked his world generation, because at this part of the footage, the runner accidentally reveals some of the tabs he has open. And apart from Minecraft and YouTube, let's take a closer look at the final tab the runner has open, which is quite literally a Google document called Minecraft Seeds, which has an entire page filled with seeds ready for the runner to use. So I think it's incredibly obvious that the reason the runner had to edit his world generation was so he could use one of these Minecraft seeds to gain an advantage. Well, after using the hay he gathered to craft some bread and collecting a few beds in the village, the run continues with the speedrunner going to loot this village chest. But hold on a second, did you catch that? Right before the runner is about to open the chest, let's take a very close look outside this village window, where you can actually see the amount of daylight outside completely change. And because the time of day changes gradually in Minecraft and not at an instant like we just saw, this means the speedrunner has made yet another cut in his recording. So when he opens the village chest and finds some pretty overpowered items, including a potion of fire resistance which can't even spawn naturally in a village chest, it's obvious that the runner cut his footage so he could go off camera and place the overpowered items in the chest himself. This guy just can't stop cheating. So, after collecting all of the loot from this village chest, the speedrunner grabs one extra bed and starts to search for a ruins portal, where, to his credit, is what a normal speedrunner would do at this point, so everything seems legit. But that's until... What? Okay, seriously, what in the world am I looking at here? He finds a ruins portal with 4 portals stacked on top of each other, and each is already lit with a different color. Okay, I've reviewed hundreds of fake speedruns, and this honestly might be the craziest thing that I've ever seen. Well, I guess the runner is feeling the green nether portal because he quickly loots the ruin portal chest and makes his way straight into it. But when the runner spawns in, what? He spawns in some sort of brand new dimension that has some of the strangest colors I've ever seen. And what type of cursed mob is the runner even looking at? Alright, there is no way this was part of the new update. Well, the speedrunner must be scared because he quickly heads back towards his portal as a way to leave this crazy dimension. And you're probably expecting him to spawn back into the overworld in the exact same place he originally entered the portal. But when the runner spawns back in, what? He not only spawns into the nether, but right in the middle of a nether fortress. And I'm sorry, I wish I had an explanation for what in the world is even happening. So, after the runner somehow spawns straight into a fortress from a green portal, things finally seem to be a bit more normal, with the runner looting a fortress chest, drinking the potion of fire resistance he got from the village, and quickly locating a blaze spawner. All completely legit. But if you've learned one thing about this speedrun, it's that things don't stay normal for too long. Because instead of blazes spawning at the blaze spawner, sheep start spawning instead. Wait, is that even possible? We can clearly see the mob inside this spawner is a blaze. How in the world are sheep spawning here? Well, that's not even the craziest thing about this part of the run, because instead of dropping wool like a normal sheep would, they instead drop blaze rods. Let me replay that. There are no cuts in the recording. The runner literally just killed these sheep and got free blaze rods. And I wish I had an idea on how the runner just pulled this off, but I'm at a loss for words. So, after killing just a couple more sheep, the runner already has 7 blaze rods, and with enough rods in his inventory, the next item that the runner needs to collect is ender pearls, where a normal speedrunner would likely search for a bastion to get them from piglin trades. But this runner instead comes across what? Alright, this building not only looks insane, but there is no way it is a real Minecraft structure. Well, the runner makes his way into this menacing looking structure where he comes face to face with the Nether Warden, who pulls out a sword and leads the runner to a chest with an insane amount of ender pearls. Wait, I thought this guy was about to kill our speedrunner, but he instead just led him to Minecraft's most overpowered chest. And after looting it, the warden literally types in chat, "Thank you for visiting." This might be the nicest warden that I've literally ever seen, but don't get distracted. This structure is still definitely not real. Well, after getting 4 stacks of ender pearls from the Nether Warden and enough blaze rods from the fortress, the runner now has enough items to head back to the overworld. But when the runner goes to check his inventory, he quickly realizes the only thing he is missing is obsidian. And without obsidian, the runner has no way to build another portal and therefore can't head back towards the overworld. Well, that's when out of nowhere, the Nether Warden reappears, and after pulling out a single redstone torch, the Nether Warden spawns in a portal out of thin air. And I'll replay the footage. There are no cuts at all. This warden somehow just summoned a fully built portal for the runner to use. And I don't know what powers this warden has, but that was absolutely insane. So, after entering a portal that was quite literally spawned out of thin air, the runner makes his way back into the overworld. And right away, the runner crafts Eyes of Ender, where you're probably expecting him to use the process of triangulation to locate the position of the strongholds. But that's until... what? The runner finds a pig with a literal boat on it, and he is also named the Stronghold Pig? Okay, there is no way the Stronghold Pig is a real Minecraft mob. Well, the runner makes his way towards this strange looking mob, where he decides to enter the boat, and somehow, the pig literally starts moving on its own, where it is clearly going in a very specific direction. Alright, there is no way the Stronghold Pig actually knows the location of the strongholds. Well, very shortly after the runner originally got on the pig, it suddenly stops moving, where the runner, trusting that this pig knows what it's doing, starts to dig down at that very spot. Alright, there is no way this actually works. What? The Stronghold Pig actually leads the runner directly into the strongholds. I think I may have seen it all in Minecraft speedrunning. So, the runner somehow drops into the strongholds, where after looting a stronghold chest, he quickly makes his way into the end portal room. But when the runner goes to check the portal, what? Some of the end portal is somehow already lit, despite the fact that only a few eyes are in the frames. Now, do you remember at the beginning of the speedrun when we found out the runner was using a set seed? Well, I think it's obvious the runner purposely chose a seed where the end portal was glitched and somehow lit on its own. That way he wouldn't have to worry about filling the end portal for himself. And even though we figured out this part of the run is fake, that doesn't change the fact that this portal looks insanely cursed. So, the runner jumps into this cursed portal where he actually manages to spawn in the end. And because he spawns on an obsidian platform and without any strange potion effects in the top right corner of the screen, it may look like everything is normal about this end. But all of a sudden, a bright white flash suddenly takes over the speedrunner's vision. Was there some sort of smoke bomb that went off? Well, whatever the case may be, when the runner regains his vision after the smoke bomb, what? The end dimension has quite literally turned overpowered. Was this some sort of magical smoke bomb? How did everything change so quickly? Well, not only did this smoke bomb turn the entire surface overpowered and all of the obsidian pillars into pure quartz, but when the runner locates the ender dragon, it has quite literally transformed transformed into the netherite ender dragon. And this dragon is so incredibly strong that even after breaking all of the crystals and literally cheating by typing in a command to get a netherite sword, the runner cannot do a single tick of damage to the dragon. Look, he is hitting this dragon with a pure netherite sword, but his health bar has stayed the exact same. And I guess this angered the speedrunner so much because he literally just opens his menu and quits the game. I wonder if he ever finished the speedrun. This next speedrun begins with the runner spawning inside a mushroom fields biome. And while there is technically nothing fake about the spawn, the odds of spawning in a mushroom fields biome is between 1 and 2%, so it is something to look out for. Either way, the speedrun begins, and being that this biome contains no wood, the runner's only option is to start exploring around the biome. But just a couple of seconds later, the runner finds a village? Now, not only is it clearly impossible for villages to spawn in a mushroom fields biome, but secondly, what type of village even is this? All the houses are made out of mushrooms. Is this a brand new update? Well, the runner enters one of the houses in this village, and things only get more cursed. Because not only does he find a chest with some pretty good items, including obsidian and wood planks to craft tools with, but he finds an armor stand with mushroom armor? Last time I checked, this wasn't a type of armor in vanilla Minecraft. Well, after looting a few more chests in this mushroom village, the runner explains in chat that he wants to find a ruined portal. The problem is, the odds of finding a ruined portal in a mushroom fields biome are extremely low, and to be exact, less than 0.02%. So with the runner being in this biome, how in the world is he supposed to locate a ruined portal? Well, the runner decides to use some sticks and some string he got from one of the village chests to craft a fishing rod, and during a timed Minecraft speedrun, throws his rod into the water and appears to be looking for fish. He does realize this is a speedrun, right? Well, after only a couple of seconds in the water, when the runner pulls his rod out, what? Did he just fish out an ender pearl? How is that even possible? It's quite literally a 0% chance to get an ender pearl from fishing. But it gets even crazier, because this isn't actually your ordinary ender pearl. Because when the runner opens his inventory, it's called the ruined portal pearl. Was this part of the new update? Well, the runner grabs the ruined portal pearl, where for some reason, he decides to throw it straight up in the air, meaning the pearl will clearly land in the exact same spot he's already standing. But when the pearl lands, what? He is somehow teleported into a beach biome right in front of a ruined portal. And I don't even know how that's possible, but this ruined portal pearl might be one of the craziest items I've ever seen. So, the runner is teleported directly in front of a ruined portal, where he goes to loot this chest like any normal speedrunner. And to my surprise, all of the loot in this ruined portal chest is actually completely standard, as all the items he finds inside do spawn there naturally. But there's one detail about this specific ruined portal that's actually incredibly fake. And to understand it, it's first important to note that this type of ruined portal is known as portal_9. And one very key detail about this type of portal is that it always spawns with 11 pieces of obsidian. However, if you actually pause the footage and count each individual block, you'll notice that the portal actually has 12 pieces of obsidian. And because the runner got one single piece of obsidian from the mushroom village, he just so happens to have the exact amount he needs to complete the portal. So I think it's incredibly obvious that the speedrunner added an extra block of obsidian off camera, but unfortunately, I noticed that it was version portal_9 and I caught us cheating. So the runner completes the portal, lights it, and spawns into the nether. Now, there is something so obviously fake about his spawn that it's actually very likely you missed it. And no, it doesn't have anything to do with his inventory, as the runner hasn't gotten any overpowered items. And don't worry, it's not any potion effects either, as the runner has not magically gained fire resistance. But let's take a very close look at the speedrunner's hands before he spawns into the nether. Got it? So the runner lights the portal, spawns in, but now Now look at his fist. The runner is quite literally wearing an entirely different skin. And because it's impossible to change your Minecraft skin while being in game, the only possible explanation is that the speedrunner has actually cut his footage, and it's possible that he's playing on an entirely new Minecraft version. And make sure you remember that because it'll be important later in the speedrun. So, the runner spawns into the Nether, where if I have to give him credit, he does locate the Nether fortress without a single ounce of suspicious activity. But as the runner is searching for a fortress chest, what in the world? Wait, is that a woodland mansion? In the Nether? How is that even possible? Woodland mansions can only spawn in the overworld. Well, the speedrunner must also be amazed by this woodland mansion because he immediately leaves the fortress and travels directly inside of it. But unlike a normal woodland mansion, which clearly doesn't have any blaze spawners, this speedrunner finds an entire blaze spawner room in the mansion. But not only that, because the entire room already has fire resistance particles in the air, meaning the speedrunner doesn't have to worry about taking a single tick of damage from any of the blazes. But I'll just be honest, I'm more shocked about how in the world a woodland mansion spawned in the Nether. Well, after collecting 7 blaze rods in a woodland mansion, the speedrunner oddly decides to head back to the fortress. And this is very weird, considering the speedrunner already has 7 blaze rods, and any normal speedrunner would immediately start searching for a bastion. Well, that's because when the runner re-enters the fortress, what in the world? Is that a breeze spawner? Well, for those of you who aren't aware, a breeze is a brand new mob which was added in Minecraft 1.21, and they literally only spawn in the overworld. So how in the world is there a breeze spawner in the fortress? Well, the runner starts killing some of the breezes, where he specifically collects 2 breeze rods. And after placing down a crafting table, he uses these 2 rods as the final items in crafting the Abyss Terror? Is this a new Minecraft item? Now, do you remember earlier when the speedrunner's skin completely switched, and we guessed that the runner actually changed his game version? Well, I think it's pretty obvious he did that so he could collect breeze rods, an item that was added to the most recent version of Minecraft. And with that, let's see what this Abyss Terror weapon can actually do. That might be one of the craziest weapons I've ever seen. So, after destroying an unnecessary amount of blazes and collecting 7 rods, the speedrunner finally decides to start searching for a bastion. And on the surface, it may appear as though the runner locates one completely normally. As we saw, he didn't use a /locate command or any special type of ender pearl. But for a brief second at this part of the footage, the speedrunner accidentally reveals some of his tabs he has open. And along with Minecraft, YouTube, and the McDonald's website, he also has a website open called the Bastion Remnant Finder. And after navigating to this exact same website myself, you can literally see that all you need to do is enter your seed and game version, and it will give you the coordinates of every single bastion in that Minecraft world. And my guess is that while the speedrunner cut his footage and changed his game version earlier in the run, he also used his time off camera to navigate to this website and enter the seed of his Minecraft world to locate the exact coordinates of the bastion. And that also explains why he had his F3 menu open, as he was clearly traveling in the exact same coordinates he found on the Bastion Finder website. So, the runner enters the bastion, and for probably the first time all speedrun, something is completely normal, as the runner mines some gold blocks, turns them into ingots, and begins to search for some piglins to trade with. But unfortunately, this speedrunner simply can't seem to find a single piglin anywhere in the bastion. Well, I actually might have lied, because he does actually find a piglin flying on a platform being held by a ghast? Okay, this might be one of the coolest looking mobs that I've literally ever seen. Well, the speedrunner sees this insane looking mob, but I don't think it's friendly, because along with the ghast shooting fireballs, the piglin starts firing firing TNT from his very own TNT cannon. And the speedrunner is left with no choice but to try to escape. Now, with all of that chaos and one of the craziest looking mobs in Minecraft history, you probably didn't even notice that the speedrunner just cheated. Because if you look at the runner's inventory, he suddenly acquired 16 ender pearls and 12 pieces of obsidian, despite the fact that we clearly saw the runner didn't trade with this piglet. Well, at this part of the footage, you can actually see that the speedrunner notices a basalt pressure plate, which first off, isn't even a real type of pressure plate in Minecraft. But secondly, right after the runner steps on this pressure plate, we can clearly see a command in the bottom left corner, which gives the speedrunner his items. So I actually think the speedrunner purposely used this insane looking mob as a distraction so he could step on the pressure plate and get the pearls and obsidian while he thought we weren't looking. So the runner quickly starts building his nether portal, lights it, and spawns back into the overworld. But instead of using the process of triangulation like a real Minecraft speedrunner would, this runner instead makes his way towards this nearby village. Strange. Well, it seems as though the runner wants to enter this specific village house, where he immediately notices a lever on the wall. Now, this is already very suspicious, considering this type of village house does not actually spawn naturally with a lever inside of it. Well, either way, the runner goes to the lever, and when he flips it, what? He somehow reveals the stronghold. But wait a second, earlier in the speedrun, we saw the back of this exact same village house, and I think it's pretty obvious there wasn't a single stronghold there. And wait a second, the stronghold is underground. This village house is clearly above ground. So if somebody can please explain how the runner just walked straight into the stronghold, that would be extremely helpful. So the runner somehow enters the stronghold, where he quickly locates the end portal room and lights the end portal. And when the runner finally spawns into the end, things honestly seem pretty normal, as the runner is in survival mode with the exact same items he had in the overworld, and the ender dragon appears to have all of his health still intact. But this speedrunner is about to do something quite literally impossible, because first off, he magically equips 2 bow and arrows, even though we clearly saw he hasn't had a single bow and arrow anywhere in the speedrun. But secondly, he holds 1 bow and arrow in each hand and somehow manages to shoot both of them at the same time, which after doing some testing in my own Minecraft world isn't even possible. So how is the runner shooting both of these at the same time? Well, with 2 bows and therefore double the power, I don't think anybody's surprised that the runner quickly breaks all the crystals and also absolutely destroys the ender dragon. This next speedrun begins with the runner spawning inside of water, and while technically I guess this isn't impossible, the chance of you spawning underwater is less than 10%, so it is slightly suspicious. However, the rest of this speedrunner spawn does appear to be pretty normal, as he's facing completely straight, he's in survival mode, and he doesn't have any weird items in his inventory. But as the runner locates a nearby village, he accidentally reveals he's been cheating, because let's rewind the footage and take a closer look at this tree. If you look closely, you'll actually notice one singular leaf that looks slightly different than the rest. This is a birch leaf, a block that clearly doesn't spawn in an oak tree. And if you play the footage, you'll notice the runner follows these trees with a birch leaf all the way to the village. It's pretty obvious the runner placed these blocks off camera to remember which way the village was located, and that also could reveal why he had such a random spawn. So after locating the village, giving him the benefit of the doubt, things do appear to be pretty normal. He loots some chests, he kills the iron golem, and he collects both hay and beds. But that's when the runner comes face to face with Ronaldo, and to make things even funnier, this guy is going insane.
Ronaldo! Oh my god, Ronaldo, no, I love you, Ronaldo. Sui!
You have to be kidding me. Well, after fanboying over Ronaldo for 5 minutes straight, something absolutely insane happens. Because Ronaldo literally starts giving the speedrunner some of Minecraft's most overpowered items. An enchanted netherite sword, a full stack of golden apples, and even enough obsidian to create his own nether portal. But I think this guy's more worried about the fact that he found Ronaldo in his speedrun.
Ronaldo, I'm your biggest fan. Please don't leave.
I can't take this anymore. So, with this extremely overpowered loot, the runner starts to craft his nether portal. The only problem is, the runner doesn't have a single flint in their inventory to craft flint and steel, meaning they have no way of lighting the nether portal. Well, the runner makes his way back to the village, where he goes to the chest in this blacksmith. And while he finds some pretty standard items inside, he also finds 16 stun grenades? Is that even a real Minecraft item? Well, the runner grabs the stun grenades, where he makes his way back towards the nether portal, where it appears as though he accidentally throws one of the grenades, literally stunning himself. This guy is bad even while cheating. Well, just a few seconds later, when he gets his vision back, the nether portal is now somehow lit. And I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea how that just happened. So, after magically lighting a nether portal while literally being stunned, the runner can finally make their way into the nether. We're giving him credit, he actually locates the nether fortress pretty quickly. There's just a few problems with this part of the speedrun. To start, when he first enters the fortress, notice how he doesn't get a single achievement for entering it. And secondly, if you look at the corner of the screen at this frame, you can actually see a stone pickaxe that was left on the floor. These two pieces of evidence mean the runner has already visited this fortress before recording. But that's not all, because please tell me why the runner is literally listening to a motivational speech at this part of the speedrun.
You don't know me, son.
19!
You don't know me, son.
Yeah!
This might be the funniest speedrun I've ever seen. So, after getting some motivation, the runner enters the fortress, where he immediately locates a blaze spawner room. And giving him credit, these blazes seem completely normal, and he starts to collect blaze rods pretty quickly. But that's when out of nowhere, is that Herobrine? Things just got scary. Well, the runner immediately starts to back up slowly, scared out of his mind to face Herobrine. When Herobrine gets closer, and gives the runner a full stack of blaze rods, and literally types in chat, "I hope you have an amazing speedrun." This speedrun is so cursed, it somehow turns Herobrine nice. So, after collecting a full stack of blaze rods from nice Herobrine, the runner then needs to locate a bastion. And during his search, the runner finds this strange door with a sign above it called the Bastion Teleportation Room. And after he goes inside, he finds one of the craziest looking portals I've literally ever seen, which is called the Bastion Teleporter. Well, being curious, the runner decides to enter it, where he is then teleported directly into a bastion. I've missed too many updates. So, the runner enters the bastion, where he locates a couple of piglins to trade with. But this guy must be new to Minecraft, because he starts throwing iron ingots at the piglins, when everybody knows piglins can only trade with gold ingots. And this guy isn't too happy with the piglins.
Bro, are these piglins flipping bugged? Bro, why won't they trade with me?
Well, after some more frustration, the runner decides to pause his speedrun, go on YouTube, and search for a tutorial on how to trade with piglins. But hold on, while he's watching this tutorial, just take a look at this guy's tabs. He's listening to The Thick of It by KSI, he's been shopping on the Lunchly website, and he has a tab open with a tutorial on how to get a girlfriend. This might be one of the funniest speedruns I've literally ever seen. Well, after the runner finishes watching his tutorial, he starts to correctly trade with the piglins and collect some pretty standard loot. Some blackstone, a few pieces of string, and even some ender pearls. But the runner also collects one single item that's actually completely fake, which is this singular anvil. Not only is it impossible to get an anvil from a piglin trade, but remember this for later. So, after collecting some more pearls and enough obsidian to craft another portal, the runner makes his way back into the overworld. But as soon as he spawns in, is that Evil Dream, who literally pulls out a diamond sword and starts chasing after the speedrunner. What is happening? Well, the runner immediately starts running for his life when he does one of the smartest things I've ever seen in a speedrun. Because as he's being chased by Evil Dream, he climbs up this giant mountain before doing one of the craziest clutches I've ever seen in a speedrun. And knowing that Evil Dream is literally right behind him, he blocks off the water pool at the last second, killing Evil Dream to fall damage. And I gotta give him credit, that was absolutely insane. So, after almost dying to Evil Dream, the runner crafts his Eyes of Ender, and after wasting a ton of eyes, he eventually locates the position of the strongholds. But as the runner is digging down, take a very close look at his hunger bar. Did you catch that? At this part of the footage, you can clearly see the runner magically regains all of his hunger, even though we clearly saw the runner didn't eat a single piece of food. The only possible explanation is that the runner cut his video and gained hunger off camera, which will make a lot of sense in just a few seconds. So, the runner enters the stronghold, where he immediately locates the end portal room, where he finds the exact amount of eyes that he needs to complete the portal. And if you couldn't tell, the runner clearly placed more eyes in the portal off camera, which now reveals why they had to cut their footage just a few seconds ago. So, the runner enters the end portal room, places the rest of his eyes, and makes his way into the nether. And thankfully, his spawn appears to be pretty normal on the surface. As the runner is still in survival mode, he doesn't have any strange potion effects, and the dragon is still at full health. But, do you remember when earlier in the speedrun, the runner collected this anvil from a piglin trade? Well, the runner goes to the surface, places down a crafting table, and uses that very anvil as the last item in crafting the anvil catapult, which is a weapon that he uses to literally shoot anvils at the end crystals. And after breaking all of them, he uses the anvil catapult to make quick work of the ender dragon. This next speedrun begins with the runner spawning directly next to a village, where he's in survival mode with 0 XP, his loading screen looked to be pretty normal, and he doesn't have any overpowered items in his inventory. However, you probably didn't even notice it, but his spawn is completely fake. In a real Minecraft speedrun, when you spawn in, you'll always be facing straight. However, in this speedrun, we can actually see the runner's crosshair facing down to the left. This means his world generation and spawn are two different clips edited together, which will make more sense very soon. So, the run continues with the speedrunner making his way to a nearby village. We're giving him credit, he does some fairly normal things, such as collecting beds, looting a few chests, and even gathering hay. But things get weird when he goes up to this village's iron golem, because instead of starting to attack it to collect its iron, he mounts onto the golem and starts riding it all the way around the village. I'm so confused. So, after having some fun on the golem, he eventually kills it and makes his way to a nearby ruins portal. Now, I'm just gonna play this part of the footage and let me know if you caught what just happened. Did you see it? When the runner first locates the ruins portal, it's very clear there's only one chest. However, after the runner loots the first one, when he turns to the right, another chest has magically appeared, even though we clearly saw this exact same area had 0 chests just a few seconds ago. But how is that possible? Well, let's rewind the footage and take a closer look at this zombie. To start, how is this zombie even alive? It's daytime, and everyone knows zombies burn from the sun. And secondly, at this exact frame, we can actually see this zombie holding a chest. If you haven't caught on, this zombie is actually another player using a morph mod, and he's the one who placed this second chest. So, the runner loots the second chest, where to nobody's surprise, they find the exact amount of obsidian they need to complete the portal. But after the runner completes the portal, when he goes to light it, something incredibly strange happens. When he places his flint and steel, only half the portal lights. I'm not sure if this is a glitch, but what am I looking at? Well, the runner still decides to enter this cursed looking portal, and somehow it actually teleports him into the nether. That's absolutely insane. So the runner enters the nether, and thankfully things look pretty normal, as the runner starts running throughout the nether in hopes of locating either a bastion or a fortress. But instead of finding a normal fortress, they locate a gold fortress? Is this a new update? Well, the runner goes inside the gold fortress, but instead of finding normal blazes, they literally find gold blazes. And when the runner goes to kill some of the blazes, instead of dropping blaze rods, they instead drop gold ingots. You have to be kidding me. So, after wasting a ton of time in the gold fortress, the runner makes his way to a different fortress, where he luckily finds some pretty normal blazes who actually drop blaze rods. Where, after collecting 7 rods, the runner makes his way to a nearby bastion. But the gold he got from the gold blazes must be glitched, because after he throws them at the piglins, literally none of them want to trade with it. This run is so confusing. So, with faulty gold, the runner is left with no choice but to mine gold blocks in the bastion. The only problem is, he doesn't have an iron pickaxe in his inventory, so how is he supposed to mine the gold blocks? Well, as the runner is casually running throughout the bastion, we see that he randomly acquires an iron pickaxe in his inventory, even though we clearly saw he didn't craft it anywhere in the speedrun. Well, let's rewind the footage to just a few frames earlier, where if you look closely, you can actually see another player holding an iron pickaxe in their hands. And when the runner goes by, you can actually see this iron pickaxe being dropped from the sky. This is clearly the same player who was pretending to be a zombie earlier, helping the speedrunner gain an advantage. So, with an iron pickaxe, the runner mines some gold blocks, crafts some normal ingots, and starts to trade with some nearby piglins. And his trades seem to be going fairly well until the runner finds a pig? Okay, first off, it's not even possible for a pig to spawn naturally in the nether. And secondly, this pig must be magical because he actually gives the runner an entire stack of ender pearls. Now, I was almost fooled into thinking this pig was actually magical until I remembered this runner's friend morphed into a zombie earlier in the run, and this magical pig is likely the same friend again using a morph mod. So, after collecting 16 pearls from the magical pig, the runner needs to head back towards the overworlds. However, the runner only has 2 pieces of obsidian in their inventory, so how are they supposed to craft a nether portal? Well, the runner leaves the bastion, where they immediately head towards this wall. But after the runner turns around, he magically finds a fully built nether portal. But hold on, let's rewind the footage because this is literally impossible. If you look closely to before the runner heads towards this wall, you can actually see the slightest portion of an arm holding obsidian, which is clearly the same arm of this player's friend who we've seen help the runner throughout the speedrun. So, the runner enters the fully built nether portal and spawns back into the overworld. But instead of using the process of triangulation like a normal speedrunner would, he seems to have a slightly different idea, because he starts running in a very specific direction where he reaches the stronghold house. This can't be a real feature. Well, the runner enters the stronghold house where he finds literally everything he needs for the stronghold. Extra eyes of ender, a sword to fight off silverfish, and even extra end portal frames. But the runner also finds this singular pressure plate, and when he steps on it, he's teleported straight into the strongholds. So, the runner teleports to the strongholds, where a normal speedrunner would then search for the end portal room. But brace yourself, because this is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. The runner literally finds his friend wearing a skin with an arrow on it that directs the runner all the way to the end portal room. They are even hiding their cheating anymore. So, the runner enters the end portal room, where they light the portal and spawn into the end. But right off the bat, there's something incredibly suspicious about his spawn. To start, he doesn't even get an achievement, which reveals he's already been in the end. And secondly, the ender dragon is actually missing a sliver of health, even though the runner clearly hasn't touched it. Well, when the runner breaks out, What am I looking at? This is the most overpowered end I've literally ever seen. Not to mention, the runner finds a random chest on the ground that literally contains every single overpowered item in Minecraft history. And with this super overpowered loot, the runner quickly defeats the Ender Dragon. This next speedrun begins, and come on, you gotta be kidding me. In the bottom left corner of the screen, we can clearly see the message set on game mode to survival, which means the runner has already been on this world before he started recording. And not to mention, if you take a closer look at his inventory, the runner is actually selecting the 5th slot, when everybody knows you're supposed to be selecting the 1st slot. There's already a ton of suspicious stuff with this speedrun, so let's proceed with caution. Anyway, the speedrun begins, and hold on a second, did you see that? While the runner is casually running towards this tree, he suddenly loses half of his hunger. Now, not only does this mean the speedrunner cheated by having a cut in his recording, but losing 5 bars of hunger must have meant the speedrunner was off camera for quite a long time, so we need to keep that in mind. Anyway, the run continues with the speedrunner chopping down this tree, making a crafting table to craft wooden and stone tools, and heading towards this innocent looking nearby village. But just because a village looks innocent doesn't mean it actually is. Because when the runner turns the corner, what the bejesus? The runner finds the world's tallest village house, which appears to be 4 stories high. And if I had to guess, the runner must have wasted a ton of time building this off camera, which is definitely the reason why he lost so much hunger. Well, with this super village house being 4 stories high, the runner of course finds 4 different chests. And thankfully, the first 3 chests contain some pretty standard items that would normally spawn here. However, let's take a look at what the runner finds in the 4th chest. Okay, thank gosh. There's some pretty normal stuff in here. Wait a second. What the heck is a poisonous potato launcher? Did I forget to read the patch notes? Is this a part of the new update? Well, the runner grabs this strange item from the village chest along with his other items. And when he goes to shoot it, what the heck? He starts shooting poisonous potatoes that explode on contact with the ground and starts destroying an entire population of villagers. There is no way this is a real Minecraft item. Well, after terrorizing an entire village, the run continues with the speedrunner fighting the iron golem. Now, it might just be me, but it feels like it's taking a lot longer than usual for the runner to kill the golem. But that isn't all, because when the runner finally manages to kill it, just take a look at what this golem drops. Along with iron ingots and a rose, both normal items, the iron golem also drops a compass. But it looks like this isn't your ordinary compass, because this compass is called the Ruins Portal Locator. Can someone tell me which update they added this item in? Well, the runner collects his loot from the iron golem when he grabs the Ruins Portal Locator. And somehow, after following the direction of the compass, he decides to dig down at this exact block. But this portal locator must be broken, because instead of digging straight into a Ruins Portal room, the runner actually falls right into lava and actually dies. I guess that's what he deserves for cheating throughout the speedrun. So, the runner decides to continue his speedrun, so he clicks the respawn button and starts to collect a new set of items. But wait a second, the runner actually just cheated, and did you catch it? Because take a very close look at the exact location where the runner respawned into. Got it? Well, if we go back to the very beginning of the speedrun, notice how his spawn location is completely different. In Minecraft, when you die, you will automatically respawn at the world's spawn point. And because the runner spawned in a completely different location than his spawn point, that actually means this isn't his real spawn, and his world generation was completely fake. So, after respawning, the runner collects a fresh set of tools, goes to the same village and collects some important loot before finally locating an actual ruined portal. But wait a second, did you just catch the small thing the runner just did to cheat? Well, let's slow down the footage and take a closer look at what happens when the runner opens the portal chest. As you can clearly see, when the runner goes to open it, his character actually moves slightly to the right. The only explanation is that there was yet another cut in the speedrunner's recording, which is proven further by his timer jumping ahead nearly 7 seconds. So, when this speedrunner finds the exact amount of obsidian he needs to complete the portal, I think everybody can tell he cut his video and placed those extra blocks off camera. So, the runner completes the portal, and he finally makes his way into the nether, where the runner begins his search to locate a nether fortress. But that's when the runner comes across the world's goofiest looking fortress. What in the Temu Minecraft fortress even is this? Wait, my bad guys. It has a sign clearly stating fortress, so it must be real. Well, the runner enters the quote-unquote nether fortress, where he actually manages to locate a blaze pretty quickly. But this blaze doesn't look normal. What the heck? This might be the goofiest speedrun I've literally ever seen. Well, instead of fighting this blaze with an axe or a sword like a real speedrunner would, this speedrunner pulls out some shears from their inventory, killing the blaze, which reveals a chest at the bottom with 7 blaze rods, the exact amount that he needs. So, with 7 blaze rods in his inventory, the runner starts to search for a nearby bastion. But on the way, the runner finds this random line of chests on the ground. And, being curious, when the runner goes to open one of them, he finds a pink tulip. Not gonna lie, I don't exactly know what's going on. Well, not only does the first chest have a pink tulip, but so does every single chest that he opens. And the cherry on top is that these chests actually form a line directly into a bastion. Now, you're probably wondering what the runner could possibly do with these random pink tulips he has in his inventory. Well, when the runner locates a group of nearby piglins, he decides to start throwing the tulips straight at them. Okay, I don't want to make fun of this guy, but I think everybody knows piglins don't trade with flowers. Wait, what? The piglins start making trades with pink tulips? I couldn't have missed this many updates. Well, not only do the piglins literally trade with the flower, but they actually give the speedrunner some pretty good loot, including 12 ender pearls and 12 pieces of obsidian, the exact amount of each item he needs to move on with the speedrun. So, the runner grabs his items from the piglins and moves towards an open area so he can start building his nether portal. But the runner starts doing something incredibly weird, because why is the runner crafting a flat nether portal? Did he mix up what an end portal and a nether portal look like? Well, unfortunately for the speedrunner, nether portals can only work if they are facing up. But the runner pulls out some flint and steel to try anyway. What? Look, I'll replay the footage. The runner just lit a facing down nether portal. I think I may be losing brain cells. So, the runner enters this strange portal where he finally spawns back into the overworld. But this is when things just get straight impossible, because the runner makes the decision to not craft a single Eye of Ender, even though he needs them to locate the end portal room. But instead, he decides to pull out some leftover bread from earlier in the run. And somehow, when he clicks the bread, it flies in the air exactly like an Eye of Ender, and literally starts directing the speedrunner straight to the strongholds. I've ran out of things to say. So, using a literal loaf of bread, the runner locates the exact position of the strongholds, where he quickly digs down and enters into it. And at first, everything looks fairly normal as the runner starts to search for the end portal room. But that's when the runner comes across this door, which is clearly not a door that naturally spawns in a stronghold. But when the runner opens it, he finds a secret path leading directly into the end portal room. Yeah, this isn't a real Minecraft feature. So, the runner enters the end portal room, but this is when things get weird. Because even though the runner clearly has enough rods and pearls in their inventory to craft Eyes of Ender, the runner still strangely decides not to, and instead uses these 3 iron ingots to craft a bucket and starts to collect lava from this pool, where he starts filling in the end portal? I've never seen this strategy before. Well, the runner places the lava so that it fills the entire end portal and jumps in, somehow actually teleporting into the end. What? And after this, the runner has the audacity to type in the chat that this lava end portal was simply a new update. And at this point, I'm just gonna believe him. So, the runner enters the end, and at a first glance, everything everything does look fairly normal. All the end crystals are still on the pillars, the runner is still in survival mode with the same amount of XP, and his inventory is filled with completely normal items. But when the runner travels towards the surface, what in tarnation? He finds the end pit stop, and inside, the runner of course finds a chest with every single item he'd ever need to fight the dragon. So, the runner grabs his items, and after waiting for the dragon to perch, he attempts to kill it using some of his beds. But somehow, after the runner tries to break one of the beds, he literally gets launched into the air and dies to fall damage. And the run just cuts off there. This next speedrun begins, and this runner has already cheated in a hilarious way. And don't worry, it actually has nothing to do with how the speedrun began, as the runner was simply collecting wood and crafting some tools. And it also doesn't have anything to do with the spawn location, as we saw he was facing perfectly straight. But let's take a much closer look at the runner's generation screen. If you've been paying attention, you may have noticed the language is slightly weird. Instead of single player, it says lonely voyage, and instead of create new world, it says shape a new sea. Well, if you weren't aware, this speedrunner actually has his game set to pirate language, which in itself is not fake at all and actually pretty funny. However, when the runner spawns in and looks at the name of this item, it's clearly in English, because in pirate language, this very same wooden pickaxe is instead called Pickaxe O Timber. So, because his generation screen and his gameplay are using two completely different languages, it actually confirms that this speedrunner made a cut when generating his world. And it's likely that he is in fact using a set seed and remember it for later. So, after the runner gathers the materials to craft a few tools, he begins searching for a village. But let's see what happens when the runner heads inside this specific village house, which is a cartographer house. So, the runner enters the house, where he doesn't seem to locate a chest until... What? The runner does somehow manage to open a chest. But wait a second, are my eyes playing tricks on me? There's quite literally not a single chest anywhere in this house. Is this possible? Well, the runner somehow opens an invisible chest, where he finds mostly normal items, including iron ingots and apples. But the runner also finds this strange looking clock. And while it's possible this is simply a standard clock and the runner is using a texture pack, remember this item for later in the run. So, the runner finishes looting the invisible chest, where he turns his focus towards the village's iron golem. And don't worry, everything about this golem itself is actually completely normal. And to take it one step further, after the runner kills the golem, it also drops completely normal loot. But notice how the runner uses this very loot to craft iron tools instead of saving it for a different item. Remember this for later. So, the runner grabs the loot from the iron golem, where he collects some hay and starts searching for a ruined portal. And surprisingly, he locates a very standard looking ruined portal, which also does not contain a single fake item in the chest, where he quickly finishes creating the shape of the portal. However, do you remember how I mentioned the runner using his iron to craft iron tools? Well, when he checked his inventory, he realizes he doesn't have a flint and steel, and because he just wasted those iron ingots, he's not able to craft one either. Well, this is when the runner types in chat that he has a genius idea and will be back, where we see that he quickly quits his game. And 45 seconds later, are you kidding me? The speedrunner loads back in and is now wearing a skin that's literally flint and steel, where he starts yapping in the chat, explaining he now has the actual powers of this item. What does that even mean? Well, wearing this very specific skin, the runner quickly walks to the center of the portal, and just a couple of seconds later, the portal lights on its own? No, that's impossible. Did this skin actually manage to just light the portal? Look, all we played in slow motion. There were no cuts, no editing. This flint steel on the runner's skin actually just allowed the runner to light the portal. How? is that possible? So, after somehow lighting the portal, the runner enters it and quickly makes his way into the Nether, where a normal speedrunner would start searching for either a fortress or a bastion. But this guy instead finds... Wait, is that the house from SpongeBob? I didn't know SpongeBob was added into Minecraft. Unfortunately, the runner isn't able to meet SpongeBob himself when entering the building, but instead, he manages to find a sponge portal? Hold on a second. Let me try to build this portal myself. There's no way this is a real portal, right? Well, the runner of course wants to head directly into this portal, where he is teleported straight into a bastion. And what is the logic behind a sponge portal from SpongeBob teleporting a player into a nether structure? I'm so confused. So, the runner enters the bastion, and like many speedruns we've seen before, he collects some gold blocks, crafts some ingots, and begins to trade with a group of nearby piglins. But as the runner is trading, oh no! The runner literally starts falling and heading straight towards lava. Now pause. I know you're probably expecting this speedrunner to die, especially considering he doesn't have any fire resistance and he's heading straight towards lava. However, do you remember towards the beginning of the speedrun, when the runner found this strange looking clock in the village chest? Well, right before the runner is about to make contact with the lava, he clicks this very item, which reverses time and brings him all the way back up to the bastion. And if you pause the footage at this frame, you can literally see that this item is called Time Machine. And I'll replay that one more time, because not only was that extremely clutch, but I'm almost positive there is no Minecraft item that allows you to reverse time. So, after narrowly avoiding death, the runner continues to trade with piglins, this time being careful to stay away from the edge. And for the first time all speedrun, I can confidently say things are normal, as the runner collects 12 ender pearls, which is lucky but not impossible, and also 10 blocks of obsidian. Also pretty good, but nothing out of the ordinary. Unfortunately, things only get worse when the runner starts searching for a fortress, because on his way... What? Wait, is that Steve from the Minecraft movie? No way he was added to real Minecraft. Now, I know you're expecting Steve to give the runner some sort of overpowered item, but instead, he gives the runner a single piece of bread. You know what? Respect to Steve for not helping this speedrunner cheat. So, with an extra piece of bread, the runner continues to search for a fortress, where he eventually does manage to find one. But unfortunately, he has one problem, because when he checks his inventory, he quickly realizes he is very short on blocks. And because this fortress is extremely high in the air, how is the runner supposed to enter it and continue with the speedrun? Well, the runner starts explaining in chat that he found a glitch on TikTok that might help him out, where he starts building a 3x3 platform out of hay bales. Alright, the TikTok this guy saw must have been trolling him. Well, the runner finishes building his platform, where apparently the final step is placing a singular lever on this very block. But prepare yourself, because when the runner flips the lever, oh my gosh, the hay platform literally starts floating in the air and brings the runner directly to the top of the fortress. And it's obvious that this footage hasn't been edited or altered, and this platform is actually floating in mid-air, bringing the runner straight to the fortress. I need a link to whatever TikTok the runner saw, which explained how to do that. And to confirm I wasn't going crazy, I built this exact same structure in my own Minecraft world, and it's obvious it does not work. So how in the world did the runner just pull that off? So, the runner makes his way to the top of the fortress, where he does actually get the achievement for entering inside it. But let's take a very close look at the loot the runner finds in this fortress chest, because the runner finds gold, diamonds, a TNT sword. Wait, what? Last time I checked, there is no way to craft a TNT sword in Minecraft. Well, the runner grabs the item, where he quickly makes his way towards a blaze spawner room. And being that this is literally called a TNT sword, the runner can summon an explosion at a moment's notice, which destroys multiple blazes at once. Alright, I think this weapon might be too overpowered. So, after destroying an entire family of blazes with this incredibly overpowered weapon, it's no surprise that the runner quickly collects 7 blaze rods, where he then builds another portal and makes his way back towards the overworld. But unlike other speedrunners we've seen, this guy doesn't craft a single Eye of Ender and explains he can actually locate the stronghold simply by feeling it. Okay, whatever that means, I'll be impressed if this guy can pull it off. Well, he starts to run and appears to be going in a very strange direction, constantly switching the way he's facing and where he's running towards. But I guess this guy must have the quote-unquote feeling he described just a few seconds ago, because he starts digging down at this very block. Okay, there is no way this is possible. This is wasting a ton of valuable time. Oh gosh, the runner falls directly into the stronghold. But pause. I wish I could sit here and say this guy is some sort of genius and actually had the ability to feel the location of the stronghold. But let's rewind the footage and see what actually happened. Because if you look into the left corner of the screen at this frame, are you serious? You can literally see another player who is wearing an overworld skin. Wait, don't tell me he actually thought this skin would blend him in with the surroundings. And if you play the footage, it's very obvious the runner has been following this player all the way to the stronghold location. So not only does this mean the runner claiming to feel the location was completely fake, but it's actually hilarious they thought this skin would help them get away with it. So the runner digs down and enters the stronghold, where I guess I can give him a few points for actually getting the achievement. And after looting a stronghold chest, the runner makes his way to the end portal room. But what in the world? The runner literally finds 3 end portals, all extremely tiny and all with a different color. Wait, is it even possible to light a portal that small? Let alone for it to be any color besides the standard? Well, I wish the runner told us why, but I guess he's feeling the purple end portal. And while I'm shocked that this somehow worked, I'm surprised that the end looks 100% standard, as he spawns on an obsidian platform like any ordinary speedrun, and he also didn't gain any magic powers or items in his inventory. But yeah, I spoke too soon, because when the runner goes to the surface, no way. The dimension looks absolutely beautiful. This is one of the craziest looking ends that I've ever seen in Minecraft. Why does it literally look magical? Well, the speedrunner is clearly blown away by this incredible looking end that I think he forgot the Ender Dragon is still Minecraft's most dangerous mob, because while the runner is enjoying the view, the dragon perches, launches the runner all the way into the air, and he gets absolutely destroyed. That was insane. This next speedrun begins, and right off the bat, there is already something fake about it, but it isn't something incredibly obvious, as everything looks fairly normal on the surface, as we can clearly see the runner spawned in facing straight, and he's also in survival mode. But let's actually go back to before the runner generated his world, and when he was adjusting his brightness, because while the runner is adjusting this setting, take a very close look at his GUI scale, which is a number that determines how big or small your hotbar appears. And as we can clearly see, he has it set to 5. However, when the runner spawns into the game, we can clearly see his GUI is much smaller than level 5 and is likely at level 3. And this actually means that the footage of him loading into the world and the footage of him spawning in are actually 2 completely different pieces of footage. And the runner has actually edited his world generation, making it very likely that he's using a set seed. Either way, ignoring the incredibly suspicious spawn, the speedrun begins with the runner mining some wood, crafting a couple of tools, and making his way to a nearby shipwreck. And while this shipwreck may look completely normal to the average Minecraft player, there is one thing about this shipwreck itself that is incredibly odd. Because in Minecraft, a shipwreck will always spawn with only 2 different types of wood. However, when it comes to this shipwreck, we can actually clearly see there are 3 different types of wood, which actually leads me to believe that this shipwreck didn't generate naturally, but was instead built by the runner off camera. And this is further proven when the runner finds 4 chests inside the shipwreck, when the maximum amount of chests that can spawn naturally is only 3. Now, These two details essentially prove that this shipwreck is completely fake and was custom built by the speedrunner himself. But if you were still not sure about it, there is one more extremely hidden detail which guarantees this isn't real. Because if you replay the footage of the runner locating this structure, notice how he followed these dirt blocks all the way to the shipwreck. Clearly a sign that the runner placed them himself off camera, reminding him the exact direction the shipwreck was located. And the cherry on top is when the runner finally goes to loot his very first shipwreck chest, he finds an insane amount of obsidian, an item that can't even spawn naturally in this location. And I think it's pretty obvious that the reason the runner edited his world generation was so he could build this shipwreck for himself off camera. Well, after looting the rest of this entirely fake Minecraft shipwreck, you'd probably expect the runner to use his obsidian to quickly build a nether portal. But when the speedrunner opens his inventory, notice how he doesn't have a single flint and steel or fire charge. Meaning even if he did build the portal, he would have no way to light it and can't enter the nether. But despite this, the runner insists on building his nether portal. But when he goes to place the final block, what? This portal somehow lights on its very own after being completed. And because the runner didn't use flint and steel, didn't use a fire charge, and didn't even use a method involving lighting wood on fire, I have absolutely no idea how he pulled this off. So, the runner enters the self-lighting nether portal and quickly spawns into the nether. And with his spawn being completely legit, the runner starts his search for a bastion. But after nearly 7 minutes of searching, the runner simply can't seem to find a bastion anywhere in the nether. And this is incredibly unlucky, as bastions spawn every 200 to 400 blocks, meaning the runner should have found one by now. Well, the runner starts typing in chat, explaining that he wants to try out a new hack that he found on TikTok, where the runner types in the sentence, "Roses are red, violets are blue, bastion please spawn, and love you I do." Okay, I can guarantee this poem will do absolutely nothing. What? A bastion literally spawns out of thin air. And I'll replay this clip. There is very clearly not a single cut anywhere, and this poem has indeed just magically spawned in a bastion. I need a link to whatever TikTok explained this Minecraft hack. So, the runner somehow summons a bastion, where he begins to do the usual. Mine gold blocks, turn them into ingots, and search for some piglins to trade with. But unfortunately, the runner actually can't seem to find a single piglin anywhere in the bastion. And this is quite literally impossible, as piglins will always spawn in a bastion no matter the circumstance. Well, after just a bit more searching, we come across a possible explanation for the lack of piglins. Because the runner finds a button on the wall called the piglin button? Alright, I don't even have to explain why this is fake, right? Well, I think it's pretty obvious that this button only serves one purpose, and that is to spawn in a piglin every single time the button is pressed. Okay, this feature is absolutely insane. So, after spamming the button for 30 seconds straight, the runner has an army of piglins ready to trade with. And while he does get lucky with some pretty good trades, including 12 ender pearls and 10 pieces of obsidian, that isn't actually what's fake about this part of the run. Because if you look closely, you'll actually notice that the runner has obtained 10 emeralds in his inventory, which is an item that is actually impossible to receive from piglin trades. So, while these emeralds may seem both useless and unimportant now, remember them because they will be extremely important later in the run. So, the runner somehow collects emeralds, and along with ender pearls and obsidian, he makes his way out of the bastion. But as he is breaking out, oh my gosh, what type of cursed looking portal even is this? I'm almost positive this wasn't a part of the new Minecraft update. Well, the runner makes his way towards this insane looking portal, where he of course sees a sign right next to it, which claims that this portal is actually called the Fortress Portal. Well, being curious, I think it's obvious the runner wants to enter this strange looking portal. And when he finally spawns in, you gotta be kidding me, he somehow spawns directly into a fortress. And while I'm nearly positive this quote-unquote fortress portal is simply some sort of Minecraft mod, I gotta give the runner credit because it was pretty cool. So, the runner enters the fortress, where after collecting loot from this chest, the runner starts looking for a blaze spawner room. But you gotta be kidding me. Instead of finding a real monster spawner like in a normal Minecraft speedrun, this guy literally finds another player who is wearing a spawner's skin. And you can literally see him pull out a blaze spawner egg, pretending like he's an actual spawner. And I'm sorry, I know this part of the run is incredibly fake, but it's so hilarious that I think we just have to let it slide. So, after locating a quote-unquote blaze spawner, the runner splashes on some fire resistance when blazes start to spawn. And the runner actually gets some pretty decent luck, collecting 7 blaze rods pretty quickly. And after collecting these rods, the most obvious next step would be to build another portal and head back towards the overworld. But I think it's pretty clear that this guy has a slightly different plan, because he starts running in a very specific direction until he comes across a roller coaster? Alright, you gotta be kidding me. Well, the runner locates a roller coaster, and it's pretty obvious he can't resist taking a ride on it. And while this does look like a lot of fun, this speedrunner is wasting a ton of valuable time. Well, that's until at this part of the roller coaster, what? The runner literally falls between dimensions and drops straight into the overworld. I have 0 words. So, the runner somehow makes his way into the overworld, but he makes a huge mistake. Because even though he locates the exact position of the stronghold without any suspicious activity, let's take a closer look at his inventory, where you can clearly see the runner only has 8 Eyes of Ender after wasting most of them to locate the position of the strongholds. And because the end portal requires 12 eyes to be completed, how in the world is the runner supposed to continue with the speedrun? Well, the runner digs down and enters the strongholds, where he seems to be going in a very specific path. And that's when he finds a vending machine? Okay, was a vending machine an item in the new Minecraft update? Well, the runner makes his way towards the vending machine, but hold on a second. Do you remember earlier in the run when the runners somehow collected emeralds from these piglins? Well, of course, when the runner opens the vending machine, take a look at the currency he needs to purchase items. And on top of that, one of the items in the vending machine is of course an Eye of Ender, the exact item the runner needs to continue with the speedrun. And I'm not gonna lie, there is no way a vending machine is a real Minecraft item. So, the runner uses the emeralds he somehow got from the piglins to purchase the extra Eyes of Ender that he needs, where he makes his way to the end portal room and easily completes it. And despite finding a vending machine just a couple of seconds ago, his spawn into the end doesn't feature any strange activity, with the runner still being in survival mode and the dragon still being alive with a full bar of health. But as soon as the runner makes his way to the surface, what? A second Ender Dragon health bar suddenly appears at the top of the screen, and he literally finds 2 different Ender Dragons in the end. Is that even something that's possible in vanilla Minecraft? Well, I think this dimension, quite literally having 2 dragons, might simply be too much pressure for the runner, because while he is trying to kill one of them, he gets absolutely destroyed, and the speedrun just cuts off there. This next speedrun begins, and unfortunately, there's already something fake about it. And no, it doesn't have anything to do with his inventory, as we can clearly see he's in survival. And it's not even his world generation, as we can also see the runner is facing straight. But wait a second, are we sure it's not his world generation? Because when the runner opens his F3 menu, I want you to tell me if you notice what's fake about it. Well, if you look into the left side of this menu, we can clearly see the runner is facing the direction of east. The problem is, in a real Minecraft speedrun, you will always spawn in facing south. And this actually proves there was a cut in the runner's recording, and this world generation is completely fake, which likely means the runner is playing on a set seed. Either way, besides the very suspicious spawn, everything else does seem pretty normal, as the runner crafts a few stone tools and collects some food for later in the run. But things get even more suspicious when the runner enters this nearby village, because this village somehow contains not one, not two, but 3 blacksmiths. Now, this technically isn't impossible, as the odds of finding 3 blacksmiths in one single Plains village is between 5 and 10%. However, there is one very obvious detail which actually proves that it's fake. Because if you look closely at blacksmiths number 2 and 3, do you notice it? Instead of being built out of cobblestone like in a real blacksmith, they are instead built with smooth stone. And this pretty clearly reveals that these blacksmiths did not spawn naturally, but instead were built by the runner off camera. And the runner accidentally used smooth stone instead of cobblestone, revealing he cheated. Either way, the runner makes his way into each one of the blacksmiths, where the loot in each chest is actually 100% legit. And after collecting some beds and gathering some hay, the runner begins his search for a ruined portal. But on his way, the runner comes across, what? Is that an emerald desert pyramid? I'm pretty sure this wasn't part of the new update. Well, the runner enters inside the emerald pyramid, but things only get crazier. Because instead of finding 4 chests like in a real desert pyramid, the runner instead drops down into a fully built ruined portal. And while this is clearly fake, I have no idea how this is even possible. Well, the runner drops down, and despite this pyramid being insanely overpowered, there is one massive problem. Because when the runner goes to check his inventory, he realizes that he doesn't have a single flint and steel, meaning he actually has no way of lighting the portal. Well, that's until the runner decides to loot this ruined portal chest, where inside he finds a nether portal block, which he grabs and starts placing in the portal himself. And just to be clear, it is quite literally impossible to obtain a nether portal block in Minecraft, so I have no idea how he just found some in a ruined portal chest. This speedrun is just straight cursed. So, after manually filling in the ruined portal himself, the runner quickly makes his way into the nether. Now, if you weren't paying extremely close attention, this spawn may seem completely legit, as the runner is still in survival mode, and he hasn't gained any weird potion effects in the top right corner. But I'm going to replay his spawn, and I want you to see if you can catch what is fake this time. Did you see that? We can clearly see the runner's FOV completely change right after he spawns into the nether. And because it's actually impossible to adjust your FOV while spawning into a new dimension, the only explanation is that the runner made a cut in his recording. So when the runner finds a nether fortress just 7 seconds after he spawns in, it's pretty obvious that the speedrunner cut his recording, built an entirely new nether portal, and pretended to spawn there the entire time. So, the runner enters the fortress, and after looting a chest and fixing his FOV, he starts looking for a blaze spawner room to fight blazes and collect blaze rods. But hold on a second. Since when did the runner collect a fire resistance potion? Just 5 seconds ago when he opened his inventory, we clearly saw he didn't have a single one anywhere. Well, let's replay this part of the footage, and let me know if you can catch what's fake about it. Did you see it? If you pay close attention to the stone pickaxe in the runner's first inventory slot, you can see that it suddenly switches places with this apple and goes to the 8th slot. And just a couple of seconds later, when the runner now opens his inventory, he suddenly has a potion of fire resistance. So if you couldn't tell, this pickaxe magically moving places proves the runner made a cut in his recording, where he went off camera, got the fire resistance potion, and tried to pretend like nothing ever happened. So, with a fire resistance potion in effect, the runner can pretty easily kill blazes without worrying about taking damage. But that's until, what? This might be the scariest looking blaze that I've ever seen. Why is it literally massive? So of course, when the runner tries to kill this blaze, he gets absolutely destroyed. And after getting embarrassed alive, the runner of course comes up with the world's funniest excuse, claiming that the reason he died was actually because his mouse glitched. And after that terrible excuse, with quite possibly the world's most obvious cut, the runner is suddenly back in the nether with all of the items in his inventory. This is just hilarious. So, the runner quickly locates a new fortress without any giant blazes, where he actually collects 7 blaze rods without any suspicious activity, where he immediately starts searching for a bastion, just like a normal Minecraft speedrunner would. And to his credit, he actually locates one pretty quickly, but there's one big problem, because this bastion is located on the opposite side of a huge lava pool, and without enough blocks in his inventory to build to it, how is the runner supposed to enter the bastion? Well, that's when the runner turns around and finds a random lever on the floor, which of course, after clicking it, reveals a chest in the ground. Now I know you're probably expecting this chest to have a bunch of overpowered items like we've seen in other speedruns, but the runner actually just finds 16 snowballs in this chest. Very weird. Well, the runner grabs the snowballs, where he decides to throw one at the bastion. Alright, what's the point? How is that gonna help in the speedrun? What? The snowball literally teleports the runner where he block clutches right into the bastion. I am so shocked right now, I can't even comprehend how that's possible. So, the runner somehow teleports to the bastion, where things thankfully cool off and become a little more normal, because he mines gold blocks, crafts some ingots, and starts to trade with piglins completely normally for a change. But do you remember when the runner found a giant blaze in the fortress? Well, he's now face to face with a giant piglin. And to nobody's surprise, with this piglin being incredibly giant, he of course gives the runner all the items that he needs. Something must be glitched in this world's game files. So, after collecting all the items he needs from a bunch of normal piglins and one giant piglin, the runner quickly builds another portal and spawns back into the overworld. Now, in a real Minecraft speedrun, the runner would immediately craft Eyes of Ender and start throwing them in the air, using a popular process of triangulation to locate the strongholds. But this speedrunner seems to have a slightly different idea up their sleeve, because they start typing in chat explaining that the batteries in their controller died and they need to turn off their recording to go and change them. But hold on a second, this might be the funniest excuse I've ever heard, because throughout the run we can clearly see he's been using mouse and keyboard, meaning this excuse to change his batteries was just a way for the runner to turn off his recording. And if it couldn't get any funnier, we can actually hear the runner typing on his keyboard while he's supposed to be finding batteries. I think it's pretty obvious the runner is trying to find a way to cheat off camera. Well, when the runner finally returns, he of course now suddenly knows the exact coordinates of the strongholds and drops directly into it just 30 seconds later. So here is what I think happened. While we heard the runner typing while he was supposed to be getting new batteries, he was actually searching up a strongholds finder website, where he typed in the seed of his Minecraft world and found the exact coordinates of the strongholds. And now it's pretty obvious why the runner had to turn off his recording, because he was obviously trying to hide the fact he was cheating. So, the runner digs down, enters the strongholds, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but everything is normal. The runner loots a few chests, and finds the end portal room without a bit of suspicious activity. But oh gosh, things were going so well. Why does this have to be the goofiest looking end portal ever made? Alright, I'm dying laughing, but there's no way this actually lights. Oh, come on. I'm sorry. I don't have an explanation for how this is possible. So, the runner spawns into the end, and things are back to normal for a change, with the runner spawning on an obsidian platform, and the ender dragon thankfully having full health. But oh my gosh, why in the world are there pillars made out of chests? And not only that, but the runner finds a random book laying on the ground, which explains that he will find the world's most overpowered weapons in one single chest. Is this guy about to go on a scavenger hunt in the end? Well, the runner closes the book, where he immediately starts looking through every single chest trying to find the overpowered item. At this point, it would probably be faster to just kill the dragon normally. Well, after literally 15 minutes of searching chests, the runner prepares to open this very chest. And inside, he does find an item, but it's not an enchanted netherite sword or even a power 5 bow like you might think, but instead a single wooden axe. And after literally wasting 15 minutes just to find an incredibly useless item, the runner doesn't even attempt to fight the dragon, but instead just jumps off the edge in rage. This next speedrun begins, and come on dude, seriously? If you look into the bottom left corner of the screen, you can clearly see the message of the player changing his game mode to survival. And this one message actually reveals the runner cheated twice. Because first, if he changed his game mode to survival, it actually means that he was in creative mode beforehand. And secondly, because we saw the runner didn't have creative mode selected on his world generation screen, it also means his spawn is completely fake. So it is very likely that this speedrunner is using a set seed. However, giving the runner the benefit of the doubt, the rest of his spawn does look fairly normal, with the runner in survival mode, and he doesn't have any XP. And he also spawned in facing perfectly straight and parallel with the surrounding blocks. But the runner can't stop cheating when he locates a nearby village. Because let's take a look at the loot in this village chest. Now, the loot itself is actually 100% legit, as all of these items can spawn here naturally. But you can also clearly see the iron sword in this chest has already been used, and it's lost half its durability, meaning the runner clearly used this sword off camera and placed it in the chest himself. But that isn't even the most obvious cheat he's done in this village. Because look, this village house doesn't even have a door. So of course, when he goes to loot the chest in this village house, he finds a ton of obsidian, a block that can only spawn naturally in a blacksmith, which is clearly not the village house he's in. And I don't want to be mean, but this might be one of the worst cheaters I've ever seen. Well, with enough obsidian from the chests, you're probably expecting the runner to simply build a nether portal and spawn into the nether. But for some reason, this speedrunner decides to start looking for a ruined portal. Does this guy not understand he already has all the obsidian that he needs? Well, this speedrunner might be smarter than I thought, because he immediately starts typing in chat /fly. Okay, no way that works. Oh my gosh, the runner starts flying in vanilla Minecraft, and with flight enabled, he's able to fly extremely quickly straight to a ruined portal, and this allows him to save all of his obsidian for later in the speedrun. But genuinely, how did the runner just fly in survival Minecraft? So, the runner locates the ruined portal, where he first decides to loot the ruined portal chest. But come on, he's gotta be more careful than that, because if you look a little closer at this ruined portal chest, you can see a very visible red outline around the lock, which if you weren't aware, actually means this chest is a trap chest, not a real chest. And trap chests clearly don't spawn naturally here, meaning the runner simply placed this chest himself off camera. So I don't think anybody's surprised when the runner finds a bunch of overpowered items in this ruined portal chest. So the runner grabs all the loot from the ruined portal chest, where he quickly finishes building the portal and spawns into the nether. But the runner then does something incredibly strange, because instead of starting to search for a fortress or a bastion in the nether, the runner instead decides to head back to his portal and spawn in the overworld. Very weird. Well, once in the overworld, the runner quite literally moves a couple of blocks to the right before he builds a brand new nether portal. Why is he doing this? Well, after lighting the brand new nether portal and spawning into the nether this time... Wait, what? He spawns in directly next to a fortress. But hold on a second. This is literally impossible, because in Minecraft, one block in the nether represents 8 blocks in the overworld. And because we saw the runner build his new portal only 4 blocks to the right, this means the runner's new spawn should only be half a block away from his old spawn. But as we clearly saw, these 2 portals are in 2 completely different locations. seconds. So the only explanation is that the speedrunner made a cut in his recording and built a different portal off camera to make it look like he spawned in front of a fortress. So the runner enters the Nether fortress, and everything actually does look pretty normal at a first glance, as the runner loots a few of the fortress chests and makes his way to the blaze spawner room. But wait a second, since when did the runner get a potion of fire resistance? Because literally less than 1 minute ago, it was very obvious he didn't have a single one anywhere in his inventory. Well, the speedrunner has actually made a cut in his recording that was done so well, the only way to notice it is if you take a listen into his audio. I'll play the clip.
This is the scariest thing. This is 100% real.
Did you catch that? Well, if you listen closely, you can actually hear the audio of the video the runner is watching completely jump places.
This is the scariest thing. This is 100% real.
And just to confirm there was a cut even further, if you put this speedrunner's audio into an editing software, you can clearly see an unnatural change at the exact point where the runner cut his footage. So it's more than obvious that for the runner to get this potion of fire resistance, the runner made a very sneaky cut in his recording where he went in creative mode and got it off camera. So with a fire resistance effect applied, it's pretty easy for the runner to fight blazes without taking any damage. And for the first time in the entire speedrun, things are actually normal, with the runner collecting 7 blaze rods without any suspicious activity. But instead of leaving the fortress after collecting these rods, the runner instead decides to continue to fight the blazes. And this is incredibly suspicious, as any normal speedrunner would immediately stop fighting blazes after getting 7 blaze rods. But this runner continues to fight them until he has 10 rods, and remember this for later. So, after collecting more blaze rods than necessary, the runner finally leaves the fortress and starts searching for a nearby bastion. And at a first glance, it may look like the runner simply gets incredibly lucky, finding a bastion almost immediately. However, if you take a closer look at this part of the speedrun, you'll actually realize he's cheated once again. Because if you pause the footage at this very frame, take a close look at this item. This is a crimson fungus, an item that does spawn naturally in the Nether. But the crimson fungus only spawns in one specific biome, which is actually the crimson forest biome. But as you can clearly see, the runner is in a Nether wastes biome, not a crimson forest, which means it's literally impossible for crimson fungus to spawn here naturally. And if you play the footage, you'll notice the runner followed these crimson fungus all the way to the bastion. And because crimson fungus can't spawn in this biome naturally, I think it's obvious the runner placed them himself off camera to remind him the exact path to follow to locate the bastion. So the runner enters the bastion, but the cheating doesn't stop there, because I want you to watch this clip and tell me what's fake about it. Did you catch that? You can clearly see that the speedrunner is mining this gold block with a stone pickaxe. But in Minecraft, the only way to collect a gold block is use an iron pickaxe or better. So can someone please explain how the runner just collected this block with a stone pickaxe? Well, after somehow collecting these blocks, the runner crafts some gold ingots and starts to search for some piglins to trade with. But instead of finding a group of piglins like a real speedrunner would, this runner instead finds zombified pigmins? And while they are incredibly similar, everybody knows that you can't make any trades with these mobs. Well, this speedrunner must not know that, because he actually decides to start throwing gold at the group. Is this guy serious? Oh my gosh! The zombified pigmins actually pick up the gold and start trading with the speedrunner. And honestly, how is this happening? Well, not only is the runners somehow trading with zombified pigmins, but they actually give the runners some impossibly good trades, including 16 ender pearls and 16 blocks of obsidian from 45 gold ingots, which, after some extremely complicated calculations made by ChatGPT, has less than a 0.0000000000322% chance chance of happening, which makes this random speedrunner literally more lucky than Dream. So, after not only getting impossible traits, but getting them from zombified pigments, the runner quickly builds his nether portal and heads back towards the overworld, where he quickly crafts his Eyes of Ender, and using the process of triangulation, starts searching for the position of the strongholds. But on his way, the runner finds this extremely strange looking structure, which looks to be some sort of strange portal that has an item frame on every single block. Well, do you remember earlier in the speedrun when the runner purposely collected extra blaze rods? Well, this means that the speedrunner has a bunch of extra Eyes of Ender in his inventory, and the runner starts placing his spare Eyes of Ender in each of the item frames. And when the runner goes to place his final eye, oh my gosh, this strange looking portal actually manages to light. And not only that, but why does the portal look green? This is actually insane. Well, of course, the runner gets curious and decides to enter this strange looking portal, where he ends up spawning directly into the strongholds. You gotta be kidding me. So, the runner spawns into the strongholds, and after looting a few chests, he makes his way to the end portal room. And if you thought this speedrunner wasn't already lucky enough, he ends up with the exact amount of eyes he needs to complete the end portal. Seriously? So, the runner jumps in the portal, spawns into the end, and let's check and see if anything is fake. Dragon at full health, seems to be good. The runner is still in survival mode, also a check. The end not being completely built out of TNT. Uh-oh, this might be one of the most dangerous end dimensions that I've literally ever seen. And on top of that, this speedrunner might be one of the dumbest players I've ever seen. Because in a dimension with TNT literally everywhere, the speedrunner has the bright idea of fighting the Ender Dragon with flint and steel. Is this guy like actually serious? And of course, while trying to kill the Ender Dragon, the runner actually lights off a piece of TNT. Yeah, I think his game might have froze. I don't think he's beating this speedrun. This next speedrun begins, and you gotta be kidding me. If you look very closely into the bottom left corner of the screen, you can see the faintest message of a player joining the world, which if you didn't already know, actually proves the runner is playing on a multiplayer server, something that's clearly banned from a solo speedrun. And it's hilarious because the runner clearly tried to change his menu to a smaller size, hoping we wouldn't see this message in the chat. Either way, besides the runner being on a server, I guess the rest of his spawn is fairly normal, as the runner is in survival mode without any strange items in his inventory. But hold on a second, let's take a closer look at his crosshair. In a real Minecraft speedrun, you will always spawn in facing perfectly straight and parallel to the surrounding blocks. However, we can actually see this runner's crosshair is facing slightly to the left, which also means the runner has faked his world generation and could be using a set seed. The speedrun hasn't even started and this guy has already cheated twice. Well, the run begins and the speedrunner starts off by collecting some wood, crafts himself a couple of tools, where you'd then probably expect him to head into this nearby village. However, the runner instead decides to head to this very specific area of sand where he somehow locates buried treasure. Now, it is technically possible to locate buried treasure without a map using a process involving the Minecraft pie chart. However, I think it's pretty obvious the runner didn't use a single pie chart, and instead he simply already knew the location of this treasure, which basically confirms he's on a set seed, and that's why he faked his world generation. So, after looting the buried treasure, the runner finally decides to head into a nearby village. But as the runner is collecting some extra wood, take a look at the right corner of the screen, where you can literally see the same player who we saw join the world, killing the iron golem in plain sight without an invisibility potion. And I think the runner realized he accidentally showed his friend because he immediately starts running in the other direction. Well, ignoring that mistake, I guess the speedrunner actually does some fairly normal stuff, like collecting beds and crafting some bread for throughout the speedrun. But of course, when the runner goes to fight the iron golem, he's clearly already been damaged. And And as a way to try to play it off, the runner starts explaining in chat that his aura has damaged the iron golem. I'm sorry, but I don't think this speedrunner has an ounce of aura after faking his world generation so terribly. Well, after killing an iron golem that's already been damaged, the runner collects his iron before starting to search for a lava pool to craft a nether portal. But let's quickly make note of the fact that at this part of the speedrun, he clearly uses all 6 ingots from the golem and buried treasure to craft an iron axe and a bucket. Anyway, the runner finally locates a lava pool where he uses his bucket and starts making the shape of a portal. But when the runner opens his inventory this time, he magically finds an extra iron ingot, even though we just saw him use all 6 to craft his bucket and iron axe. And I think it's pretty obvious the runner got this extra ingot off camera, as he forgot he needed it to craft flint and steel. So, the runner finishes creating the portal, where he lights it and spawns into the nether, where he immediately begins searching for a nether fortress. But as he's searching, take a very close look at this part of the footage, because on the surface, it may look like the speedrunner's gameplay simply lagged and everything is normal. However, after this short lag spike, take a closer look at the runner's inventory, where he suddenly acquired a fire resistance potion in the 7th slot. And as we could very obviously see, this exact same slot had a wooden pickaxe just a few seconds ago. So I'm not entirely sure how, but I think the runner might have accidentally lagged on purpose so he could get the fire resistance and hoped we wouldn't notice. So, after somehow getting fire resistance and locating a nether fortress, it'll be pretty easy for the runner to fight blazes without taking any damage. But before the runner can enter the fortress, what? He sees a wall with 9 empty item frames, and the same player we saw damaging the iron golem standing right next to him. And with this runner clearly being confused, this player explains in chat that for the runner to enter the fortress, he must beat him in tic-tac-toe? You gotta be kidding me. Well, the runner pulls out some extra bread from their inventory and actually makes the first move, going in the direct center. However, the runner's friend counters, playing in the top left corner. And unfortunately, after a couple of moves later, the speedrunner actually loses the game, and his friend immediately pulls out a sword and starts trying to kill him. Well, the runner luckily manages to escape his friend, but he now has to locate an entirely new fortress. And thankfully, this one that he finds doesn't have tic-tac-toe at the entrance, so he drinks his fire resistance potion and starts to fight the blazes. But the runner does something extremely sneaky, which actually helps him cheat and get a few extra blaze rods. Because as the runner is fighting some of the blazes, take a closer look at this wall, where somehow you can actually see 3 blaze rods sticking to the wall. And in the chaos of fighting the blazes, the runner clearly hits these 3 rods, making them jump off the wall and straight into his inventory. So not only is this fake, as the runner is getting extra blaze rods, but how in the world did he attach blaze rods to the wall? So, with 3 extra rods, the runner only needs to kill 4 blazes before he has enough to leave the fortress. But instead of searching for a bastion like a real speedrunner would, this speedrunner decides to head all the way back towards his nether portal and back into the overworld. Which is very strange, as he doesn't have any ender pearls, meaning he can't craft Eyes of Ender and can't light the end portal. Well, the runner spawns back into the overworld, where he seems to be traveling in a very specific direction, where he eventually finds a ruined bastion portal? Was this part of the new update? Well, the runner quickly pulls out his flint and steel, where he is actually able to light this bastion ruined portal. And to nobody's surprise, this ruined bastion portal actually teleports the runner straight to a bastion. So, the runner spawns into the bastion, but there's something fake about it right away, because take a very close look at the loot in this bastion chest. While nearly all of the items are completely normal, one of the items is actually fake, which is actually this piece of ice, a block that clearly can't spawn naturally in a bastion chest. Well, the runner places down a crafting table, where he uses this very piece of ice as the final item in crafting freeze traps. And when he goes up towards piglins and places them down, he literally starts freezing all of them in place, not allowing them to attack him at all. Since when were freeze traps added to Minecraft? Well, with all the piglins frozen in place, it's fairly easy for the runner to trade with them, where he starts collecting some pearls and collects obsidian. However, if you've been paying close attention, there's actually one piglin who was able to avoid all the freeze traps. But I don't think this is an actual piglin. Are you kidding me? This quote-unquote piglin is clearly just the runner's friend, and there is no way he thought we'd actually believe he was a real piglin. And the cherry on top is this quote-unquote piglin gives the runner obsidian and ender pearls in one single trade. So, after getting a bunch of items from this very real piglin, just like a normal speedrunner would, this runner decides to quickly build another portal and head back towards the overworld. And to the runner's credit, he actually seems to locate the very position of the stronghold very quickly. But this is very suspicious considering not only did the runner not use triangulation, but he hasn't even crafted a single Eye of Ender with his pearls. Well, to explain how the runner somehow pulled this off, let's take a listen into his audio.
Jack sent a message. The stronghold is at 7,215. 80 minus 2,585.
This speedrunner clearly receives some sort of message, my guess from the person who's helped him throughout the entire run, who gave him the exact 3 coordinates of the strongholds. And now it's pretty obvious how he located it without throwing any Eyes of Ender. So, the runner finds the correct position, digs down, and falls into the strongholds. And giving the speedrunner the benefit of the doubt, you actually do see him get the achievement for entering into it. But at this point, I don't even think the runner cares about hiding his cheating, because you can clearly see the runner start typing a /teleport command, and the speedrunner's friend, who didn't even bother to change his skin, teleports into the stronghold and starts leading him to the end portal room. Bro, at least use an invisible potion or something. So, the runner quickly enters the end portal room, but he ends up making a huge mistake. Because right before the runner is about to finish the portal, he accidentally throws his last Eye of Ender instead of placing it in the last frame. And being his last eye, he now has no way of lighting the portal and spawning into the end. Well, that's until this happens. That's right, his friend not only just lit the end portal with flint and steel, but you can literally see the empty end frame without a single Eye of Ender in it. So how in the world they managed to pull this off, I have less than zero idea. So, after somehow lighting the portal, the speedrunner jumps in, and here's where things just get hilarious. Because instead of spawning on an obsidian platform like in a real Minecraft speedrun, this speedrunner spawns directly on the surface. And when he turns around, he finds a player standing right in front of him, very clearly the same one we saw in the Nether. But not only that, because this player is holding a Rubik's Cube? Since when were these added into Minecraft? Well, this player starts to type in chat, explaining that for the runner to finish the speedrun, he must actually solve the Rubik's Cube. You gotta be kidding me. Well, this player throws the Rubik's Cube directly to the speedrunner, and he actually starts trying to solve it. But unfortunately, this speedrunner must not know how to do it, because he literally gets so angry that he throws the Rubik's Cube off the map. And because the runner didn't complete it, this player actually kills him, and the speedrun just ends there. This next speedrun begins with the runner immediately locating a nearby shipwreck. And while the shipwreck itself is not suspicious at all, the runner actually just cheated. However, it doesn't have anything to do with the runner's inventory, as he is selecting the very first slot. And it also isn't the runner's spawn, as he is facing completely straight. But it actually has to do with this speedrunner's world generation. Because if you look closely at the runner's home screen, you can clearly see that he's playing in Minecraft 1.12. The problem is, shipwrecks were not released into Minecraft until the aquatic update in version 1.13. This actually means the footage of him generating his world and the footage of his spawn are clips from 2 completely different versions, and the runner has just cheated by cutting his video. And this could mean the runner is actually using a set seed, so keep it in mind for later. So, after locating a nearby shipwreck, the speedrun begins with the runner collecting wood from a nearby tree, mining some cobblestone to create a couple of tools, and making his way to the nearby shipwreck. But as the speedrunner is swimming towards it, did you catch that? At this frame, you can actually see the runner mysteriously loses 3 bars of hunger. The only explanation for this is that there is yet another cut in the recording, which will make more sense in a few seconds. So, the runner enters the shipwreck, and surprisingly, all 3 chests contain loot that is 100% normal. So why would the speedrunner cut his footage just a few seconds ago? Well, that's because the runner then finds a 4th chest, and this is clearly impossible, as shipwrecks can only spawn with a maximum of 3 chests. So, the runner clearly cut his footage so he could go off camera, place an extra chest in this shipwreck, and try to pretend that nothing happened. So, the runner goes to open the 4th chest, and it actually looks fairly normal, as the runner finds some iron ingots, carrots, and wood planks, all standard items. But the runner also finds this single block of obsidian, and while it may look fairly innocent on the surface, it's actually impossible for obsidian to spawn in a shipwreck chest. So it's pretty obvious he placed this in the chest off camera. So, after collecting all the loot from the shipwreck, the runner then begins his search for a ruined portal, and to my surprise, he actually locates it extremely quickly, which to be honest, is very suspicious. Well, do you remember at the very beginning of the speedrun when the runner faked his world generation and potentially used a set seed? Well, let's take a listen to his audio.
And next to the village, there's a ruined portal.
If you couldn't tell, the runner is clearly watching some sort of video of a Minecraft seed that has a ruins portal, which explains how he was able to locate it so fast and confirms he's using a set seed. So the runner locates the ruined portal, and here's where things get even more fake. Because even with the extra block of obsidian he found in the fake shipwreck chest, the runner ends up being just 2 blocks short of completing the portal. Well, after looting the chest and collecting some extra wood for later in the run, when the speedrunner opens up his inventory, he magically has the exact 2 pieces of obsidian that he needs. But let's rewind the footage and see what actually happened. Because if you pause the footage at this singular frame, you can actually spot a very well hidden pressure plate on this stone block. And if you play the footage, you can actually see the runner steps on it at this moment. But even with the pressure plate, how does that explain the runner collecting 2 pieces of obsidian? Well, if you go back just a little further and pause the footage at this frame, you can clearly see a dropper floating high in the sky where we can't notice it. But not only that, because you can also literally see redstone somehow magically floating in the air, providing power straight to this dropper. So if you couldn't tell, this pressure plate clearly activates the dropper, and when the runner activated it, 2 pieces of obsidian were dropped into his inventory. But my question is, how the heck did the runner manage to make the redstone float? So, after collecting 2 more pieces of obsidian from the floating dropper, the runner quickly completes the portal and spawns into the nether. Now, you probably didn't even notice it, but the speedrunner has actually just cheated once again. No, it's not the runner's inventory, as we can clearly see he has all normal items. And it isn't his game mode either, as the runner is still in survival. But if you look into the top right corner of the screen, the runner has somehow acquired a fire resistance potion, even though we clearly saw he didn't have a single one anywhere in his inventory. Well, as soon as the runner spawns in, take a good look into the bottom left corner of the screen, where you can see the faintest message of a command to give the player a potion effect. And not only does this prove the runner cut his footage while he was spawning into the nether, but this command actually proves the runner has cheats enabled, something that is clearly banned from a Minecraft speedrun. So, with a fire resistance effect applied, when the runner finally locates a fortress and starts to fight the blazes, it's very easy for him to fight them without taking damage. But let's slow down a bit, because believe it or not, the way the runner located this fortress was yet another example of cheating. Because if you play the footage, it appears as though the runner is traveling in a very specific direction, which seems slightly suspicious. Well, if you pause the footage at this exact frame, you gotta be kidding me. you can clearly see the most obvious shape of an arrow in the ground, pointing the speedrunner in the exact direction of the fortress. And the funniest part is that soul sand can't even spawn naturally at this height, meaning the runner literally just built this off camera. So, after locating the fortress with the world's most obvious arrow, the runner starts fighting the blazes and collects a couple of rods. And for the first time all speedrun, I can finally say things are actually normal, because the runner collects 7 blaze rods without a single bit of suspicious activity. But when the runner goes to check his inventory, what in the world? The runner literally has the most insane amount of blaze rods that I've seen in a Minecraft speedrun. And what's even funnier is the runner literally has so many rods that he starts getting rid of some of them to make space in his inventory. And I have absolutely zero idea how the runner pulled this off. So, the runner grabs some extra loot from a chest and starts to search for a nearby bastion. Now, you're probably expecting the runner to use some sort of arrow to point to the bastion just like he did a few minutes ago. But that actually couldn't be farther from the truth. Because instead of finding an arrow, the runner finds the Bastion Tunnel? Is this a new update that I forgot about? Well, the runner opens the door to the Bastion Tunnel, where he starts following a very long path heading straight towards the Bastion. But someone must have pranked the speedrunner, because instead of the tunnel leading directly to a bastion, it actually leads straight into a lava pool. And the runner literally dies in the speedrun. I guess that's what he deserves for cheating so terribly. Well, after the runner dies, he must be too tired to locate his nether portal again, so there is literally the world's most obvious cut, and the runner is now back in the nether with every single one of his items back in his inventory. That wasn't suspicious at all. So, after getting pranked and literally dying during the speedrun, the runner finally does something legitimate by locating a bastion using the number of entities on the F3 menu. And after locating the bastion, the runner continues to do things normally by collecting some gold blocks, turning them into ingots, where he begins to search for some piglins. But unfortunately for the speedrunner, he doesn't seem to find a single piglin anywhere in the bastion. And this is incredibly weird considering piglins will always spawn in a bastion. Well, after realizing there isn't a single piglin anywhere in the bastion, the runner does something absolutely insane, because he starts explaining in chat that there's a new Minecraft update where you can actually spawn piglins if you rename a wooden axe to piglin spawner? Okay, who is this guy fooling? This clearly won't work. Well, the runner must think this is actually real, because he actually places down an anvil and renames a wooden axe to piglin spawner. Alright, come on, this is clearly not a real Minecraft feature. Oh my gosh. Let me replay that in slow motion. The runner actually summoned a piglin out of thin air using a piglin spawner. This isn't actually a real feature, right? Well, after somehow summoning a piglin with a renamed wooden axe, the runner grabs some gold from his inventory and starts to make trades with it. And I guess I'll give the runner some credit, as every single trade that he gets is completely normal. And he collects 12 ender pearls and 10 pieces of obsidian very normally. But the speedrunner makes a huge mistake when building his nether portal to head back towards the overworlds, because he accidentally misplaces one of the blocks while building the portal. And because the runner doesn't have a diamond pickaxe, there is no way for him to mine this piece of obsidian and place it in the correct spot. Well, this is when the runner has the genius idea of quote-unquote fixing the portal with an acacia log. Okay, I've seen some crazy things in speedruns before, but I've never seen someone fix a portal with a block of wood. Well, the runner still decides to place this block in the portal, and when he goes to light it, oh my gosh. Every single frame in the portal actually lights except for the one touching the log. And I gotta be honest, I have zero idea how the runner managed to pull this off. So, after somehow lighting the portal, the runner spawns back into the overworlds, where he quickly crafts his Eyes of Ender. And using the process of triangulation, the runner begins to locate the position of the strongholds. But if you watch the footage carefully, you'll actually notice the runner starts running in the exact opposite direction, which is incredibly weird weird, considering the Eye of Ender will always point towards the direction of the strongholds. Well, following the other direction, the runner quickly locates a nearby village. But there's something incredibly strange about this village, because in the direct center of it, the runner finds this very strange looking structure that clearly doesn't spawn naturally. And when the runner goes up the stairs to see what it is, he finds a huge tunnel that leads directly to the strongholds. I can't take this anymore. So, the runner falls down into the stronghold, where giving him credit, he locates the end portal room fairly normally, and the runner quickly lights the portal and spawns into the end. And honestly, when he spawns in, everything looks to be pretty normal. As the runner is in survival mode, he has completely normal items in his inventory, and the dragon still has full health. But even though it clearly shows that the Ender Dragon is still alive and well, when the runner goes to the surface, there literally is not a single Ender Dragon to be found. And after noticing this, the runner then decides to do one of the craziest things I've literally ever seen, because he makes his way towards the center of the end, where he randomly decides to pull out flint and steel, where he somehow lights the exit portal and completes the speedrun. If someone could explain how the runner did that, that would be very helpful. This next speedrun begins with the runner immediately locating a shipwreck, where he starts off the run by collecting some wood, crafting a few tools, and making his way towards the boat. But as the speedrunner is moving towards it, he randomly collects a flint and steel in his inventory, even though we clearly saw him never get this anywhere in the speedrun. Well, let's slow down the footage and take a closer look at this pig. To start, it's moving incredibly suspiciously, far differently than how a normal pig moves around. And secondly, as the speedrunner is running by, you can actually see this very pig throw a flint and steel at the speedrunner. Like we've seen in countless of speedruns, this player is on a multiplayer server where his friend is using a morph mod pretending to be a pig. Both things that are obviously not allowed in a speedrun. So, the runner enters the shipwreck, where giving him the benefit of the doubt, all three chests appear to contain pretty normal items. But in the top corner of the second shipwreck chest, there's actually one piece of obsidian, which is an item that can't spawn in shipwreck chests. And while it may appear to be innocent, remember this for later in the run. So, after collecting all the loot from the shipwreck, the runner begins to search for a ruins portal to hopefully travel to the nether, where suddenly, the runner starts digging down, where he falls directly into a ruins portal room. But hold on, that's literally impossible. There's no way the runner could have known to dig down at this random block. Well, let's rewind the footage and see what really happened. If you take a very close look at this tree, do you notice how it's different from every single other tree in the area? Well, that's because this tree is actually a spruce tree, while the rest are oak and birch trees. And the problem is, spruce trees can only spawn in cold biomes like a taiga, which the runner is clearly not located in. It's pretty obvious the runner built the wrong tree off camera to remind him the exact position the ruins portal was located. So, the runner locates the ruins portal, where he goes to loot the ruins portal chest, where he finds some pretty standard items. A golden helmet, a few obsidian, a vehicle crate. Wait, what? This will make more sense in a few seconds. Well, with the single block of obsidian he got from the shipwreck chest and the flint and steel from the pig, he's able to complete the portal and spawn into the nether, where he places down the vehicle crate he got a few seconds ago, and out spawns an actual car that the speedrunner actually hops into and starts driving around the nether. I've officially seen it all in Minecraft speedruns. So, with a literal car in Minecraft, it's pretty easy for the runner to travel through the nether and locate the fortress, where they immediately locate a blaze spawner. But as the runner is killing some of the blazes, move your focus towards this singular blaze, who seems to be moving awfully suspicious and far different than how a real blaze is supposed to move. Well, as the runner is fighting the rest of the blazes, you'll actually notice this blaze starts dropping multiple blaze rods, even though the runner clearly didn't kill it. If you haven't caught on, this isn't actually a real blaze, but a player again using a morph mod, likely the same one we saw pretending to be a pig earlier in the run. So, after fighting a few more blazes, the runner collects all the rods that he needs and starts to look for a bastion. But on his way, the runner comes across a full-blown obstacle course? Is this a new Minecraft feature? Well, the runner moves towards the obstacle course, where a player flies on screen typing in chat, "Welcome to the Minecraft obstacle course. Complete the course and you'll be teleported straight to a bastion." Well, the runner enters the course, where he comes across some of Minecraft's most impossible jumps. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, he's actually doing pretty good so far. Okay, there's no way he actually makes this jump. Oh my gosh, he's doing insane.
5 minutes later.
So, the runner finally completes the obstacle course, where as promised, is teleported directly in front of a bastion, where he immediately locates a few gold blocks, crafts some ingots, and finds a group of nearby piglins to trade with. Now, you're probably thinking that the runner got extremely lucky, as he manages to get 16 ender pearls almost immediately from the piglins. But let's actually take a closer look, because this part of the speedrun is completely fake. Watch, as the runner is trading with the piglins, he gets this huge stack of pearls that seems to be coming from inside of this wall. Now, I was extremely close to letting this slide, thinking it was simply a visual glitch, until at this part of the speedrun, you can actually see this piece of blackstone actually move. If you haven't caught on, this is not actually a real block, but the exact same player we've seen throughout the run morphing into a piece of blackstone. So, after collecting all the pearls that he needs, a normal speedrunner would build a nether portal and head back to the overworld. The only problem is, this speedrunner is just one block short of being able to create a nether portal. Well, as the speedrunner is frantically running around the nether thinking of what to do, he comes across the overworld house. Did I miss an update? Well, the runner enters the overworld house, but unfortunately, the chest inside is completely empty. But on the wall of this innocent house is a single lever, and when the runner clicks it, it reveals a hole that actually reveals the overworld. And I don't even want to know how, but the runner walks straight through into the overworld. I'm just as confused as you are. So, after entering the overworld without a nether portal, the runner crafts his Eyes of Ender and locates the exact position of the stronghold using a popular technique known as triangulation. But as the runner is digging down towards the stronghold, he digs straight into a lava pool. This guy is so bad at cheating. So, as soon as the runner falls into the lava, he pauses his game immediately so he can think. But I didn't expect him to change tabs from Minecraft to Roblox in the middle of his speedrun. You have to be joking. Well, after literally playing another game for 30 minutes, the runner finally returns to Minecraft. But somehow, even though the runner is still in lava, he isn't taking any damage. Well, if you look into the top right corner of the screen, you'll actually notice the runner has acquired a fire resistance potion, which is literally impossible, as if we rewind the footage to before he started playing Roblox, he clearly didn't have this potion effect at all. It's pretty obvious while the runner was playing Roblox, he went off camera and got a fire resistance potion so he wouldn't die. So, after digging into lava, the runner finally breaks into the stronghold, where he locates the end portal room. The only problem is, the runner only has 9 Eyes of Ender left after wasting too many looking for the end portal room, which is a problem as you need 12 Eyes of Ender to complete an end portal. Well, the runner still decides to start filling in the portal, where he goes to place his final eye, and when he places it, the portal actually lights. But this is literally the most cursed end portal I've ever seen, and honestly, I don't even know what I'm looking at here. We're just gonna move past it. So, the runner enters the portal, spawns into the end, where something incredibly weird has happened. If you look closely, you'll notice that the Ender Dragon doesn't have a health bar, meaning he's already been killed. And when the runner goes to the surface, he can't seem to find the Ender Dragon. Well, I might have spoken too soon, because you have to be kidding me. At this point, I don't even care that it's fake. This is too hilarious. So, the runner literally starts fighting the quote-unquote Ender Dragon, where he kills it and easily finishes the speedrun. This next speedrun begins with the runner spawning inside a desert temple. And while technically, I guess this isn't impossible, after literally literally asking ChatGPT, this has less than a 0.01% chance of happening. Either way, the speedrun begins with the runner collecting some wood nearby, crafting himself a couple of tools, and entering the desert pyramid. But as the runner is digging down, did you catch that? At this part of the footage, there's a very subtle cut where two items in the runner's inventory switch places. So, when the runner finds obsidian in the very first pyramid chest, an item that can't naturally spawn there, it's pretty obvious the runner cut the footage so he could go off camera and place it in this chest. So, after collecting some suspicious loot from the first chest, the other three chests luckily seem fairly normal. However, instead of leaving the pyramid after looting his fourth chest, he instead decides to start digging in a random tunnel, where he then finds a second desert pyramid. But hold on, let's rewind the footage to earlier in the run, where we can clearly see there's only one desert pyramid in this entire area. So I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea how that just happened. So, the runner enters the second desert pyramid, where he starts looting the chests inside. And thankfully, the first three chests that he loots contain completely normal stuff. And in the fourth chest, on the surface, it also appears as though it's completely normal. However, it's actually impossible for a redstone torch to spawn here. So not only is this chest completely fake, but remember this redstone torch for later in the run. So, after looting two desert pyramids, the runner makes his way out towards a nearby village. And at a first glance, this village thankfully looks to be pretty normal. He loots a few chests, kills the iron golem, and collects a couple of beds, all very normal things in a speedrun. However, the runner then comes across a very strange looking village house, which looks to be slightly different than the rest of the village. If you couldn't tell, this is actually a village house from a taiga, when the runner is clearly in a plains biome village, which means the runner pasted this structure himself off camera. So, the runner enters this misplaced house, and to nobody's surprise, finds some of the strangest items I've ever seen. 47 pieces of bread, some cherry doors, a full set of leather armor, a pufferfish thrower. Wait, what? That is the goofiest weapon I've ever seen. So, after destroying an entire village with a pufferfish thrower, a normal speedrunner would then start searching for a ruins portal to make their way into the nether. But during his search, the runner comes across this strange pattern on this mountain wall, where if you look very closely, you'll actually notice it makes out the shape of an arrow that's clearly pointing at this block. Well, the runner pulls out the redstone torch he got from earlier in the run, and when he places it on this very block, a secret tunnel is revealed with a ladder going all the way down to a ruins portal. What is it with this guy and tunnels? Well, the runner enters the ruins portal room, where he of course has the exact amount of obsidian he needs to complete the portal, which now reveals why there was an obsidian in the chest earlier in the run. So the runner completes the ruin portal, but he's made one critical mistake. Throughout the entire speedrun, he didn't collect a single piece of flint. So how is he supposed to light the portal and head into the nether? Well, out of nowhere, the portal actually lights, even though we clearly saw the speedrunner didn't touch it at all. Well, let's actually take a closer look at this part of the footage. If you look into the corner of the screen, take a closer look at this wall, where if you look carefully, you can actually see there's another player wearing a skin he thinks blends in with the wall. And just a few seconds later, we can see this very player holding a flint and steel in their hands. These guys aren't fooling anyone. So, the runner goes towards the portal, enters it, and prepares to spawn into the nether. But when they spawn in, they literally spawn in mid-air. Wait, the portal is literally floating. There's not a single piece of obsidian to be found. But that's not all, because the runner jumps from this floating portal directly into a bastion. I'm just not gonna question it. So, the runner enters the bastion, where they locate an iron pickaxe, mine some gold, and start to trade with a group of piglins. However, the you notice that even though the runner doesn't have any gold armor on, the piglins still don't attack back when he breaks the gold blocks? Well, this is only possible if the runner is playing in peaceful mode, a game mode that's clearly not allowed during a competitive speedrun. Well, when the runner goes to change his render distance, he accidentally reveals he's been playing in peaceful mode this entire speedrun. This cheating has gone too far. So, the runner collects his gold blocks, throws them at the piglins, where they start to trade with the speedrunner. And at a first glance, the runner gets some pretty standard items, including ender pearls, obsidian, and even some iron nuggets. But the runner also gets one single item that's incredibly fake. A blaze sword? Is this a new Minecraft feature? This will make more sense very soon. So, the runner continues to trade with piglins, where he eventually collects 16 ender pearls and 12 obsidian, where they then make their way towards a nearby fortress. However, when they enter the fortress, you'll notice they seem to locate the blaze spawner suspiciously quickly. Well, if you look extremely closely, you'll actually notice this strange path of string on the floor. And if you play the footage, the runner followed this string all the way to the blaze spawner room. The problem is, it's pretty obvious string doesn't spawn naturally in a fortress. So, the runner locates the blaze spawner room, and this is when things get crazy. Do you remember when the runner got a blaze sword from this piglin trade? Well, the runner equips it and starts one-shotting every single blaze. That thing is insane. So, with this extremely overpowered blaze sword, the runner pretty quickly collects 7 blaze rods, where they build another portal, light it, and spawn into the overworld, where the runner starts using triangulation, a very popular method of locating the strongholds. But during his search, the runner makes a pit stop at these oak trees, where he starts to mine some of the leaves, likely to collect a couple of apples to help with his hunger. However, instead of normal apples dropping from this tree, out drops a golden apple, which first off, isn't even possible to spawn naturally from a tree, and secondly, I have no idea how the runner just did that. So, with a couple of extra golden apples to help with the ender dragon later, the runner finally locates the stronghold, where he digs down and enters into it. But at this part of the footage, if you look closely into the bottom corner of the screen, you can actually see the faintest message of a player changing their game mode to survival. And suddenly, right after this message, the runner seems to know the exact path to the end portal room. If you couldn't tell, this message clearly revealed there was a cut in the recording where the runner went off camera in spectator mode to locate the end portal room. So, the runner enters the end portal room, but there's just one slight problem. The runner notices he only has 6 eyes of ender after wasting too many looking for the stronghold earlier in the run. And because the end portal requires 12 to be completed, how is the runner supposed to enter into the end? Well, the runner has the strategy of placing an eye of ender in every other frame. And when he places the last eye, what? He creates the most cursed end portal I've ever seen. And somehow, when the runner jumps in, he's actually teleported straight into the end. I'm at a loss for words. So, the runner enters the end, where thankfully, things look normal. He spawns on an obsidian platform, he's still in survival mode, and the dragon is still at full health. However, when the runner travels to the surface, every single end pillar is at ground level, which makes it incredibly easy for the runner to break the crystals. And on top of this, instead of finding a crystal at the last pillar, he instead finds a chest with an enchanted bow and arrows that could last a lifetime. And with this loot, the runner makes pretty quick work of the dragon. This next speedrun begins, and there's already something fake about it. However, it actually has nothing to do with his spawn location, as we can clearly see he's facing straight, his first slot is selected, and the runner is in survival mode. But let's take a very close look at this speedrunner's world generation. Did you catch that? In a real Minecraft speedrun, this box must be filled in edge to edge before you spawn in. However, in this speedrun, you can actually see that the runner spawns in before the gray box is filled. This actually means there was a cut in the recording, and the speedrunner is likely using a set seed. Either way, the rest of the run starts starts off fairly normally, with the runner mining some wood, crafting a few tools, and heading towards a nearby shipwreck. But as the runner is swimming towards it, wait a second, did you see that? There's a single stick that is seemingly floating in the water. And because we can clearly see the runner doesn't have any in his inventory, how this stick is magically floating is something to keep in mind. Well, besides this strange stick, the runner makes his way into the shipwreck, where all 3 chests that he loots are actually completely normal. But while the runner has this chest open, let's take a closer look at his inventory, where the runner has suddenly acquired a potion of fire resistance. Well, because this fire resistance was clearly not in any of the chests, how is it possible that the runner has it in their inventory? Well, let's actually play this part of the footage in slow motion and tell me if you catch it. Did you see it? You can actually see a potion of fire resistance being thrown from the side of the screen, right into the runner's inventory, which was clearly thrown by some other player that is trying to stay hidden. So not only is this fake, but my guess is this hidden player is the one to blame for this floating stick. So the runner collects his loot from the shipwreck chests before making his way towards a nearby village. And all is normal until a runner finds the Rainbow Lucky Block house? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Well, the runner makes his way inside, and I think everybody knows what's about to be in this chest. A single piece of bread from a Rainbow Lucky Block house? What's going on? Well, the runner is clearly angry, so he starts to leave the Lucky Block house. But as he turns to the side, did you see that? The same chest that the runner just found a piece of bread in just a few seconds ago somehow mysteriously opens. And after hearing that, the runner goes back to check it, and the same chest now has some pretty overpowered items, including obsidian, flint and steel, and gold ingots. All items to help the runner in the nether. But how did this chest open on its own? Well, when the runner leaves the Rainbow Lucky Block house, pause the footage at this frame, where you can actually see another player right outside the window of the house. This player is clearly the one who's been assisting the speedrunner throughout the run, but he should have hidden more carefully. So, using his loot from the Lucky Block house, the runner starts to build his nether portal, preparing to head into the nether. But when the runner goes to light it, oh my gosh, this might be the world's most beautiful nether portal. Well, the runner enters this majestic nether portal, but when he spawns into the nether, I'm not gonna lie, things look completely normal. So I guess this portal ran out of all its powers. So, the runner enters the nether, where after collecting some extra wood and fighting a couple mobs, he begins his search for a nether fortress. And the runner has the bright idea of pulling out a compass and trying to follow it to find a fortress. But I don't think this runner realizes that without setting any coordinates, this compass does absolutely nothing. But the runner still quote-unquote follows it till he actually finds a fortress? But wait a second, that's literally impossible. You can clearly see this compass was pointing in random directions. Well, let's rewind the footage and take a very close look at this block of soul sand. To start, it's actually impossible for soul sand to spawn above Y34 in this biome, which means it's actually fake. But secondly, if you play the footage, the block starts moving, and if you pay close attention, you can actually see the runner follow this soul sand's block all the way to the fortress. This moving block is clearly the runner's friend with a morph mod, and he's the one who led him to the fortress, not this compass. So, the runner enters the fortress, but before he starts looking for a blaze spawner, he goes to loot this fortress chest. But hold on a second, did you see what I saw? As the runner is traveling through this hallway, you can actually see this random item frame on the wall. And while I don't see how this could possibly help the speedrunner, it's pretty obvious it can't naturally spawn there, so let's keep it in mind. Well, the runner goes to loot the chest, where he finds some pretty standard items, including flint and steel, a few iron ingots, and even a gold sword. But the runner grabs this singular gold sword, where he runs back towards this strange item frame we just saw. But after placing it in the item frame, a secret door opens up with a passageway that goes all the way to the blaze spawner. And I'll be honest, I have have no idea how the runner did that. So, after locating the blaze spawner through a secret passageway, the runner drinks a potion of fire resistance and starts to fight some of the blazes. But these must be some of the world's strongest blazes, because the runner somehow breaks his gold sword before he's able to kill a single blaze. Which is incredibly odd, because after testing in my own Minecraft worlds, I easily destroyed the blaze with the exact same golden sword. But I guess these blazers are strong for a reason, because instead of dropping just one blaze rod, each blaze drops 3 blaze rods, which is not only triple the amount that can drop naturally, but I have no idea how the runner pulled that off. So, with each blaze dropping 3 rods, the runner only needs to kill a few more before he has enough to leave the fortress. And with that, he makes his way towards a nearby bastion, where if I have to give him credit, he locates it without a single bit of suspicious activity. But this speedrunner must have just downloaded Minecraft, because instead of trying to trade his gold with piglins, he starts throwing his gold at a hoglin? You can't make this up. Well, clearly the hoglin isn't going to trade with this gold. Oh my gosh, he picked up the gold. And not only that, but he gives the runner some pretty good trades, giving him ender pearls, obsidian, and even more fire resistance. How is this possible? Well, hold on a second and let's rewind the footage. Because as the runner is casually mining some gold blocks, take a close look into the top left corner of the screen, where we can clearly see the same friend who's helped the runner throughout the speedrun morph into a hoglin. Is that even a vanilla feature? And after knowing someone else morphed into a hoglin, if you carefully analyze the movement of this hoglin, you can clearly see it's moving unnaturally and not like a real hoglin. Put these two together, and it's pretty obvious this hoglin the runner is trading with is actually the speedrunner's friend, once again using a morph mod. And that explains how he was able to trade with it. So, after getting all the loot that he needs from this quote-unquote hoglin, the runner begins to craft a nether portal. But the runner does something incredibly strange by putting 4 pieces of blackstone around each corner of the portal. And the runner then explains in chat that by adding the blackstone, he has now created a strongholds portal. Well, I'm not sure if I believe it, but either way, the runner lights it and prepares to head into the overworld. Oh my gosh, he actually spawns in directly into the strongholds. I guess he wasn't lying about this strongholds portal. So, the runner enters the strongholds, where after fighting a few mobs and looting a chest, he starts to search for the end portal room. But when the runner turns this corner, he finds the stronghold tour guide, who immediately types in chat asking the runner if he can provide any assistance in the strongholds, which the runner replies, asking for directions to the end portal room. And after agreeing in the chat, this stronghold tour guide leads the runner straight to the end portal. I think I've seen it all. So, the runner enters the end portal room, where he crafts his Eyes of Ender, completes the portal, and spawns into the end. But unfortunately, things just get even more cursed from this point forward. Because while the runner's spawn into the end was completely normal, and his inventory doesn't have any overpowered items, notice how at the top of the screen, there isn't a health bar for the Ender Dragon. In a real Minecraft speedrun, if there is no health bar, it actually means the Ender Dragon has already been killed. But when the runner goes to the surface, he actually does spot the Ender Dragon. So what is going on? Well, this dragon must be glitched, because if you pay attention to his movement, you can literally see that he's stuck in place perching. And when he tries to damage it, the dragon is literally invincible. And after literally trying for 5 minutes straight, the runner can't do a single tick of damage to the Ender Dragon. Well, the runner must have been angry, because after not being able to kill the dragon, they run towards the edge and jump off the map. I'm so confused. This next speedrun begins, and come on, there's already something fake about it. Thankfully, it has nothing to do with this player's generation screen, as we could clearly see his game mode was set to survival. And it wasn't his world generation either, as that looked very standard too. But it actually has everything to do with this player's spawn location. Because when the runner opens his F3 menu, do you notice that? According to his menu, the runner has spawned in a plains biome. However, it's more than obvious that the runner is not in a plains biome, but instead in a savanna biome. Now, I guess it's possible that this is simply some sort of glitch, and the speedrunner is not cheating at all, but I am suspicious that the runner is somehow using a set seed. Either way, the speedrun begins with the runner doing the usual, collecting wood to build a crafting table, making a couple of stone tools, and starting to search for a nearby village. But on his way, what? The runner finds a bonus chest? Okay, first off, we clearly saw the runner had this option disabled in his generation screen, so how in the world did it manage to even spawn here? But secondly, bonus chests in Minecraft always generate at your spawn point, which actually confirms this area where the runner spawned in was not his real spawn point, which could have explained why the biome in the F3 menu was glitched. But finally, the worst part is that this bonus chest contains completely fake items, because apart from apples and wood planks, the runner also finds flint and steel along with 3 blocks of obsidian. And not only is it impossible for these items to spawn in a bonus chest, but remember them for later in the run. So, the speedrun continues with the runner finally locating a village. And immediately, let me know if you're able to spot what's fake about it. That's right, this speedrunner finds a village house that is literally 2 different blacksmiths merged together. Look, this one structure has 2 pools of lava, 2 doors, and 2 different chests. Now, I guess it's technically possible for this to happen naturally, as more than one blacksmith can spawn in a village, and they can spawn this close if they spawn at overlapping borders. But after asking ChatGPT what it thought, the real odds of this happening is 1 in 10,000 villages, which basically means this structure is completely fake. So, after looting the double blacksmith, the speedrunner collects a few beds, gathers a bit of hay, and goes to kill this village's iron golem. Now, I will give this guy credit. Everything about this golem is actually 100% legitimate. And the golem also drops 2 ingots, which is completely standard and nothing out of the ordinary. But did you catch what is fake about this part of the run? I'll play the clip. Did you see that? While the runner is casually attacking this golem, the obsidian in his inventory randomly changed from 3 blocks to 4 blocks. And I don't know how that's possible, because we could clearly see not a single cut in the recording. So while it's obvious this golem was simply a distraction for the runner to cheat, I sadly have no idea how he pulled it off. So, after killing the golem, a normal speedrunner would then begin their search for a ruined portal. And I guess the runner at least has some skill, because that's exactly what he starts doing. But on his way, hold on, did you catch that? As the runner is making his way towards this ruined portal, you can actually see a redstone torch floating in the air. And while it's definitely suspicious, it's technically not helping the runner cheat just yet, so remember it for later. Well, the runner makes his way to the ruined portal, where he loots the ruined portal chest. But despite finding 3 blocks of obsidian in the bonus chest, and somehow getting an extra 1 while fighting the iron golem, the runner still can't light the portal due to this block of crying obsidian in the way. But that's until... what? This piece of crying obsidian is suddenly pushed out the way, which creates the space for the runner to light the portal. How is that possible? Alright, don't worry. I know that was insane, but I managed to figure out how they just cheated. To start, do you remember how we saw a floating redstone torch in the air just a few seconds ago? Well, notice how right before this insane maneuver happens, you can see this redstone torch moving in the background. And I think it's obvious at this point that this redstone torch is being held by an entirely different player, who is using an invisibility potion to hide his identity. But secondly, this redstone torch was actually used to move this crying obsidian out the way, because you'll hear a very obvious piston sound during the exact time this block is moved. So I think it's obvious that this player who is invisible and holding the redstone torch actually built some sort of redstone and piston contraption to move this piece of crying obsidian out the way, also that the runner could light the portal. And while I did manage to catch them cheating, that was still absolutely crazy. So, the runner lights the portal, enters it, and makes his way into the Nether. And despite the countless amount of cheating in the overworld, he starts off his time in the Nether without any weird activity. As he's still in survival mode, he hasn't magically gained a potion of fire resistance, and he immediately begins searching for a Nether fortress. But you gotta be kidding me. The runner finds Minecraft's most overpowered Nether fortress. Why are all of the blocks literally Minecraft's most overpowered pieces? But not only that, because the blazes in this overpowered fortress are lucky block blazes. Alright, hold on. I'm pretty sure a lucky block blaze is not a real type of Minecraft mob. Well, of course. With these being lucky block blazes, they don't just drop your ordinary blaze rods, but instead, they manage to drop rainbow blaze rods. And when the runner places just one single rainbow blaze rod in the table, he finds out it is worth 64 normal blaze rods. Yeah, it's safe to say this fortress was incredibly overpowered. So, after turning one rainbow blaze rod into a full stack of real blaze rods, the next order of business is for the runner to collect ender pearls, where a normal speedrunner would head towards a bastion to get them from piglin trades. But this speedrunner seems to have a slightly different plan, because he makes the strange decision of traveling all the way back to his nether portal and spawning back into the overworld. Very strange. Well, the runner spawns back in, where he seems to be traveling in a very specific direction. And that's when, what? The runner finds a nether biome in the overworld? Alright, hold on. I'm almost certain a nether biome is not even a real type of biome in Minecraft. But secondly, how in the world did this even manage to spawn here naturally? Well, the runner makes his way into the nether biome, where he finds some pretty standard stuff you'd spot in the nether. Pools of lava, nether fossils, and even some piglins who somehow aren't taking any sun damage. But that's not all, because the speedrunner then finds this. An incredibly strange looking portal that isn't anything like I've seen in vanilla Minecraft. Well, the runner is of course curious by this portal, where he decides he's going to light it. And not only does it light with a very strange color, but when he spawns in, you gotta be kidding me. This portal just somehow teleported the runner straight into a bastion. And this speedrunner's friend must have mentioned this portal being in the overworld, because that's the only way he could have known to leave the nether. But my question is this a new type of portal they just added into Minecraft? So, the runner somehow spawns into the bastion, where things seem to be slightly more normal, as the runner crafts an iron pickaxe, collects gold blocks to turn them into ingots, and starts searching for a group of piglins to trade with. And if you aren't paying extremely close attention, it may look like everything that's happening right now is 100% normal, as the runner is throwing his gold at the piglins and getting very standard loot. But do you notice that? Well, in Minecraft, there are two very different types of piglins. A normal piglin, which is the standard and most common type of piglin you're probably familiar with. But the other type of piglin is actually called a piglin brute, which is the type of piglin we see the runner trading with right now. Here's the problem. In Minecraft, it's actually impossible to make trades with piglin brutes, because they simply can't pick up any gold ingots. So how in the world the runner is actually managing to trade with them, I have zero idea. So, after somehow trading with piglin brutes, the runner actually gets some pretty decent luck, collecting 12 pearls fairly quickly, which is about how many a normal speedrunner would collect. But he doesn't get so lucky with the amount of obsidian he gets, because we can clearly see he only has 8, which is obviously not enough to build another portal. Well, I don't know if this guy is new to Minecraft, but he doesn't seem to care about the lack of obsidian, because he decides to leave the bastion. And okay, is this guy serious? There's no way he believes this portal will actually light. He's clearly missing 2 pieces at the bottom. Well, the runner insists on pulling out flint and steel. Huh? Wait, how in the world did this guy actually light the portal? I shouldn't have been making fun of him. That was absolutely insane. So, after somehow lighting an unfinished nether portal, the runner heads back to the overworld. And every single bit of the runner located in the stronghold appears to be 100% normal. He crafts his Eyes of Ender using the items he got from the nether. He throws them in the same way you would using triangulation. And when he drops into the stronghold, he does get the achievement for entering into it. However, there is one incredibly small detail which proves all of it is fake. Because I want you to take a look at the area where the runner started digging down, and you tell me if you notice what isn't real. Now, this is so incredibly hard to notice that I nearly missed it myself. But take a very close look at this specific tree, where if you look ever so slightly, you can see that these leaves are acacia leaves, while the rest are very clearly oak leaves. And so I think it's pretty obvious that the runner replaced the leaves on this specific tree, all to remind him that the stronghold was under that exact area. And you know what? I give him credit, because that was very hard to spot. So, the runner drops into the stronghold, where he quickly locates the end portal room and lights the portal. And while his spawn into the end looks normal, hold on a second. Look at the Ender Dragon's health bar. How in the world is it already decreasing? The runner literally just spawned into the end, and it's obvious he's not doing any damage to it. And on top of that, when he goes to the surface, he somehow sees the dragon taking damage when nobody is attacking him. Now, do you remember near the very beginning of the speedrun when we realized there was another player in the world? Well, when the runner goes to the surface, let's take a close look at this obsidian pillar, where if you look towards the top, you can literally see another player trying to blend in with the pillar while wearing an obsidian skin. And he's also holding a bow in his hands, which confirms the reason this dragon was taking damage out of thin air was because this player was using his bow and shooting arrows at it. And with two different people attacking one single dragon, it's pretty obvious they take care of him pretty quickly. This next speedrun begins, and while everything may look normal, there is one super tiny detail which actually proves the spawn is completely fake. And it's not the obvious, as the runner is clearly in survival mode. And it's also not the position of his spawn, as the runner is facing perfectly straight in parallel with the surrounding blocks. But to figure out what is fake about this spawn, we need to take a closer look at when the runner was generating his world. Because as he was adjusting the render distance of his game, take a closer look at this setting, his FPS, where you can clearly see he has it set to a max of 200 frames. However, when the runner spawns into Minecraft, you can quite clearly see his game is running at well over this limit. And this small detail actually confirms that the footage of him generating the world and the footage of his spawn are literally two different clips. And not only did the runner edit together his footage, I am extremely suspicious that this speedrunner is using a set seed. Well, apart from the very odd spawn, I guess the rest of the run looks pretty normal, as the runner is still in survival mode, and he doesn't spawn in with a single item anywhere in his inventory. But out of nowhere, the runner jumps into the water and starts mining this very specific block. Okay, what is this guy doing? Why is he mining this block? Oh my gosh. The speedrunner manages to locate a buried treasure under the exact block he mined. But hold on a second. How did the runner know a buried treasure was under this very block? Because the only way to locate one without a map is to use a process involving the Minecraft pie chart, something we clearly saw the runner did not use. So how is this possible? Well, this is the leaderboard on the actual speedrun.com website for 1.16 random seed. And if we take a closer look at rank number 1, the fastest Minecraft speedrun ever recorded, I want you to tell me if you notice what is suspicious about it. To start, both the speedrunner and this world record time spawn in the exact same location. And look, they both mined this block in the exact same place. And the chest contains the exact same loot. So as you have probably gathered by now, this speedrunner is literally literally playing on the same seed as the fastest run ever recorded. And not only does this confirm that the runner is playing on a set seed, something that is banned from any real speedrun attempt, but now it makes sense why the runner had to cut his footage in the beginning of the speedrun. So, the runner gathers all the loot from the treasure chest, where he mines some wood, crafts himself a few tools, and begins to search for a nearby village. And at a first glance, it may look like this speedrunner located the village without a bit of suspicious activity, as the village itself looks 100% normal. But let's rewind the footage, because this speedrunner has cheated once again. Because if you pause the footage at this very frame, do you notice that? If you look up into the sky, you can actually see the shape of an arrow pointing in a very specific direction. And not only is it clear that this arrow pointed the runner in the exact direction the village was located, but I think it's pretty obvious the runner built this himself to remind him which way to travel. And it's hilarious because I bet the runner thought this arrow looked like a cloud and we wouldn't notice. So, after following a very specific path pointed out by an arrow, the runner enters the village, collects some hay, and goes to loot this very chest. Now, I will be completely honest. The loot in this chest is 100% normal, as every single item here can spawn naturally. However, when the runner leaves the village after looting it, am I the only one who noticed that? The runner leaves this house and is now in a completely different type of village. Look, literally 20 seconds ago, the runner was clearly in a plains village, but now he is somehow in a savannah village. And of course, this savannah village conveniently has a ruined portal ready for the runner to use. So the only possible explanation is that the runner made a cut in his recording where he went off camera, found a completely different village which contained a ruined portal, and pretended he was in that village the entire time. So, after collecting a few more beds, the runner makes his way towards the ruined portal in the center of his brand new village. And let's not worry about the loot in the ruined portal chest, as it does appear to be completely normal. But let's instead focus on the fact that this ruined portal has one piece of crying obsidian in it. And this is a big problem for the speedrunner, as a ruined portal cannot light if there is crying obsidian in the way. Well, this is when out of nowhere, a random Minecraft intro starts playing. Isn't an intro supposed to be at the start of a video? And hold on a second, this guy forgot to put his name in the intro. It's literally unfinished. Alright, this is actually hilarious. Well, after that random intro stops playing, the runner returns to the speedrun, where he lights the portal. Hold on a second. Where did the piece of crying obsidian go that we quite literally saw in the portal just a few seconds ago? Well, as you may have guessed by now, this hilarious Minecraft intro was actually a way for the runner to cheat yet again. Because while the intro was playing, this speedrunner was clearly off camera, removing the piece of crying obsidian and replacing it with normal obsidian. And while I did manage to catch him cheating, that intro was hilarious. So, the runner lights the portal and finally makes his way into the nether. And just a couple of seconds after the runner spawns in, he manages to locate a nether fortress. And while the fortress itself is actually pretty normal, this speedrunner cheated again. Because let's take a very close look at his inventory before the runner spawned into the nether. Got it? Well, the runner spawns in, and now take a closer look at his inventory. No, it's not actually any of the items in his inventory that is suspicious, but actually the specific slot he's selecting. Because before the runner spawned in, we clearly saw he was selecting the second slot. But after the runner spawned in, he's now magically selecting the 8th slot. And because it is impossible to change inventory slots when teleporting between dimensions, this reveals that the runner has made yet another cut in his recording, which is likely the reason he was able to locate a fortress so quickly after spawning in. So, the runner enters the fortress, where he loots a chest, drinks a potion of fire resistance, and starts to fight blazes in hopes of collecting blaze rods. But when the runner kills his very first blaze, what? Why did this blaze just drop the world's largest blaze rod? That thing is literally massive. But wait, it's not just the first blaze that does that, but every single blaze in this blaze spawner room drops giant blaze rods. And I guess with these blaze rods being massive, they give the runners 6 pieces of blaze powder per rod, which is literally 3 times the standard amount. That was insane. Well, after only collecting 3 blaze rods, the runner has more than enough powder to continue the run, where he begins his search for a bastion. However, do you remember at the very beginning of the speedrun when we found out this player was actually on a set seed? Well, the runner literally pulls up a website called Bastion Remnant Finder, where he copies the exact set seed he's playing on and locates every single bastion in the entire Minecraft world. And I guess he's given up trying to hide his cheating because he does all of this on camera. So after blatantly cheating and locating the exact coordinates of the bastion, the runner quickly returns to his game, where he opens his F3 menu and runs in the exact direction the website said, where he actually finds a bastion at those coordinates and quickly makes his way inside it, where after collecting some gold blocks and turning them into ingots, he finds a group of nearby piglins and begins to trade with them. But this speedrunner is about to do something so incredibly sneaky. I'm going to play the footage and I want to see if you notice it. Did you catch that? Right before the runner is about to throw his gold at the piglins, the ingots in his inventory somehow jump from 27 to 54. And while this is super obviously fake, how in the world did the runner double his ingots? We could clearly see there wasn't a single cut in his recording. Well, after somehow doubling his ingots, the runner now has double the amount of trades he can get from the piglins. And while he does have a lot of gold to work with, what? The runner collects 16 ender pearls and 20 blocks of obsidian. And I don't even want to do the math on that, but getting this lucky with trades is nearly impossible. Well, maybe the runner didn't actually get lucky, but instead he cheated, because I'll play this footage in very slow motion and see if you can catch it. That's right, when the runner originally opens his inventory, you can clearly see he only has 4 ender pearls and 6 blocks of obsidian. But suddenly, 1 frame later, the runner now has 16 pearls and 20 blocks of obsidian. And not only that, but notice how the runner's background completely changes as well. And both of these factors clearly prove that the runner made a cut in his recording, meaning he didn't actually get extremely lucky from these trades, but instead, he cheated. So, with a bunch of fake items in his inventory, the runner quickly builds another portal and spawns back into the overworld. And after the runner crafts some Eyes of Ender, you're probably expecting him to use the process of triangulation like a real speedrunner would, which is a very popular technique to locate the position of the strongholds. But I don't think there is any way I can prepare you for what is about to happen, because as the runner is casually running through the overworld, what the heck am I looking at? Is that a pyramid made out of the face of Obama? Okay, I've officially seen it all in Minecraft speedruns. Well, the runner makes his way towards this insanely goofy Minecraft structure where he literally finds a door at the front. And to nobody's surprise, the middle of this Obama pyramid features a ladder with a path that goes straight down directly into the strongholds. And trust me, I know this is fake, but I can't even comprehend how in the world this just happened. So, the runner enters the stronghold, and thankfully things appear to be slightly more normal, with the runner looting a stronghold chest and beginning to search for the end portal room. But why is there a random ladder on the wall? Well, the runner is of course curious and decides to make his way up this giant ladder. And when he makes his way all the way to the surface, you gotta be kidding me. He literally finds the end portal room above ground and completely on its own. Can someone please explain how this is even possible? Well, the runner enters the above ground end portal room, lights a portal, and makes his way into the end. And yes, his spawn is 100% normal, but that's about the last real thing in this speedrun. Because when the runner makes his way to the surface, why? Just why? The runner finds the most wish.com looking ender dragon dragon that I've ever seen in Minecraft. And while you may be thinking this is just a joke, when the runner quote-unquote attacks the dragon by breaking one of its blocks, he actually loses half of his health. And when the runner actually manages to kill the dragon by mining his head, the health bar at the top of the screen actually disappears, and the gateway portal suddenly lights on its own. And I am so extremely confused with this entire run, we're just gonna move on. This next speedrun begins, and right off the bat, there's already something completely fake about it. And no, it actually doesn't have anything to do with the runner's loading screen, as we can clearly see he has it set to survival mode. And it isn't even the direction he's facing either, as the runner is perfectly straight and parallel with the surrounding blocks. But hold on a second, we missed something huge, because I'm going to play this clip of his world generation, and I want you to figure out what's fake about it. Did you catch that? Well, to help you out, I'm gonna slow down the footage and see if you can spot it this time. Well, as you can clearly see, the runner initially spawns in wearing a skin that is green. But literally just one frame later, his skin magically changes to orange. And this actually confirms that the speedrunner has made a cut in his recording, which is incredibly suspicious, and remember it for later. So, the speedrun begins, and everything seems pretty ordinary, as the runner collects some wood and crafts some tools, all the normal stuff. But let's see what happens when the runner locates a nearby village. What? Wait, okay, hold on a second. Why in the world is there a giant Mario statue in the middle of this village? Please don't tell me that's the reason why he cut his footage in the beginning of the run. Now, while this is definitely random and extremely hilarious, it's actually a huge distraction for the speedrunner to cheat. Because while it appears as though the runner is simply moving towards the structure to see inside it, take a very close look at this block, where you can actually see a grass pressure plate hidden in the floor. And first off, a grass pressure plate isn't even a real type of pressure plate, so I have no idea how the runner managed to find one. But secondly, as soon as the runner steps over this pressure plate, you can see a command in the chat which gives the runner a bunch of iron and a flint and steel, both crucial items for entering the nether. So I think it's pretty obvious this giant Mario statue was actually one big distraction for the runner to step over this pressure plate and get extra items. But what's even funnier is that when the runner notices these items in his inventory, he makes up one of the world's dumbest excuses.
By the way guys, if you see some extra items in my inventory, my game's just really laggy, so it gives me random items sometimes.
This guy isn't fooling anyone. So, after getting a bunch of extra iron and a flint and steel, the runner collects some beds, gathers some hay, and starts searching for a ruined portal. And to the runner's credit, it appears as though the ruined portal he finds is actually completely normal. But wait a second, because this speedrunner has cheated once again. Because I'm gonna replay this part of the footage, and you tell me what's fake about it. That's right, this speedrunner's skin has once again completely changed, meaning he made another cut in his recording. And I think it's pretty obvious that while the runner was off camera, he simply used a /locate command to find this ruined portal, meaning this part of the footage is completely fake. But my question is, why does this guy have so many different skins? So, the runner locates the ruined portal, where he starts off by going to loot the ruined portal chest. And I know you're expecting the loot in this chest to be completely fake, but that actually isn't the case, as all of the items he finds are actually completely normal. What the heck? The runner finds a jack-o'-lantern catapult? Okay, this isn't a real Minecraft item, is it? Well, of course, the runner wants to test out this item, and oh my gosh, this weapon is absolutely insane. Anyway, after messing around with this crazy weapon, the runner decides to focus by completing the nether portal and making his way into the nether. Now, a normal speedrunner would then make the choice of looking for a fortress or even looking for a bastion, both structures that are crucial in continuing the speedrun. But this guy doesn't even have to decide on which one he goes to first, because he literally finds a bastion that spawns inside the middle of a fortress. What? Now, it is technically possible for a bastion and fortress to spawn close to each other if they generate close to the separation border. But a bastion literally being inside a fortress is something that I think is simply impossible. And how the runner managed to pull this off, I unfortunately have zero idea. Well, the runner makes his way towards this insane generation, where he decides he first wants to enter the bastion. But right away, this speedrunner is up to some very suspicious activity, because after he throws only 4 single pieces of gold, he somehow collects 16 ender pearls. Now, I guess you could argue this is possible, as each gold ingot you throw has the potential to collect 4 pearls, and because the runner threw 4 pieces of gold, it is possible to collect 16 of them. But the odds of this happening are so incredibly low that after I asked ChatGPT, has less than a 0.0000006% chance of happening. Now, I was about to let this slide and just assume this runner was the luckiest man in our galaxy until just a couple of seconds later, where he actually reveals the way that he cheated. Because if you look into the top left corner of the screen at this very frame, you can see that the runner is playing Minecraft with Forge installed, which, if you weren't already aware, is a very popular mod loader for Minecraft. So it's very likely that the reason the runner was able to get incredibly lucky trades from these piglins is because he's actually using a Minecraft mod which changes their drop rates. And because playing with mods that alter the game are clearly banned, this part of the speedrun is incredibly fake. Well, after collecting 16 pearls, a normal runner would then start searching for a fortress. But if you already forgot, this speedrunner found a world where the fortress is literally inside the bastion, so he doesn't have to waste any time searching for one and is already in the fortress. But as soon as the runner starts running around it, there's already something incredibly suspicious, because I want you to take a closer look at the loot in this fortress chest. Now, all of the items in this chest may look fairly normal at a first glance, but take a closer look at this redstone torch. And while it may seem very unimportant, it's actually impossible for this to spawn naturally in a fortress chest. So while this isn't necessarily suspicious now, remember this very redstone torch for later in the run. Well, after the runner loots one more chest and quickly drinks a potion of fire resistance, he starts his search for a blaze spawner room. But that's until... what? The runner finds 5 blaze spawners literally lined up in a row. And while there is technically no limit to the amount of spawners that can generate in a fortress, there is absolutely no way that 5 blaze spawners spawns perfectly in a straight line. So the only explanation is that the runner built this himself off camera. Well, with 5 different blaze spawners, there is a ton of blazes that the speedrunner is ready to kill. And in only about 45 seconds, he's actually able to collect 7 rods, the exact amount a runner would need to continue the speedrun. But here's the problem. When the runner opens his inventory, he realizes that he forgot to collect obsidian in the bastion, meaning he now has no way to travel back to the overworld and continue with the speedrun. Well, this speedrunner doesn't seem to be too worried about it, because as he is casually running throughout the nether, he finds a very strange sign on the wall, which literally only has one single word: magma. Well, I'm not entirely sure what that means, but the runner seems to know what it is and starts running in a very specific direction until they come across this very specific wall, which by the looks of it has a magma block that is very out of place. Now, while this block is very suspicious, how could it possibly help with the speedrun? Well, do you remember back earlier in the run when the speedrunner found a redstone torch in the fortress chest? Well, the runner grabs the torch, and when he goes to place it on this magma block, oh my gosh, a secret door opens up, which reveals a room with a fully built nether portal. And while this is very obviously fake, credit to the runner for however they pulled this off. So, the runner lights the secret room ruins portal, where he finally spawns back into the overworld, where he quickly crafts Eyes of Ender, and you're probably expecting him to use triangulation to locate the strongholds. But instead of throwing his Eyes of Ender right away, he instead decides to place down a crafting table, where he inserts an Eye of Ender and an Ender Pearl into the table, which creates the Stronghold Eye? Was this a part of the new update? Well, after somehow crafting this crazy looking Eye of Ender, when the runner decides to throw it, oh my gosh, he has teleported directly into the strongholds. And while I don't know if this Stronghold Eye is a real item, it's for sure insanely overpowered. Well, after somehow teleporting into the strongholds, the speedrunner wastes no time searching for the end portal room. But somehow, this stronghold doesn't have one, not two, but 3 end portal rooms. Is that even possible? The max amount of end portal rooms that could spawn in a stronghold is only 1. I'm so confused. Well, the runner decides to use the end portal with the most eyes already in place, which of course means he now has the perfect amount he needs to light the portal, where he places his eyes, lights it, and finally jumps into the end, where to my surprise, I guess things seem fairly standard, with the runner still being in survival mode, and he spawns in without any crazy items in his inventory. But unfortunately, those two things are the last normal parts of the speedrun, because he starts explaining in chat that he has somehow acquired god strength, and that killing the Ender Dragon will be super easy. What god strength is this guy yapping about? Well, I guess the runner wants to show off this strength, so he pulls out his fist and makes his way towards the dragon. Alright, this fist is going to do no damage. What? This speedrunner just took half of the dragon's health with one single swing. And just one punch later, the runner actually manages to kill the Ender Dragon. And honestly, this speedrunner must actually have god strength, because I have no idea how he just pulled that off. This next speedrun begins, but there's already something fake about the world generation. No, it isn't his menu, as we can clearly see the runner has his game mode set to survival. And it isn't even the spawn itself, as we can also see the runner is facing perfectly straight. But let's watch closely to what happens when the runner clicks Create New Worlds. Did you catch that? In a real Minecraft speedrun, the number above this gray box will always start at 0%. However, in this speedrun, right after the runner clicks Generate Worlds, the number immediately started at 2%. And this actually confirms that there was some sort of cut in the runner's recording, and it's incredibly likely that he is using a set seed. Well, besides the suspicious world generation, I guess everything else could be seen as normal, with the runner collecting some wood, crafting a few tools, and heading towards a nearby shipwreck. And on the surface, this shipwreck actually appears to be 100% normal, and the runner quickly makes his way inside of it. But the way the runner located this shipwreck was actually completely fake. Because at this part of the footage, take note of this random email notification in the bottom left corner. And while this may seem incredibly ordinary, it's actually how the speedrunner was able to cheat. Because this notification is conveniently in the exact same spot that commands are displayed in Minecraft. And if you play this part of the footage frame by frame, there's actually one single frame where you can see the runner used a /locate command for the shipwreck. So if you couldn't tell, the runner clearly tried using this notification as a way to hide the fact that he used a /locate command for the shipwreck. So, the runner enters the shipwreck, and all 3 chests that he loots actually contain fairly standard items. And after collecting all of his loot, the runner quickly leaves the shipwreck before locating a nearby desert village. But let's watch closely to what happens when the runner first enters this village. I'll play the clip. did you catch that? As the speedrunner is making his way inside of the village, you can actually see this villager teleport places. And this could only be explained by the speedrunner making yet another cut in his recording. So, when the runner opens this village chest and finds fire resistance, which is an item that can't naturally spawn there, it's pretty obvious the runner cut his footage so he could go off camera and place it in the chest himself. But he clearly should have been more careful while cutting his video, as I think it's pretty obvious villagers can't teleport. So, after collecting some beds and gathering some hay to craft bread, the runner quickly makes his way to a nearby ruins portal. And honestly, the loot in this ruin portal chest is actually completely normal, and the runner completes the portal without any issues. However, when the speedrunner goes to open his inventory, he realizes that he's forgot to grab a piece of flint, meaning he can't craft flint and steel and therefore can't light the portal. And to add on, the runner is currently in a desert biome, a biome where it's actually pretty rare to find gravel blocks. Well, the runner starts mining this random stone brick, and what? A single flint somehow pops out of this block. And if you didn't already know, flint can actually only spawn naturally inside blocks of gravel. So I have absolutely zero idea how the runner just got some from a stone brick. Well, after somehow collecting a piece of flint, the runner quickly crafts flint and steel, lights the portal, and spawns into the nether, where this speedrunner gets incredibly lucky, literally spawning in blocks away from a bastion. But hold on a second, there's one very obvious detail about his spawn into the nether that reveals he's cheated yet again. Because right before the runner entered the nether portal, you can clearly see he's holding his axe in his left hand, and the flint and steel he used to light the portal in his right hand. However, immediately after the runner spawns in, the axe is in his right hand, and the flint and steel is in the left hand, which is completely opposite of what he had in the overworld. And because it's clearly impossible to change hands while spawning into a new dimension, I think it's very clear that the speedrunner has cut his footage. And it's very likely that he actually went off camera and built an entirely new nether portal, all to make it look like he spawned right in front of this bastion. So, the runner enters the bastion, and after the usual of mining some gold and crafting some ingots, the runner starts to trade with piglins just like any normal speedrunner would. But unlike a normal speedrunner, this player actually gets dream level luck with his trades, because with only 32 gold ingots, he manages to collect 12 ender pearls and 10 pieces of obsidian. And with each of these items having an incredibly low chance of being traded, this part of the speedrun is definitely suspicious. Well, let's take a closer look at this speedrunner's fist. Do you notice it? Well, if you rewind the footage to right before the speedrunner started throwing his gold, you can very clearly see that this speedrunner's hand is very thick, clearly showing us that he's using the wide skin option. However, just a couple of seconds later, if you look at the very same fist, it's now much skinnier and clearly the slim version of the skin. And because it's actually impossible to change your skin mid-game, this reveals the runner has made yet another cut in his recording. And it's pretty obvious that while the speedrunner was off camera, he went into his game files and changed the loot drops of these piglins. And now it makes sense how he was able to get a bunch of overpowered trades from them. So, the runner leaves the bastion and begins to search for a nether fortress. But as the runner is casually traveling throughout the nether, do you notice that? At this part of the footage, we can clearly see that the speedrunner is in a soul sand valley biome. And this of course means that most of the blocks that he runs on are going to be soul sand. But somehow, despite walking directly on top of soul sand blocks, this speedrunner's speed is completely normal, which is basically impossible, as soul sand will always slow you down when you're running on it. And to add on, this speedrunner doesn't have a single potion or wearing any armor with enchantments, so how in the world is he sprinting directly on soul sand? But things don't stop there, because at this part of the footage, the runner literally walks straight through fire, and even though he doesn't have a single potion of fire resistance, he somehow doesn't take a single lick of of damage. And I'll be honest, I have no idea how the runner is defying multiple Minecraft rules. So, after some sorcery in the Soul Sand Valley, the runner eventually locates a nether fortress. But what in the world? This might be the world's most overpowered nether fortress. This can't be a part of the new update, right? Well, the runner makes his way inside of the Amethyst fortress, and after he drinks his potion of fire resistance, things couldn't get more overpowered. Because every single one of the blazes are somehow made completely of emeralds. And you guessed it, when the runner goes to kill one, he drops emeralds for the speedrunner. This is absolutely insane. Now, while this fortress is clearly insanely overpowered, it actually gives the speedrunner one massive problem. Because due to the fact that these blazes only drop emeralds, how is the runner supposed to get blaze rods? Well, the runner makes his way up to a nearby zombie pigman, and when he clicks on it, what? First off, the zombie pigmen having a trade menu is quite simply impossible, as villagers are the only mob in Minecraft who can do this. But secondly, this zombie pigman is offering the speedrunner the exact trade that he needs, giving one blaze rod for every emerald he gives. And of course, because the runner collected 7 emeralds from the emeralds blazes, he now has the exact amount of blaze rods he needs to complete the speedrun. How is this possible? So, with 12 ender pearls and 7 blaze rods, the runner quickly starts building his nether portal and spawns back into the overworld, where a normal speedrunner would craft his eyes of ender and use a process of triangulation to locate the position of the stronghold. But this speedrunner decides to not only skip crafting any eyes of ender, but he instead heads straight to a nearby village. Interesting. So, the runner enters the village, and it may look like he's simply collecting some extra beds for later in the speedrun. But just watch this part of the footage. Am I seeing things? While the runner goes to mine some extra wood, when he turns around, he finds a random end portal in the middle of a village. And not only is it clearly impossible for an end portal to spawn here, but literally 5 seconds ago, this exact same area was completely empty. And if you play the clip, the speedrunner doesn't make a single cut anywhere in his recording. So how this end portal just magically appeared? Sadly, I couldn't tell you. So, the runner lights this village end portal where he spawns into the end, and things honestly look pretty standard. He doesn't have any weird items in his inventory, and the ender dragon is still at full health. But if you look into the top right corner of the screen, you'll notice the speedrunner has randomly decided to add in a face cam, which is very bizarre, considering he hasn't used one all speedrun. Anyway, the runner begins his time in the end by building over to the surface, where he starts to break a few of the crystals. But as the runner is shooting arrows at the ender dragon, did you catch that? Even though this is a completely standard bow without a single enchantment, his bow is doing an insane amount of damage. Far more damage than what a bow should normally do in Minecraft. Well, just a couple of seconds later, after doing an insane amount of damage to the dragon, the speedrunner accidentally opens his chat for a brief second, where he actually reveals a single command that he typed in, which gave the runner a strength effect. And if you remember the speedrunner randomly adding in this face cam as soon as he got into the end, it's pretty obvious he did this as a way to hide the fact that he has a strength effect in the top right corner. Well, with an insanely strong strength effect applied and some pretty decent aim with his bow and arrow, the speedrunner quickly destroys the what? He literally gets launched into the air and dies to fall damage. I guess that's what he deserves for cheating. This next speedrun begins, and immediately, there's already something fake about it. First off, it isn't the speedrunner's spawn, as he is facing perfectly straight, and it doesn't have anything to do with this hotbar, as he is selecting the very first slot and in survival mode. But let's watch closely to what happens when the runner generates his worlds. I'll play the clip. If you look extremely closely, you'll actually notice the runner's mouse jumps places right after he clicks Generate World, which actually reveals the runner has made a cut in his recording and is potentially using a set seed off camera. Either way, the run starts out with the speedrunner collecting some stone, crafting himself a stone axe and stone pickaxe, before making his way towards a nearby village. And after collecting a few beds and gathering some hay, the runner goes to kill the village's iron golem. Now, I'm going to play this part of the speedrun, and I want you to tell me if you notice what's fake about it. Did you catch that? When the runner kills the iron golem and opens his inventory, he clearly only gets 2 iron ingots. However, literally 2 seconds later, when he opens up his inventory once again, he now somehow has 3 iron ingots. And I'll play the footage in super slow motion. There is not a single cut anywhere in this part of the recording. Now, it may seem pretty irrelevant that the runner only got 1 extra iron ingot. However, remember this trick that the runner somehow pulled off because he's gonna use it later. So, after somehow getting 3 ingots and collecting a bit of extra loot from the village, a normal speedrunner would then begin searching for a ruined portal. However, instead of running out of the village and beginning a search, this speedrunner oddly decides to dig down at this exact block. And somehow, after just a couple of seconds, he drops directly into a ruined portal room. But hold on a second, you probably missed it, but there's one detail which actually proves this part of the speedrun is completely fake. Because if you take a closer look into the left corner of the screen, you'll actually notice this single campfire. And while that may look irrelevant, a campfire can actually only spawn in 2 types of villages: taiga villages and snowy villages. And because the runner is clearly in a savanna village, it's literally impossible for this campfire to spawn here naturally. So if you couldn't tell, this campfire was clearly placed by the runner off camera, and he did this to remind him a ruined portal was located under these very blocks. And to add on, the only way he would have known a ruined portal was under this village is if the runner was using a set seed, which now explains why he faked his world generation at the start of the speedrun. So, the runner digs down, enters the ruined portal room, where he goes to loot the ruined portal chest. And while all of the loot in this chest could spawn here naturally, he does get a suspicious amount of very good items, including the exact amount of obsidian he needs to complete the portal. However, it's not the items in the chest that are fake, but actually the chest itself. Because right as the runner fell down into the room, notice how the lock of the chest is facing directly towards him. However, right before the runner opens the chest, this lock is now facing to the right. So, this actually proves the runner made yet another cut in his recording, and he actually placed an entirely different chest off camera. But unfortunately, the runner placed this new chest in the wrong direction, and the lock revealed that he cheated. So, the runner grabs all of his loot from the chest, completes the nether portal, and spawns into the nether. Now, there's actually one detail which reveals his spawn is completely fake. And no, it's not his game mode, as the runner is still in survival, and it isn't the direction he's facing, as he's facing the exact same way as he did in the overworld. But let's take a very close look at the wooden axe in the runner's inventory, because before the runner spawned into the nether, we can clearly see its durability was in the green range. However, when the runner spawned into the nether, this same pickaxe is now in the red range. And this actually proves the runner cut his footage once again, and he must have been using this wooden pickaxe off camera. So, when the runner stumbles across a bastion just a couple of seconds later, it's pretty obvious he used his time off camera to build an entirely new nether portal and pretends like he spawned here all along. So, the runner enters the nearby bastion, where after collecting some gold blocks and crafting himself a few ingots, he starts searching for a group of nearby piglins to trade with. But the runner then finds, what in the Temu Minecraft piglin even is this? Did he build this himself in creative mode? Well, unfortunately for the speedrunner, there is no way he will trade. Oh my gosh, he's actually making trades. And I'm not afraid to admit it, I have zero idea how this is happening. doing? Well, after getting some pretty overpowered loot from this Wish.com looking piglin, the runner then decides to locate a real group of piglins. But watch closely, because something absolutely insane happens. Because if you're paying attention, you'll notice that these piglins are trading with the speedrunner before he's thrown a single piece of gold at them. Look, they are making trades while their hands are literally empty, and we can clearly see the runner has had 10 gold the entire time. And just to brag about the fact that these piglins are trading with literally nothing, the runner decides to craft golden armor with his ingots, knowing he doesn't need to give a single one to any of the piglins. But I'm genuinely confused on how this is even happening. So, after collecting 16 pearls and 12 pieces of obsidian for completely free, a normal speedrunner would then start searching for a nether fortress. But on his way, the runner comes across this very odd looking structure, which is apparently called the Nether Merchant House. And inside, the runner finds this very strange looking nether villager who offers the runner some of the most insane trades that I've ever seen. Why is he offering an entire stack of diamonds for a single piece of bread? Does this villager not realize he's getting scammed? Well, of course, the speedrunner can't wait to take the offer, and after handing over one piece of bread, he gets 64 diamonds straight to his inventory. Can someone confirm this isn't a real vanilla structure, right? So, with an entire stack of diamonds at his disposal, a normal speedrunner would then begin searching for a nether fortress. But this is when the speedrunner starts explaining in chat that with a quick prayer, these very diamonds can actually lead him to a fortress? And let's just hear his audio.
Diamonds, I am asking you for the honor of leading me directly to wherever a fortress may be in this nether dimension.
What in the world is this guy yapping about? Well, after apparently casting a spell on these diamonds, when the runner clicks on what? They actually start flying in the air and are leading the runner directly to the fortress. But not only that, because after he clicks the diamond, a message appears with the exact distance he is away from one. And with all this information, just a minute later, the runner finds himself directly in front of a nether fortress. Okay, genuinely, I don't think I have ever been more confused in a speedrun. So, after somehow turning the diamonds magical and summoning a fortress, the runner quickly enters inside it, where after looting a few chests, he quickly locates the blaze spawner room. And thank gosh, we can finally take a breath, because the runner gets the standard 1 rod per blaze that he kills. And the runner actually collects 7 blaze rods fairly quickly without a single bit of suspicious activity. But as the runner is leaving the fortress, let's pay close attention to what happens. I'll play the clip. Did you catch that? At this part of the footage, we can clearly see the runner has 7 blaze rods in their inventory. However, literally just a couple of frames later when he opens up his inventory once again, he now somehow has another set of blaze rods right next to it. And just a couple of frames after that, he now has another set of blaze rods, giving the runner 21 blaze rods total. And if you remember earlier in the speedrun when the runner magically got another iron ingot, he's clearly using the same strategy here, and I have no idea how he's pulling it off. So, with 21 blaze rods and enough pearls from the piglins earlier, the runner quickly starts building his nether portal. But something very strange happens when the runner goes to light it, because instead of the portal being purple like in a real Minecraft speedrun, when the runner goes to light it, it actually turns green? Okay, that makes no sense. Well, the runner enters the green nether portal, and why didn't I think of this? He's teleported directly into the stronghold. I'm honestly about to give up. So, the runner enters the strongholds, and after looting a few of the chests inside, he starts searching for the end portal room. And I guess the runner doesn't even care about trying to hide his cheating anymore, because we can clearly see him typing in chat to change his game mode to spectator, where he flies through the stronghold straight to the end portal room. So, the runner enters the room, crafts his eyes and places them in the portal, and makes his way into the end. And to my surprise, there isn't a single weird thing about the runner's spawn spawn into the end. As we can see, he spawned on an obsidian platform, the ender dragon still has full health, and the runner doesn't have any weird items in his inventory. But maybe I spoke too soon, because when the runner takes a closer look at the surface, you gotta be kidding me. This is one of the most overpowered looking ends that I've ever seen in Minecraft. Why is the surface made of diamond and all of the pillars are made of gold? And of course, after mining some of the blocks and crafting some pretty overpowered weapons, it's no surprise that the speedrunner easily destroys the ender dragon. This next speedrun begins with the runner spawning right next to a village. And while that could be seen as suspicious, it's actually pretty common to find a village when spawning in a plains biome. And to add on, the runner is facing perfectly straight and he doesn't have any weird items in his inventory. However, there's one extremely tiny detail about this runner's spawn that actually proves it's fake. Because if you go back to this speedrunner's loading screen before he generated the world, tell me if you notice what setting proves this spawn was fake. Well, if you look closely at the generate structures option, you can actually see the runner accidentally switched it to off. And because the runner spawned directly next to a village, we know he cheated. And the footage of him generating his world and his spawn are actually two different clips edited together. And the runner clearly did this so he could start off right next to a village. Either way, the run begins, and things honestly feel pretty normal to me, as the runner makes his way to a nearby tree to gather some wood, makes himself a couple of tools, and heads into the nearby village. But as the runner makes his way into the village, move your focus towards the chat, where it appears as though the runner actually gets an achievement on his way in. And while that may look completely normal, this achievement actually proves the runner has cheated once again, because as you can clearly see, this achievement is called the Ice Bucket Challenge, which is actually the achievement for collecting a piece of obsidian in Minecraft. The problem is, we can clearly see the runner doesn't have a single piece of obsidian anywhere in their inventory, which actually means this achievement was obtained by a completely different player, and the runner is actually playing on a multiplayer server, something that's clearly not allowed on a solo speedrun, and remember it for later. So, the runner enters the village, where he starts off by gathering some hay to make bread and collecting a couple of beds. But, as the runner is looking at trades from some of the villagers, take a closer look into the right corner of the screen, where we can actually see what appears to be an iron golem being built out of thin air. And if you zoom in even further, you'll actually notice these white particles floating in the air, clearly coming from the use of an invisibility potion being used. So if you couldn't tell, these particles are coming from the same person we saw get the achievement just a few seconds ago, and he's likely building a second iron golem to help out the speedrunner. And our suspicion is actually confirmed because when the runner attacks this very golem, he doesn't fight back at all, which is something that's only possible from a golem that was spawned in with blocks. So, after looting a few more chests from the village, the runner begins his search for a ruined portal. But, on his way, the runner accidentally opens his F3 menu for half a second, which accidentally reveals he's cheating once again. Because if you look into the top left corner, we can literally see the runner is using the fabric loader, a loader for Minecraft mods. This guy is terrible at cheating. So, the runner continues his search for a ruined portal, and suddenly, it appears as though he knows the exact direction one is located in. And giving him credit, he must have had a good feeling, because he actually locates one just a couple of seconds later. But, to almost nobody's surprise, the speedrunner actually cheated once again, and this part of the speedrun is completely fake. Because if you pause the footage at this frame, take a very close look at this piece of grass. Well, this type of grass is actually called seagrass. The problem is, this type of grass can only spawn underwater. And if you play the footage, the runner clearly digs down directly next to this grass, directly into the ruined portal room. So I think it's pretty obvious this piece of seagrass was placed by the runner's friend to remind him exactly where to dig down to locate a ruined portal. But what's even crazier is after testing in my own Minecraft world, it isn't even possible impossible to place seagrass anywhere but inside water. So not only did the runner cheat by marking out the location of a ruins portal, I have literally no clue how he managed to place seagrass on a piece of dirt. So, the runner digs down, locates the ruined portal, and goes to loot the ruined portal chest. Now I know what you're thinking. This chest has to contain some fake items due to this speedrunner's cheating history. However, to my surprise, literally every single item in this chest is 100% normal, as the runner collects some items such as gold ingots, obsidian, and flint, all standard items. However, the items in this ruined portal chest almost seem too perfect, as if the runner is using it as a distraction to cheat in some other way. Well, my suspicion is actually confirmed, because as the runner appears to be moving items from the chest to his inventory, let's take a closer look at the portal, where we can clearly see obsidian blocks being added out of thin air. And this is clearly being built by the speedrunner's friend, the same one who built a golem for the runner just a bit earlier. And the cherry on top is after his friend placed a couple of extra blocks on the portal, the runner now of course has the exact amount of obsidian he needs to complete it. So, the runner completes the portal, lights it, and spawns into the nether. Now, you're probably expecting the runner to search for a bastion or maybe even a fortress, but the runner instead comes across the nether temple? Oh my gosh, this can't be a new update, is it? Well, the runner enters inside the nether temple, and it looks absolutely insane. And of course, just like in a normal desert pyramid, when the runner breaks this block, he falls down into a room full of chests. But something must be glitched with this insane looking nether pyramid, because instead of finding some overpowered items in the chests, he instead finds a dirt block? What's going on? Well, not only does the first chest have a dirt block, but so does every single chest in the nether pyramid. And this must have really upset the speedrunner, because he starts to absolutely rage.
No, bro.
Well, after getting 4 dirt blocks from the nether temple, the runner quickly makes his way out of it before starting to search for a nether fortress. But as the speedrunner is running throughout the nether, take a very close look at his inventory, where it appears as though he has magically acquired a fire resistance potion in his very last slot. And this is incredibly suspicious, considering we clearly saw he didn't find a single potion all speedrun. Well, let's play this part of the footage in slow motion, and I want you to tell me if you notice what's fake about it. Did you catch that? As the runner is casually running throughout the nether, take a very detailed look at this block, where if you look carefully, you'll actually notice there's a pressure plate on top of it. And first off, I don't even know how that's possible, because there literally isn't even a netherrack pressure plate block in vanilla Minecraft. But secondly, as soon as we see the runner step on the pressure plate, you can actually hear the sound of a dropper go off, and a potion of fire resistance magically appears in the runner's inventory. And it's pretty obvious the runner's friend, who has been helping him cheat all speedrun, built some sort of dropper contraption to give the runner fire resistance. So, with a fire resistance potion in his inventory, the runner eventually locates a fortress, where he quickly drinks it and starts to fight some of the blazes. And thank gosh, because for the first time in the entire speedrun, something perfectly normal happens, as the runner gets the standard 1 rod per blaze that he kills, and he collects 8 rods pretty quickly. But things only get worse when the runner makes his way to a nearby bastion, because right away, when the runner opens the very first chest, he finds an iron pickaxe, which is an item that doesn't actually spawn naturally in any bastion chests. And secondly, when the runner is casually mining this gold block, if you look into the left corner of the screen, you can quite literally see the runner's friend placing gold blocks for the runner to break. And he must have given up trying to hide his cheating, because he isn't even using a potion of invisibility. Well, with a bunch of extra gold blocks for the runner to mine, he quickly crafts some gold ingots and starts to trade with a group of piglins. But hold on, these piglins start giving the runner some items that are quite literally impossible. A netherite sword, diamond armor, even eyes of ender? How are the piglins giving the runner these items? Well, if we move ahead to just a minute later when the runner accidentally tabs out of Minecraft, you can literally see that the speedrunner has its mods folder open, and inside is a Minecraft mod that's called Configurable Extra Mob Drops. So if you couldn't tell, the runner is clearly using this mod to get some overpowered items from the piglins. So, with some amazing Minecraft items and enough pearls to continue with the speedrun, the runner quickly starts to build another portal and heads back to the overworld. But this is when the runner randomly decides to add in a face cam into the bottom left corner of the screen, which is incredibly odd considering he hasn't used it a single time all speedrun. Well, besides that, the runner actually locates the position of the stronghold very quickly, where after digging down, he enters it with no problem. But hold on, and let's rewind the footage, because you guessed it, the runner cheated once again. Because let's take a closer look at what happens when the runner randomly decides to add in his face cam. If you play the footage frame by frame, you'll actually notice one single frame where we can clearly see the runner use a /locate command for the strongholds. And just one frame later, the runner decided to add in his face cam. So if you couldn't tell, the runner clearly added in this random face cam to try to hide the fact that he used a /locate command. And we could all see that he cheated. So, the runner enters the strongholds, where after looting a few chests, he makes his way to the end portal room. But when he enters it, you gotta be kidding me. The same friend who we have literally seen throughout the run is waiting for him with a full set of netherite armor and an enchanted bow. Are they even trying to hide that they're cheating? So, the runner lights the portal, him and his friend jump in and spawn into the end, where everything actually looks pretty normal. The runner's in survival mode, he has his first slot selected, the dragon is at full health. Hold on, what am I saying? The runner is literally in the end with his friend during a solo speedrun. There isn't anything normal about his spawn. And when the runner goes to the surface, you can clearly see his friend just flying around and breaking all of the crystals. And not only that, but after he breaks all the crystals, the speedrunner's friend places down a chest, and inside is some of the most overpowered items in Minecraft history. And with all of this overpowered loot and 2 people, it's pretty easy for them to kill the dragon. But my question is, which one of them gets credit for beating the speedrun? This next speedrun begins, and right off the bat, there's already something suspicious. No, it isn't his game mode, as the runner is clearly in survival. And it's also not his inventory, as the runner is clearly selecting the first slot. But take a closer look into the top corner of the screen, where you can see this strange biome in the distance. This clearly isn't a biome that spawns in vanilla Minecraft, so keep it in mind for later. Now, besides that, the rest of his spawn is fairly normal, as the runner enters a nearby village. And after gathering some hay and a bit of loot, the runner prepares to enter this village house. But inside, the runner finds a trap door with a ladder going all the way down to a custom potion room. This can't be a real Minecraft feature, is it? Well, just to confirm I wasn't going crazy, I found this exact same village house in my own Minecraft world, and I can confirm this potion room is completely fake. Either way, the runner enters the potion room, where he of course finds some pretty overpowered potions, including 2 potions of fire resistance and 2 potions of swiftness. So, the runner climbs out of the potion room and prepares to loot the rest of the village. But did you notice that? When the runner exits the village house, notice how it's suddenly nighttime. In Minecraft, it won't start getting dark until 10 minutes have passed. However, based on this speedrunner's file, we can clearly see only 50 seconds have passed. This means the runner must have cut his footage somewhere in the speedrun, likely so he could go off camera and make this overpowered potion room. So, the runner continues to loot the village when he opens this village chest. And inside, he finds some pretty standard items you'd expect to spawn here. Some emeralds, a couple of pieces of bread, and some cactus. But the runner also finds this extremely strange item that appears to be some sort of of key. But that's not the only fake thing with this part of the speedrun, because watch closely to what happens when the runner closes this chest. Did you catch that? It magically changes from night back to day while the runner is closing the chest, meaning there was yet another cut in the speedrun. This guy can't stop cheating. So, after collecting this strange looking key from the village chest, the run continues with him locating a nearby desert pyramid. And the runner cheats once again, because even though we can clearly see him step right on the pressure plate, not a single piece of TNT goes off. But that isn't all, because while the loot in these desert pyramid chests may appear to be normal, it's actually impossible for obsidian to spawn here, meaning the runner placed it himself off camera. And when the runner is leaving the pyramid, he actually notices one final chest in the corner of the temple. And to nobody's surprise, when he opens this chest, he finds a ton of diamonds. Not only is it clearly impossible for diamonds to spawn in a pyramid chest, but after confirming in my own Minecraft world, it's not even possible for a chest to spawn in this location. So, after looting the desert temple, the runner locates a nearby ruins portal. But, once again, we see this extremely strange biome that the runner first noticed at spawn. Well, being curious, I decided to do a bit of research, and I actually found that this biome comes from a Minecraft mod called Biomes of Plenty. The problem is, this mod is clearly not allowed to be used during a Minecraft speedrun. Anyway, the runner locates the ruins portal, and if I have to give him credit, almost everything he does is perfectly legit, as he loots the chest, crafts a diamond pickaxe, and goes to light the ruins portal. However, there's one small thing you probably missed that's actually completely fake. Because watch, the runner opens this chest and clearly takes all the loot from inside it, leaving it completely empty. However, just a couple of seconds later, when the runner goes to open this exact same chest, he somehow finds 3 pieces of flint inside, allowing him to make flint and steel and light the nether portal. How did this chest magically gain flint? I have literally no idea. So, the runner lights the portal, spawns into the nether, and he cheats once again. Because on the surface, it appears as though he gets insanely lucky, spawning directly inside of a fortress. But let's play this part of the footage in slow motion to see what really happened. If you look closely, you can clearly see the runner spawned in a completely different location, but he cut his video to make it look like he spawned in a fortress. He just can't stop cheating. So, the runner enters the fortress, and after using the fire resistance potion he got from the potion room, he starts to search for the blaze spawner room. But on his way, what kind of cursed biome even is that? I'm not gonna question it. So, once the runner locates the blaze spawner room, he begins to fight some of the blazes. But I'm not gonna lie, the runner is kind of getting destroyed, and he almost gets killed on half a heart before killing a single blaze. I guess cheating doesn't get you any skill in Minecraft. Well, being that the runner is literally on half a heart, he starts running for his life. But after he checks his inventory, he somehow has 12 blaze rods, even though we saw he didn't kill a single blaze. I don't even know what to say. So, after somehow collecting 12 blaze rods, the runner begins his search for a nearby bastion. And once he locates one, he quickly begins to trade with a nearby piglin. But let's take a very close look at this runner's first trade, where we can clearly see the runner only collects 2 eyes of ender. However, after a handful of more trades, when the runner checks his inventory, he now somehow has 13 eyes of ender, which I'm sorry, just makes 0 sense. So, after somehow collecting all the pearls that he needs, the runner travels back to his nether portal and heads into the overworld. And after crafting his eyes of ender, the runner decides to enter this nearby village, where, don't tell me that's what I think it is, he finds a car? What is going on? Well, do you remember when earlier in the run, the speedrunner got this strange key? Well, using that very key, the runner opens the door to the car and starts driving in it all the way to the position of the stronghold. Since when we're cars added to Minecraft. So, the runner locates the stronghold, digs down, and of course, he digs straight into the end's portal room. But instead of immediately lighting the portal, the runner goes towards this lava pool, where he opens a hidden chest that not only has netherite armor, but a machine gun? Oh gosh. Well, after the runner enters the end, you'd actually expect him to make pretty quick work of the Ender Dragon, considering he has a literal machine gun. But he must have angered the wrong Enderman, because he starts getting attacked and almost dies, luckily pausing his game at the very last second. How is this guy so bad when he literally has a machine gun? Well, after the runner nearly dies and pauses his game, the runner decides to open Bing, and you can clearly see him searching up how to get God mode in Minecraft. Did this guy forget that he's literally recording him cheating? Well, after searching up how to get God mode in Minecraft, the runner returns to the game, but I guess he didn't follow the tutorial correctly, because when he attempts to get quote-unquote God mode, he actually dies, and the run just cuts off there. This next speedrun begins, and you have to be kidding me. We can clearly see the runner already has a bunch of items in their inventory before the run even started. Is this guy seriously this bad at cheating? Well, giving the runner the benefit of the doubt, the rest of his spawn is fairly normal, as the runner collects some wood, gathers some stone, and crafts a few extra tools. But let's watch closely to what happens when the runner mines this tree. I'll play the clip.
Oh my gosh, it's the magical tree chest.
You have to be kidding me. Well, the runner moves towards this magical tree chest, and inside is some of the best gear for a Minecraft speedrun. An iron pickaxe, fire resistance, some obsidian, even flint and steel. This is out of control. So, after looting the magical tree chest, the runner makes his way to a nearby village. Now, you may not have caught it at a first glance, but this is one of the goofiest villages I've ever seen. Because if you look closely, you'll actually notice every single house in this village is the exact same. Which, first off, I'm not even sure that's possible, and secondly, what purpose does that serve? So, after looting 10 of the exact same village house, the runner kills the iron golem and begins his search for a nearby ruined portal. But on his way, the runner comes across the magician's house? This can't be a real Minecraft structure. Well, the runner enters the magician's house and inside finds an actual magician who starts typing in chat asking if the runner wants to see a magic trick. I'm so confused. Well, the runner responds telling the magician he would love to see the trick, where the magician then asks the runner for his flint and steel to perform the trick. But after the runner gives him the item, the magician types in chat, "You just got scammed," and leaves the house through a secret tunnel. And the speedrunner is not happy at all.
Are you kidding me? That's the dumbest trick I've ever seen.
What is going on in this speedrun? So, after getting his flint and steel taken by a random Minecraft magician, the runner is left with no way to light his nether portal at the lava pool. Well, that's until the runner seemingly opens his inventory and flint and steel magically appears. But if you play the footage frame by frame, you can clearly see there was a cut in the recording where the runner obviously got the flint and steel off camera. So, with his flint and steel equipped, the runner lights his nether portal and spawns into the nether, where thankfully, for the first time all speedrun, things seem pretty normal. The runner is still in survival mode, he doesn't have any weird items in his inventory, and he makes his way to a nearby fortress. But this is when things just get even more cursed, because as the runner is searching throughout the fortress for a blaze spawner, he comes face to face with a wither skeleton. The only problem is, this wither skeleton looks slightly different than normal, and this strange looking skeleton literally drops 64 blaze spawner eggs for the runner to use. And I'm pretty sure anyone with a brain knows this quote-unquote wither skeleton is just another player with a wither skeleton skin. So, with 64 spawner eggs, the runner starts spawning in blazes and quickly collects blaze rods. But these blaze rods look slightly different than normal. Are those pink blaze rods? I don't even know what to say. So, after defeating a few more blazes, he collects 7 pink blaze rods, where a normal runner would then start searching for a bastion. But on his way, the runner literally comes across a creeper in the nether. Okay, First off, how did a creeper spawn in the nether? That's literally impossible. And secondly, when the runner goes to kill this creeper, it literally drops every overpowered item in Minecraft history. I don't even know what to say. So, with some pretty overpowered loot, the runner finally locates a bastion, where after mining some gold and crafting some ingots, he starts to trade with piglins. And on the surface, it would appear as though the runner gets insanely lucky, collecting 16 ender pearls almost immediately. However, if you actually pay attention to what's happening, you can clearly see these pearls aren't coming from the piglins, but coming from the sky. And just a few seconds later, when the runner looks up for just a brief second, we can literally see another player above him holding ender pearls. This cheating is out of control. So, with 16 ender pearls and 7 pink blaze rods, I guess a normal speedrunner would build a portal and head back to the overworld. The only issue is, the runner does not have enough obsidian in their inventory to do this, and he literally starts raging at his friend.
Did you forget what you were doing, you noob?
This is actually hilarious. Well, I guess his friend must have gotten the message, because suddenly, pieces of obsidian start falling from the sky right into the runner's inventory. So, the runner builds another portal, lights it, and spawns back into the overworld. But tell me why the runner literally spawns in above the clouds. Well, luckily for the speedrunner, he happens to have a spare water bucket in his inventory, so he immediately pulls it out and goes to attempt a water bucket clutch. But unfortunately, the runner doesn't succeed and literally dies, and he is not happy.
Whoa!
Well, the runner respawns where just a few seconds later, there's an obvious cut and the runner now has all of his items back. Not to mention, he immediately digs straight down, leading him straight into a stronghold. So, the runner enters the stronghold where they almost immediately locate the end portal room. But do you remember when the runner got pink blaze rods earlier in the run? Well, when the runner goes to craft his eyes of ender, they're literally pink. And when he lights the end portal, this just looks cursed.
Guys, I think there's a new update. The portal turns pink in Minecraft.
What is this guy even talking about? So, the runner lights the portal, but when he jumps in, what am I looking at? This is the funniest looking end I've ever seen. And why is the ender dragon literally pink? Well, the runner pretty quickly destroys the crystals where he moves towards the ender dragon. But unfortunately, this pink ender dragon actually destroys the speedrunner, and the video just cuts off there. This next speedrun begins with the runner spawning on top of a shipwreck. And while that's incredibly suspicious for sure, it's technically not impossible, so we'll let it slide. And apart from a very lucky spawn, everything else looks normal too, with the runner facing completely straight, no strange messages in the left corner of the screen, and of course, the runner is in survival mode. But hold on a second, we missed something huge. I'm going to play this clip of his world generation, and I want you to figure out what's fake about it. Did you catch it? Well, to help you out, let's really slow down the footage and watch again. As you can clearly see, the runner actually spawns in a completely different location, but just one frame later is on top of this shipwreck. It's pretty obvious the runner has just cut his recording and pretended to spawn on a shipwreck to help out with the speedrun. So, the run continues with the runner collecting wood from a nearby tree, making a crafting table, where he crafts some tools and heads towards the shipwreck. But nope, stop the footage, he just cheated once again. Because if you take an extremely close look at this beach, you'll actually notice one single block that isn't like the rest, which is this block of sandstone, a block that clearly can't spawn on a beach of normal sand, which actually means the runner placed it there himself before recording to help him out later with something we'll see very soon. So, the runner returns to the shipwreck, where once again, something incredibly suspicious happens. Because while the loot in all 3 chests are 100% normal, did you catch what's strange about it? That's right, all 3 of the chests have the exact same loot and the exact position of each item. And because I'm not a math genius, I literally asked ChatGPT what the odds were of this happening, and after some complex math that I don't even want to get into, the odds of all 3 shipwreck chests containing the same loot is literally 0.001%, which, just to put in perspective, you are literally more likely to get struck by lightning. Well, besides these strange chests, the rest of his shipwreck is fairly normal, and the runner returns to shore where he starts looking for a ruined portal. But do you remember when just a couple seconds ago, I pointed out this strange piece of sandstone on the beach? Well, the runner must have noticed it too, because he decides to dig down at this exact block. But the runner must have put the block in the wrong position, because he digs all the way down to bedrock and can't find a single ruins portal. Even while cheating, this guy is terrible. Well, without finding a ruins portal underground, the runner returns to the surface and decides to look manually. And all of a sudden, after running in an extremely specific direction, the runner magically locates one almost immediately. But let's rewind the footage and see what actually happens. Because take a very close look at these pigs. If you watch closely, you'll actually notice they haven't moved at all, which is already very strange. But secondly, if you look closer, you can actually see the pigs make the shape of an arrow, which the runner has been following all the way to the ruined portal. And the only explanation is that the runner manually spawned in these pigs off camera to remind him which direction the ruined portal was located. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't smart enough to fool me. So, the runner makes his way to the ruined portal, where he opens the chest, collects his loot, and starts to fill in the portal. But hold on a second, did you see what I saw? No, it's not the ruined portal chest, as it actually contains completely normal items. And it's also not the portal itself, as it spawns in looking completely standard. However, watch the runner's inventory very closely when he starts placing obsidian in the portal. Did you see that? Even though the runner is clearly using these blocks of obsidian, for some reason, the amount in his inventory stays the exact same. And after my own testing, I actually noticed that when you're in creative mode, when you place a block, you actually keep the same amount in your inventory. So let's go back to the speedrun and take a closer look at his hearts, where if you look closely, you can actually see they are slightly blurry and much bigger than normal hearts. If you haven't caught on, this speedrunner is actually in creative mode and edited in a fake set of hearts to try to hide it. And this allowed him to finish the portal, even though he clearly didn't have enough obsidian. And the best part is that there's an obvious cut in his recording right after, where you can clearly see his hearts change as he went back into survival mode. So, the runner enters the portal, spawns in, and we can finally relax because things look normal. He spawned in with the same angle as he did in the overworlds, he's still in survival mode with the same amount of XP, and he hasn't gained any strange potion effects in the top right corner. But as the runner starts to search for a nearby fortress, he makes a huge mistake, because it looks as though the runner stops moving for a few seconds, which in itself, I guess isn't too suspicious. However, when the runner starts to move once again, did you catch it? For literally one single frame, if you look into the bottom left corner of the screen, you can see the faintest message of a player locating a fortress, which actually means while the runner was innocently standing still, he actually made a cut in his recording and used a /locate command off camera. So, after using a locate command, the runner easily locates the fortress, where to his credit, he actually gets the achievement for entering into it. But things only get more strange when he goes to loot this fortress chest, because the runner finds one extremely strange item inside, this wooden axe. Okay, I know what you're thinking. What could possibly be weird about this very normal axe? Oh my gosh! This wooden axe has the ability to shoot fireballs? I must have missed an update. Well, with a fire-shooting wooden axe, the runner quickly locates a blaze spawner room and starts to absolutely destroy them, collecting 7 blaze rods almost immediately. Now, in a real Minecraft speedrun, 7 blaze rods is more than enough to continue. However, the runner must not be satisfied, because he suddenly switches from Minecraft to YouTube, searches up a tutorial on how to duplicate duplicate items, and literally starts watching the tutorial during his speedrun. Did he forget that he's literally recording himself cheat? Well, after watching the tutorial, the runner returns to Minecraft, where he attempts to duplicate his 7 blaze rods. But I think he should have paid better attention to the YouTube video, because literally none of his rods duplicated, and the runner is still left with 7 blaze rods. This guy is terrible at cheating. Well, the runner must have given up on the duplication glitch, because he finally decides to start looking for a bastion. And giving him credit, he actually locates one fairly normally, without having to use a /locate command like he did earlier. But even without a /locate command, the runner still found a way to cheat, because let's take a very close look at the floor. If you look extremely carefully, notice how some of the blocks of netherrack are actually slightly brighter than other blocks. And if you play the footage, the runner actually follows these brighter blocks all the way to the bastion. But my question is, how the heck did the runner adjust the brightness of a block in Minecraft? Well, the runner enters the bastion, where he mines some gold, crafts some ingots, and starts to trade with the piglins. And thankfully, things are finally normal, as the piglins give him some very standard items. Well, that's besides this one piece of sugarcane the runner also gets, which is an item that's actually impossible to get from a piglin. And while this piece of sugarcane may look innocent, remember it for later. So, after collecting 15 pearls and 14 pieces of obsidian, the runner begins to craft his nether portal and spawns into the overworld, where he starts searching for the strongholds. But hold on a second, rewind that footage, because once again, in the bottom left corner of the screen, you can clearly see the runner use yet another locate command. Well, following the coordinates of this command, the runner actually ends up in the direct middle of a shipwreck. But don't worry, because this is all part of the speedrunner's plan, because he quickly places down a crafting table where he crafts one single lever and goes towards a very specific spot in the shipwreck. And when he places the lever down and flips it, he reveals a secret tunnel going all the way down to the strongholds. I have literally no words. So, the runner falls down, enters the strongholds, and begins his search for the end portal room. But when the runner finally locates it, oh come on. I think this may be the goofiest looking portal that I've ever seen. Well, the runner crafts his Eyes of Ender, starts placing them in this wish.com looking end portal, and somehow it actually lights. But not only does this goofy portal actually light, but it actually teleports the runner straight into the end. Oh gosh. So, the runner enters the end, and hallelujah, things are back to normal. Survival mode, check. No strange potion effects, check. The dragon still has full health, also check. But when the runner goes to the surface, I'll just play the footage. Okay, this might actually be one of the funniest things I've seen in a speedrun. Did the runner actually think we'd believe this is the Ender Dragon? I mean, his wings are literally made out of black wool. But the even bigger problem is, where the heck is the real Ender Dragon? I mean, the health bar literally shows he still has full health. Well, this doesn't seem to be a problem for the speedrunner, because he starts to quote-unquote kill the Ender Dragon. But this piece of sugarcane the runner got from a piglin must be magical, because the second he equips it, the portal somehow lights on its own, allowing the runner to finish the speedrun. This next speedrun begins, and right away, there's something incredibly suspicious in the distance. Because if you look closely into the top corner of the screen, you'll actually notice a woodland mansion has spawned. Now, while it is incredibly rare to spawn this close to a woodland mansion, it's technically not impossible, as they do spawn every 10,000 blocks. However, let's take a closer look at where this mansion spawned in, because in Minecraft, woodland mansions can actually only spawn naturally in one specific biome, a dark forest biome. The problem is, it's pretty obvious the runner is in a plains biome, and this actually confirms that this woodland mansion didn't spawn naturally in this location. So not only is it incredibly likely that the runner somehow spawned it in himself, but it also means it's likely the runner is using a set seed. But to add on, when the runner opens his inventory, you can see that he somehow already has a stone axe. And not only does that prove the runner was on this world before he started recording, but remember this item for later. Well, the speedrun begins with the runner collecting some wood, crafting some tools, and of course, heading towards the mansion. And if you thought the spawn of this mansion was very suspicious, do you notice what else is weird about it? That's right, during his entire time of searching the mansion, he somehow doesn't find a single illager or any other mob, which is incredibly strange, considering woodland mansions will always spawn with mobs inside it. But let's cut the runner some slack, because every other aspect of this mansion is completely normal, and after visiting it, he then locates a nearby village without any signs of cheating. But I'm gonna play this part of the footage, and you tell me if you notice what's fake about it. Did you catch that? Well, it actually has nothing to do with the iron golem itself, as the runner fights it completely normally, and it also drops very standard loot. But it actually has to do with the stone axe the runner has in his inventory. Because while it may look normal at a first glance, when the runner hovers over it, what? This stone axe is called the structure spawner. Now, do you remember at the very beginning of the speedrun, when the runner somehow found a woodland mansion in a biome it can't spawn in, and that he had this very stone axe in his inventory before the run even started? Well, it's pretty obvious this axe does have the power to spawn any structure, which actually means the runner generated this woodland mansion on his own. This cheating is terrible. So, after killing the iron golem and collecting the loot, the runner grabs a few beds and gathers some hay. Now, you're probably expecting the runner to use this bread as a way to gain hunger throughout the speedrun, but instead, he rips out a crafting table and crafts the bread caliber? Oh no. Wow, that weapon is pretty strong for it being made out of bread. So, after demolishing everything in sight with the bread caliber, you're probably expecting the runner to start searching for a ruins portal. But he isn't quite done with this hilarious Minecraft weapon, because he starts typing in chat, reciting some sort of spell? Did he just ask this sword to summon an iron golem? Well, just a few seconds later, the runner swings his sword and what? An iron golem suddenly fades into the world right in front of the speedrunner. And look, all we play that footage. There are no cuts. This golem legitimately just spawned out of thin air. Okay, this might be the world's most overpowered Minecraft weapon. So, with another iron golem at his disposal, the runner quickly starts to attack it. And along with iron ingots and a poppy, the two things an iron golem normally drops, it also drops a single gold nugget. And while that may seem unimportant, it's actually impossible for an iron golem to drop this item. So make sure you remember it for later in the run. So, the runner loots one more chest before he finally makes the decision of locating a ruins portal. But as soon as he does, wait a second, what happened? It appears as though this ruin portal has literally fallen over on its side. Was there some strong wind in this Minecraft world? Well, the runner goes to loot the ruins portal chests, but unfortunately, he doesn't have enough to build a normal looking nether portal, so he decides to just finish off this sideways one. But do you remember how just a few minutes ago, the runner collected a single gold nugget from this iron golem? Well, he pulls it out and what? He somehow lights this sideways ruins portal, and the portal itself turns to gold. And all we play that. No cuts, no editing. This portal actually managed to light despite being on its side. But not only that, because when the runner jumps in, he's actually teleported into the nether. Okay, what in the world is messed up with this world's game files? So, the runner somehow spawns into the Nether, where he immediately starts to look for a fortress. But when he finally locates it, what? Wait a second. This is clearly another fortress, but it looks exactly like a bastion. I mean, look, all the blocks are made out of materials you find in a bastion. And there's also a ton of gold blocks that resemble one too. And lastly, instead of finding blazes in this fortress, the runner instead finds piglins, which is exactly like a bastion. Somehow, this nether fortress has spawned with bastion features. Well, the runner makes his way into the bastion fortress, where I guess he doesn't have to worry about fighting blazes, and instead mines some gold blocks and starts trading with piglins. And after a couple of minutes of trading with the piglins, the runner does actually collect all the loot you'd expect from these trades, including obsidian, potions of fire resistance, and even some ender pearls. But to be more specific, he only collects a few ender pearls, because while a normal speedrunner would usually collect between 12 and 16, this speedrunner has only managed to collect 8. Interesting. Well, after trading with the piglins in the Bastion Fortress, the runner then begins a search for a normal fortress as a way to fight blazes and collect blaze rods. But on his way, the runner finds Mr. Blaze? Alright, hold on a second. Why in the world is there a Blaze who's wearing a tuxedo? This is hilarious. Well, the runner makes his way towards Mr. Blaze, where he quickly types in chat, saying hello to the speedrunner. And just a few seconds later, he gives the speedrunner a book. And when he opens it, he's given the exact coordinates he needs to locate the position of a fortress. And I gotta say, Mr. Blaze just helped out the speedrunner a ton. So, after the runner follows the exact coordinates from the book, he actually does manage to find a fortress. And unlike the Bastion Fortress we saw just a little while ago, this fortress is completely normal and contains blazes like we're used to. But what in tarnation? The runner finds one of the goofiest looking blazes that I've ever seen. First off, it's so insanely obvious this is not a real blaze and was clearly built by the runner. But secondly, how in the world did the runner even find gold fences? That's not even a real type of fence in Minecraft. I have so many questions. So, after killing a bunch of normal blazes and killing this blaze, the runner ends up collecting 7 blaze rods, which is very standard. And he then starts building a nether portal, preparing to head into the overworld. But, do you remember how I clearly pointed out that this speedrunner only collected 8 ender pearls? Which is far less than a normal speedrunner would collect? Well, when the runner spawns into the overworld, he opens his inventory and now suddenly has 12 ender pearls. Wait, how is that possible? We clearly saw he was stuck at 8 the entire time in the nether. Well, right as the runner spawns into the overworld, do you notice it? When he opens his F3 menu, you can clearly see his X coordinate is at over 9,000 blocks. And because your spawn in Minecraft is a few hundred blocks within 0, that means throughout this entire speedrun, this player has traveled nearly 9,000 blocks. And there's actually a very specific achievement once you travel this distance, which is called the Subspace Bubble achievement. Here's the problem. Despite the runner traveling this amount of blocks, when he spawns into the overworld, he somehow doesn't get the achievement in the chat. However, he does get a bunch of extra XP, as we can see he is now at 9 levels. So, this actually proves the runner did get the achievement. However, because we didn't see it in the chat, it means he has actually cut it out of his recording. And after he cut his footage and was off camera, that was when he got the extra ender pearls that he needs. But I'm not going to lie, this speedrunner just almost got away with that cheat. So, with 12 ender pearls, the runner is able to craft 12 eyes of ender, where he quickly locates the position of the strongholds. But when he enters the strongholds, notice how he hasn't gotten the I Spy achievement, which actually means he's visited the strongholds before he started recording. So of course, when he goes to the end portal room and ends up having the exact number of eyes that he needs, And it's obvious that while he was off camera earlier, he also went in the stronghold and make sure there was enough eyes in the portal so he could light it later. So the runner lights the portal, jumps in, and spawns into the end. And on the surface, things may look completely normal, as the runner is indeed still in survival mode, and he hasn't gained any strange overpowered weapons in his inventory. But is something wrong with the Ender Dragon? You can clearly see it's stuck in the air and it hasn't moved at all. Wait, is that even possible? Well, after noticing that this dragon isn't moving, it's pretty obvious the runner wants to build up to it so he could easily kill the dragon. But right before the runner is about to pull out his sword, the Ender Dragon suddenly starts moving again, where he heads straight into the speedrunner, which knocks him off his pillar and kills him to fall damage. And I don't know how, but this dragon just trolled the speedrunner so hard. This next speedrun begins with the runner immediately locating a Minecraft shipwreck. And while his world generation screen is completely normal, and the runner spawned in facing perfectly straight and parallel with the surrounding blocks, the odds of spawning in directly in front of a shipwreck are less than 1%, so it is something to look out for. Well, the speedrun begins with the runner collecting some wood from a nearby tree, making himself a couple of tools to use throughout the run, and of course, heading into the shipwreck. But did you catch that? As the runner makes his way inside of the shipwreck, turn your focus towards the left corner of the structure, where you can actually see a parrot which is sitting on the shipwreck. Now, it technically isn't impossible for a parrot to be in this location, as he likely spawned in the jungle biome right next to the runner and simply flew over. But when the runner goes to kill this parrot, what? Instead of dropping feathers like any normal parrot would, this parrot literally drops a flint and steel for the runner to use. And while I have absolutely no idea how that is even possible, remember this flint and steel for later in the run. So, the speedrun continues with the runner looting all 3 chests in the shipwreck, which actually contain completely standard loot. And the runner then quickly heads towards this nearby village. But hold on a second, let's rewind the footage to the very beginning of the speedrun, where you can clearly see the biome directly next to this shipwreck is a jungle biome, which explains how the runner found a parrot on the shipwreck. However, when the runner goes to leave the shipwreck and locates a village, he is suddenly right next to a plains biome. And not only that, but notice how the runner leaves the shipwreck above 2 completely different colors of water. So, these 2 details actually mean that these are entirely different shipwrecks in entirely different locations. And the runner cut his footage pretending like nothing happened, so he could be right next to a village and gain an advantage. So, the runner enters the nearby village, and after looting one of the village chests, he turns his focus towards this pile of hay. And the runner starts collecting some as a way to craft bread to use throughout the run. But something absolutely insane happens when the runner goes to mine his last piece of hay. I'll play the clip. Did you see that? Even though the runner clearly mines a block of hay, somehow a block of obsidian is dropped from it. And you can clearly see there are 0 cuts in the recording, so I have absolutely 0 clue how the runner just pulled that off. And remember this single piece of obsidian for later in the run. So, with a bunch of hay and somehow a block of obsidian, the runner collects a few more beds and begins his search for a ruins portal. But I'm going to play this clip of him running towards it, and you tell me if you notice what's fake about it. Now, it was incredibly sneaky, so I'll play it again in slow motion and see if you notice it this time. Did you see that? Somehow, while the speedrunner is casually running towards this portal, the chest switches from a standard chest to an ender chest. And what's mind-blowing about it is that there was clearly not a single cut in the recording, and this chest has literally magically changed. And of course, this magical chest contains 3 blocks of obsidian, and after the runner places them in the portal, he uses the piece of obsidian he somehow got from the hay and has the exact amount he needs to light the portal. I'm so confused. So, after somehow looting an ender chest, the runner lights the portal with the flint and steel he got from the parrot and quickly heads into the nether. And like any normal speedrunner would, this runner immediately starts searching for a fortress. But all of a sudden, wait, what? The runner starts eating his wooden axe? Okay, hold on a second. Did this guy quite literally just gain hunger from a wooden axe? Am I seeing things? And hold on, not only did the runner somehow eat a wooden axe, but he now suddenly has a potion of fire resistance in the top right corner of the screen. What in the world is glitched with this item's game files? Well, after eating a wooden axe and getting fire resistance, the runner finally locates and enters a fortress where things actually seem pretty good, as the runner is protected from all fire damage and is making quick work of the blazes. But after the runner collects 7 blaze rods, he decides to continue fighting in the fortress. And this is incredibly strange, as any normal runner would immediately leave the fortress after collecting this amount of blaze rods. But this guy wastes a ton of time and continues to fight until he has 14 of them. And while this may seem like a complete waste of time, remember this extra amount of blaze rods for later in the run. So, after collecting a ton of rods, the runner finally decides to leave the fortress, where he begins to search for a bastion. But on his way, the runner finds a skeleton horse? Okay, wait a second. It's not even possible for a skeleton horse to spawn naturally in the nether, as they can only spawn if a normal horse is struck by lightning in the overworld. But secondly, when the runner hops on this skeleton horse, it starts going in a very specific direction, where it drops off the runner directly in front of a bastion. And I have so many questions, we're just gonna move on. So, the runner somehow locates a bastion, where he enters it and does the standard. Collect some gold, turn that gold into ingots, and locate a group of nearby piglins. But mixed into this massive group of piglins is what? This is no doubt the goofiest looking Minecraft player that I've ever seen with my own 2 eyes. Why does he look like the nerd emoji in Minecraft? Well, maybe I shouldn't be making fun of this player any longer, because out of nowhere, he gives the runner a full stack of diamonds. But not only that, he also starts giving him emerald blocks. This guy might not be so funny after all. And this random player gives the runner one final item, which is called the Wither Blade. Oh my gosh. Alright, I apologize for calling this guy goofy. He just gave the runner one of Minecraft's scariest weapons. So, after collecting a bunch of overpowered loot and absolutely demolishing a bunch of piglins, the runner continues throwing his gold at them and starts collecting items. And the runner actually gets insanely lucky, getting 16 ender pearls very quickly. But just like the runner did in the fortress, he doesn't leave the bastion after getting 16 pearls, and instead continues to throw gold at piglins. And this is incredibly strange too, as 16 pearls is far more than any speedrunner would normally need. Well, after wasting a few more minutes in the bastion, the runner finally decides to leave after he collects 28 ender pearls. Remember this for later. So, with more than enough blaze rods and more than enough pearls, a normal speedrunner would then build a nether portal and head back towards the overworld. But there's just one problem, because despite getting some crazy items from this random player and getting a bunch of good trades from the piglins, the runner somehow didn't collect a single block of obsidian, meaning he now has no way to build another portal and can't head back to the overworld. Well, the runner decides to head back into the bastion, where he comes across an ender chest, which first off, I don't even know how that spawned there, as ender chests can only spawn naturally in end cities. But secondly, how could this even help the runner? Because in Minecraft, all ender chests are linked together, which means that because he already emptied out the ender chest earlier in the speedrun, that means this ender chest will also be empty. Well, the runner still insists on opening the chest. You gotta be kidding me. He finds 10 pieces of obsidian inside, which is the exact amount he needs to build a nether portal. And I'm sorry, I have absolutely no idea how that's possible. So, using the obsidian he somehow got from the ender chest, the runner quickly builds another portal and spawns back into the overworld. And despite him cheating throughout the entire speedrun, he crafts Eyes of Ender, uses the process of triangulation, and locates the stronghold without an ounce of suspicious activity. But things are about to get a lot crazier. Because when the runner sees the end portal, what? Alright, I've seen some big end portals, but this one is literally the same size as the end portal room itself. And remember how the runner has collected extra of both rods and pearls throughout the run? I think it's obvious he somehow knew this portal was going to be giant, and he was clearly preparing for needing a bunch of Eyes of Ender. Well, the runner starts filling in the world's biggest end portal, and trust me, I wish I knew how in the world the runner just managed to actually light it. Because after testing in my own Minecraft world, it's simply impossible to light a portal this big. Well, the runner jumps in Minecraft's most massive portal, where he finally spawns into the end. And while his spawn does look to be 100% normal, with the runner still being in survival mode, and without any potion effects in the top right corner, those are about the last two real things that happen in this speedrun. Because instead of finding the Ender Dragon in the end, the runner finds the world's largest alley? Wait a second, is this even possible? Look, this is the size of a normal alley compared to this giant alley. How in the world did this alley literally become massive? Well, I guess the world's largest alley must have freaked the runner out a lot, because he immediately sprints towards the edge of the end and jumps off. This next speedrun begins, and honestly, things look pretty standard. The speedrunner spawns in facing completely straight and parallel with the surrounding blocks. The runner is in survival mode without a single tick of experience, and he is selecting the very first slot of his inventory without any strange items. But let's actually go back to the runner's generation screen, because there's a very obvious detail which proves this spawn is fake. Because if you look closely at this button, you can clearly see the runner had it set to creative. And because it's very obvious the runner spawned in survival mode, it's pretty clear this footage of him generating the world is completely fake. And it's very likely the runner is using a set seed. Either way, the runner spawns in, and after collecting some wood and crafting some tools, he makes his way towards a nearby shipwreck. But let's examine the loot that the runner finds in this shipwreck chest extremely closely, because on the surface, everything looks very standard, as every single item in this chest are all items that could spawn in a shipwreck. However, let's take note of the fact that this specific type of shipwreck chest is called a supply chest, which contains items such as carrots, suspicious stew, and even leather armor. But you'll also notice this chest contains iron, which is an item that can actually only spawn in a treasure chest. And this actually means that the runner placed this iron himself off camera and hoped we would think it spawned naturally in this type of shipwreck chest. So, the runner quickly finishes looting all the chests in the shipwreck before he makes his way back to shore and locates a nearby village. Now, there's one thing about this village that is so blatantly fake, chances are you completely missed it. Because if you look closely at each of the village houses, you can clearly see they are houses from a plains village. However, when you look at the biome that the speedrunner is in, he is quite clearly in a savanna biome. And so not only is this entire village completely fake, but I have no idea how the runner pulled it off. Well, the runner enters this strange village, but the cheating just doesn't stop there. Because in the very first chest that the runner loots, he finds bread, apples, the pure Arcanite longsword. Wait, what? That is one of the craziest weapons that I've literally ever seen. So, after demolishing a whole village with this insanely overpowered weapon, the run continues with the speedrunner gathering some beds and crafting some bread before locating a nearby ruins portal. And using the iron he got from the shipwreck chest, the runner quickly crafts himself some flint and steel. The only problem is, after looting the ruins portal chest, the runner ends up being just 2 blocks short of completing completing the portal. However, this doesn't seem to affect the runner one bit, so I'll just play the clip. Am I seeing things? We can clearly see the runner doesn't have a single block selected in his inventory, yet he seems to be magically placing blocks of obsidian out of thin air. And you can also see there isn't a single cut in the recording, and the runner is truly summoning these obsidian blocks without a single one in his hand. If someone could please try to explain how the runner is doing this, that would be extremely helpful. Well, after summoning the last 2 pieces of obsidian that he needs, the runner uses his flint and steel to quickly light the portal, where he finally spawns into the nether. But wait a second, stop the footage. This spawn is actually fake as well, because if you look closely to the angle the runner is facing before he spawns into the nether, you can very clearly see he is angled straight. However, when the runner finally spawns in, he is now facing angled down, and this actually proves his spawn was fake, because in a real Minecraft speedrun, you will always spawn into the nether facing the same way you did in the overworld. So, when the runner finds a bastion just a couple of seconds later, I think it's pretty obvious he built this portal himself off camera and made a cut in his recording. So, the runner enters the bastion, where he quickly collects all the gold that he needs and starts searching for some piglins to make trades with. But hold on a second, is that a second bastion? Now, it is technically possible for 2 bastions to spawn this close to each other if they happen to spawn at the edges of 2 different separation zones. However, the odds of this happening is quite literally 0.09% or 1 in over 1,000 chunks. Now, I was about to give the speedrunner the benefit of the doubt, assuming he's just gotten extremely lucky. However, just a couple of seconds later, when the runner accidentally opens this chat, you can clearly see he used some sort of command that spawned in a ton of blocks, and this is pretty clearly the command he used to spawn in a second bastion. So, with 2 bastions for the runner to loot from, he quickly collects an insane amount of gold and gets a ton of loot from the piglins. And it's no surprise that he ends up getting 32 ender pearls and 20 pieces of obsidian. And with all this loot, a normal speedrunner would then begin to search for a nether fortress as a way to collect blaze rods, a very crucial item in crafting Eyes of Ender for later in the run. And after only a little bit of searching, the runner actually manages to locate one fairly quickly. But instead of finding a normal fortress, what? This is one of the scariest looking fortresses that I've literally ever seen. Why is every single block blackstone and not nether bricks? And why is there blue fire everywhere you look? Well, not only that, but when the runner finally manages to locate the blaze spawner, oh my gosh. These are the scariest looking blazes that I've ever seen in a Minecraft speedrun. What kind of cursed version is the runner even playing on? Well, the runner starts to fight these crazy looking blazes, but instead of dropping the normal blaze rods like a real blaze would, this blaze drops soul rods? I don't even know if I can keep watching. This is getting a little too spooky. Well, the runner must agree with me, because he quickly decides to leave this cursed fortress and finally locates a real one. Or thank gosh, things are perfectly normal, and the runner finds a fortress with some very standard looking blazes. However, just because they look much better than those scary blazes we just saw a few seconds ago, doesn't mean the speedrunner can't cheat in this part of the run. Because as the runner is innocently fighting these blazes, take a very close look at the floor, where we can actually see a crimson pressure plate that the runner clearly didn't want us to notice. And just a couple of seconds later, you can actually see the runner step on this pressure plate, which not only activates a sound, but deposits blaze rods directly into his inventory. So when the runner collects 7 blaze rods in a record-breaking 30 seconds, it's more than obvious this pressure plate was tied to a dropper, and the runner built this himself. So, with 7 rods and enough ender pearls to last a lifetime, the runner quickly builds another portal and spawns into the overworld. And after crafting some Eyes of Ender, the runner starts throwing them using a technique known as triangulation to locate the position of the stronghold. But if you actually pay attention, you'll notice that the runner isn't actually following any of the Eyes of Ender that he's throwing, which is honestly very weird, as the Eyes of Ender will always point you in the direction of the strongholds. Well, let's take a listen into his audio to figure out what's happening.
Check out this Minecraft seed. You are coming to these exact coordinates: 345, 131, 1274.
Do you remember at the very beginning of the speedrun when we suspected the runner was using a set seed? Well, you can clearly hear that the runner is watching some sort of video explaining where the stronghold is in that very seed. And that's why he isn't using triangulation, but instead cheating by watching a video with the exact stronghold's coordinates. So, after the runner follows the tutorial, he quickly locates the position of the stronghold, where he digs down and falls into it. And after looting a few chests, a normal speedrunner would then start searching for the end portal room. But when the runner finally locates it, oh my gosh, this is one of the craziest looking end portal rooms that I've ever seen. Is this a new Minecraft update? Well, not only that, but this stronghold literally comes with the portal already completely filled in, which if you weren't aware, has over a 1 in 1 trillion chance of happening. So, the runner jumps into the portal, spawns into the end, and things are honestly very normal. Survival mode, check. No strange items in his inventory, check. Dragon at full health. Wait a second, how is the Ender Dragon already at half health? And when the runner goes to the surface, why are all of the end crystals literally missing? Now, do you remember earlier in the speedrun when the runner got this extremely overpowered weapon from a village chest? Well, the runner pulls it out, and with 0 end crystals and the dragon at 50% health, he uses this weapon to easily destroy the Ender Dragon. This next speedrun begins, and honestly, everything looks fairly normal. The runner selecting the very first slot in his hotbar, he doesn't have any strange items in his inventory, and we can clearly see he's in survival mode. However, do you notice what is fake about this runner spawn? Well, if you look closely, you can actually clearly see that the runner is not facing straight, but actually facing slightly to the left. In a real Minecraft speedrun, when you spawn in, you will always be facing perfectly parallel to the surrounding blocks. So because this speedrunner is clearly angled to the left, it's quite likely that the runner faked his world generation and is using a set seed. But either way, I guess the rest of the spawn does look to be fairly normal, as the runner collects some wood, makes himself a couple of tools, and starts searching for a nearby shipwreck. But not only does this speedrunner find 1 shipwreck, but 2, 3 shipwrecks in one single area. Now, technically speaking, there isn't a rule in Minecraft that stops shipwrecks from spawning this close to each other. However, after I literally asked ChatGPT, the odds of 3 shipwrecks spawning like this is literally over 1 in several billion, which basically confirms this is completely fake, and the runner spawned in these extra shipwrecks off camera to help with the speedrun. So, with 3 shipwrecks for the runner to loot from, he ends up finding 9 different shipwreck chests. And with this many chests, it's hard to notice if there's anything fake about the loot inside of them. However, let's move our focus to the 7th shipwreck chest the runner loots, because inside, while the runner does find a few normal items like paper and carrots, he finds 2 extremely strange items. This block of glowstone and this singular chain. And not only are these 2 items completely fake and can't naturally spawn here, but remember them for later in the speedrun. So, after looting all 3 shipwrecks, the runner quickly makes his way to shore where he starts searching for a nearby village. And giving him credit, he actually locates it without any suspicious activity. But that's the last real thing that happens in the village. Because as soon as the runner enters inside it, he finds what? Why in the world is there a life-size Notch statue in this village? And why does he look so cursed? Well, the runner makes his way up the life-size Notch statue, where he finds this very strange ladder. And of course, the runner decides to climb all the way to the top, where he finds a trap door on the top of Notch's skull, and when he enters into it, he finds one of the most overpowered loot rooms in all of Minecraft. Chests with literally everything he needs to enter the Nether, enough food to last the rest of his life, and even an armor stand with a full set of diamond armor. Can someone tell me which update they added the Notch room into Minecraft? Well, after the runner collects all the loot that he needs, he leaves Notch's overpowered loot room where he starts to craft his Nether portal. And after lighting it with flint and steel he got from one of the chests, the runner finally makes his way into the Nether. But right off the bat, there's something incredibly fake about this spawn that you probably missed. Because just a few seconds after the runner spawns into the Nether, let's take a very close look at this portal. In a real Minecraft speedrun, portals generated on their own will always be the full rectangle shape. However, in this speedrun, we can actually see this Nether portal doesn't have any of the corners. And this actually confirms that this Nether portal was not generated naturally, but was instead built manually by the speedrunner off camera. And not only does this prove that the runner made a cut in his recording, but it's no surprise that he now spawns in right next to a fortress. So, the runner enters the nearby fortress, where after looting one of the chests inside, he begins his search for the blaze spawner room. Unfortunately, the runner simply can't seem to find one, because he instead finds 3, which have literally spawned right next to each other. And not only is it very obvious the runner built this himself off camera, but fortresses can't even spawn with more than 2 spawners in each one. So, after finding this ultra blaze spawner, the runner immediately starts to kill the blazes, where he quickly collects some blaze rods. And if I have to give him credit, everything about these blazes are actually 100% normal, as they all drop the standard 1 blaze rod per blaze. However, it's actually something the speedrunner does, which is completely fake. Because if you look into the top right corner of the screen, you can actually see the runner has magically acquired a fire resistance potion. Even though literally throughout the entire speedrun, we haven't seen him collect a single one. Well, let's replay this part of the footage, and let me know if you saw what happened. Did you catch it? Well, if you pause the footage at this frame, you can actually see both a line of string along with 2 tripwire hooks on the wall of the fortress. And immediately after the runner triggers the trap, you can literally see a fire resistance effect being applied to him in the bottom left corner. And it's pretty obvious the runner set up this tripwire to activate a command block to give him fire resistance while he hoped we didn't notice. So, with a fire resistance effect applied, the runner keeps killing blazes and collects 7 rods pretty quickly. And with 7 blaze rods in his inventory, a normal speedrunner would then start searching for a bastion to trade with piglins and collect ender pearls. But on his way, the runner finds, what? This might be one of the funniest looking structures I've seen in Minecraft. I don't think anyone is believing this. So, the runner enters the quote-unquote nether house and doesn't find much besides this strange-looking chest with a sign on it saying magical buttons inside. And when the runner opens the chest, he does find an unnecessary amount of buttons. But come on, there is no possible way these buttons are magical. Well, while you may be thinking that these buttons are completely useless, the runner is actually about to use them to cheat, because he gathers all the magical buttons that he can from the chest before the runner heads towards this specific wall. And after placing them in a very certain pattern, the runner starts explaining in chat that he must click every single one of them to be teleported directly into a bastion. Alright, come on, there is no way this works. Clicking these buttons will do absolutely nothing. Oh my gosh, the runner is actually teleported directly into the bastion. And if someone could possibly explain how the runner just did that, I'd love to know, because I've never been more confused. So, once in the bastion, the speedrunner actually does some fairly normal things to his credit, including crafting an iron pickaxe, mining some gold blocks, and starting to trade with a few nearby piglins. But as the runner is throwing his gold at the piglins, did you catch that? Even though how the runner throws a huge amount of gold on the ground, for some reason only one piglin will pick it up and trade with him. And this is incredibly weird, considering Minecraft piglins will always pick up any gold directly in front of them. So it's incredibly odd that only one of the piglins is deciding to trade with the runner. Well, this doesn't turn out to be a huge problem for the speedrunner, because the one piglin who does want to trade starts giving the runner some incredibly good items, including 16 ender pearls and 13 pieces of obsidian. And while that's definitely suspicious, I'm still more confused about how only one piglin is trading with the runner. So, after collecting all the loot that he needs, the runner uses obsidian to easily build another portal. And if I have to give the runner some credit, his spawn back into the overworld actually looks fairly normal, as he spawns in with the exact same angle as he was facing in the nether. He's still in survival mode without any weird items in his inventory, and he hasn't gotten any strange potion effects in the top right corner. However, just a couple of seconds after the runner spawns in, they stumble across this strange looking book on the ground. And when the runner picks it up and opens it, all that's inside is 3 different numbers, which clearly represent the coordinates of some specific location. Well, with the runner being curious, he decides to travel towards those exact coordinates. And just a little while later, oh my gosh, this is one of the craziest looking towers I've literally ever seen. And there is zero chance this is a real vanilla structure. Well, not only is this tower insanely scary looking, but it's actually about to help the speedrunner cheat once again. Because if you look closely, notice how the bottom of each side of the tower appear to make the shape of an arrow. And after the runner notices this too, he immediately starts digging down in the exact direction of the arrow, where he lands directly into the strongholds. I don't even know what to say anymore. So, the runner enters the strongholds, and thank gosh, because things appear to be back to normal. As the runner gets the achievement for entering into it, the 2 chests that they loot contain completely standard items, and they locate the end portal room without an ounce of suspicious activity. But that's the last real thing that occurs in the speedrun, because when the runner goes to check on the portal, you gotta be kidding me. The end portal spawns with 11 eyes already in place, which if you weren't aware, has less than a 1 in 9 billion chance of happening. I don't think anyone is believing this. So, with 11 eyes in the portal, the runner literally crafts 1 single eye of ender and quickly lights the portal. But instead of spawning on an obsidian platform like in a real speedrun, he instead spawns in the direct middle of the end, which is very strange. Well, after the runner spawns in, before he starts to break the crystals or fight the dragon, the runner strangely decides to place down a crafting table. Now, do you remember near the very start of the speedrun when the runner found this block of glowstone and this chain in the shipwreck? Well, he uses those very 2 items as the final items in crafting the Evoker's Wrath. And let me tell you, this is one of the scariest weapons I've ever seen in Minecraft, because when the runner goes to attack an enderman, he literally summons a line of stone out of the ground that goes straight towards the enderman. So, with one of the world's most overpowered and dangerous weapons, the runner makes pretty quick work of the ender dragon. This next speedrun begins, and honestly, everything looks pretty normal. The runner spawns in facing perfectly straight, his game mode is set to survival without any XP, and he's selecting the very first slot of his inventory. But as the runner enters the nearby village, take a very close look at this door. It's already open, and while technically I guess a villager could have opened it, it is slightly suspicious. But when the runner enters this house and finds a secret chest hidden in the floor, I think it's pretty obvious he placed it there himself off camera and forgot to close the door once he was done. So after looting the secret chest, the runner then begins to search for the iron golem, likely to get iron to craft flint and steel or a bucket. But that's when the runner finds 2 iron golems. Now, it is technically possible for 2 golems to spawn in a single village. However, it requires there to be at least 20 villagers that have spawned. And as we can clearly clearly see by the footage, there isn't a single villager in sight, likely meaning the runner spawned in this second iron golem off camera. Well, the runner starts to fight the first iron golem when something insane happens. Because when he kills this iron golem, he somehow drops 45 iron ingots? How is that possible? Well, the maximum amount of ingots a golem can drop is actually only 5. Which means for the runner to get 45 from one single golem, he clearly messed with the loot drops of this world. So, with 45 iron ingots, it's pretty easy for the runner to craft a full set of armor and some helpful tools, where he then begins to search for a nearby ruins portal. But on his way, the runner decides to break this random tree. But at the bottom, the runner finds a secret chest with a book inside, and when he opens the book, he's given the exact coordinates of a pale garden biome. You can't be serious. Well, following the book, the runner quickly travels to the pale garden biome. But watch very closely to what happens when the runner fights some of the mobs in the biome. I'll play the clip. Did you catch that? Even though the runner clearly gets hit multiple times by this zombie and is right in the middle of a creeper explosion, he somehow doesn't take a single tick of damage. How did this speedrunner literally become invincible? I have absolutely no idea. So, after fighting some mobs, the runner then goes to kill this nearby creaking. However, when he kills it, the creaking somehow drops a block of obsidian. First off, creakings actually can't drop any items upon killing them. But secondly, this isn't actually a real piece of obsidian, because when the runner opens his inventory, it's called the creaking nether portal? Did I miss an update? Well, the runner grabs the creaking nether portal and heads towards this open area. But when he places the block down, a nether portal suddenly starts building itself, and after it's completed, it lights all on its own. That was one of the craziest things I've literally ever seen. And when the runner enters the quote-unquote creaking nether portal, he actually spawns into the nether directly into a fortress. I don't know what to say. So, the runner enters the fortress, drinks a potion of fire resistance, and starts to fight a nearby blaze. However, you probably didn't even catch it, but the runner actually just cheated. Because let's rewind to right before the runner spawned into the nether, where I want you to take a very good look at his inventory. Got it? Well, the runner enters the nether portal, but when he spawns in, now take a look at his inventory, where the runner has magically acquired a fire resistance potion. If you couldn't tell, the runner clearly edited his speedrun and got this potion off camera, likely to make it easier to fight and kill blazes. So, the runner starts to fight this blaze, but he just cheats once again. Because watch this clip and tell me if you see what's fake about it. Did you catch it? Yes, the runner only killed one blaze, but this blaze somehow drops 9 blaze rods for the speedrunner. And it doesn't take a genius to know blazes can't drop 9 blaze rods. So, with 9 blaze rods in his inventory, the runner then starts his search for a nearby bastion. But on his way out, the runner kills one more blaze just for fun, where he now has 18 blaze rods. This guy can't help himself from cheating. So, the runner finally locates a bastion, where he quickly collects some ingots and starts to trade with some of the piglins. But every single trade he gets from the piglins are somehow ender pearls. And just because I wanted to give this runner the benefit of the doubt, the odds of 5 ender pearl trades in a row is literally over 1 in 1.8 million, which basically confirms these trades are completely fake. So, after collecting 18 blaze rods and 2 stacks of ender pearls, a normal speedrunner would then head back towards the overworld. But the runner realizes he has one more creaking portal in his inventory, and once again, a portal is literally crafted out of thin air, allowing the runner to travel back to the overworld. That's honestly insane. So, the speedrunner spawns in, and things get even more suspicious. Because at his spawn, take a very close look at this strange block of gravel, which to me at least, appears to be slightly out of place. Well, of course, after the runner crafts a pickaxe, he starts digging down at this exact gravel block, and ends up falling straight into the end portal room. You can't make this up. So, the runner enters the end portal room, where you'd probably expect him to light the portal and head into the end. But the runner instead decides to jump down near the lava, break this block of cobblestone, which reveals a secret trapdoor room. And inside, the runner finds a chest with a bow and a full stack of arrows, along with extra beds to help with the dragon. And I don't even need to explain that the runner clearly built this off camera. So, the runner finally spawns into the end, and giving him credit, things thankfully appear to be legit. As the Ender Dragon has full health, the runner is still in survival mode, and he doesn't have any weird items in his inventory. But as the runner is casually running around the surface, take a very close look at this end pillar, where if you look closely, you can actually see two blocks of black wool that are trying to blend in. And of course, when the runner breaks these two blocks, he finds another secret chest room with full diamond armor. It's so obvious he built this secret room off camera. So, after collecting a ton of overpowered loot, the runner starts using his bow to shoot at the Ender Dragon. But I'm not gonna lie, this guy has some of the worst aim I've literally ever seen, and is missing nearly every single shot with his bow. Well, he must have gotten sick of being so bad using this bow, because the runner instead decides to pull out his fist and somehow one-shots the Ender Dragon. Let me repeat that, while using his fist. This next speedrun begins with the runner spawning directly next to a village, where right away, there's already something completely fake about the speedrun. Because if you take a very close look into the bottom corner of the screen, you can see the faintest message of a player changing his game mode to survival. This actually reveals that this speedrunner has already been on the world, which will make more sense very soon. So, the speedrun continues with the runner mining some wood, crafting a few tools, and entering the nearby village. However, take a very close look at this village's iron golem. If you've been paying attention, you've likely noticed that this iron golem has stayed still the entire speedrun. And when the runner goes to attack it, even though it's clearly angry, it doesn't move a single inch. This iron golem being completely frozen in place is something that's only possible if spawned in using a command, which means the runner likely spawned this golem in before recording, which explains why he changed his game mode back to survival at the start of the run. So, after destroying the iron golem, the run continues with the runner collecting some beds and gathering some hay, where a normal speedrunner would then leave the village and start their search for either a lava pool or a ruined portal. However, this speedrunner has a completely different idea, and literally starts building up towards the sky. What is this guy doing? Well, after building up way into the clouds, the runner does something absolutely mind-blowing, as they pull out a pickaxe from their inventory and start mining in the air, and somehow they break through the sky, revealing a cave with a full ruins portal inside. Hold on, we have to replay that. Yes, this guy just broke through the sky into a completely different world. I am so confused right now, I don't even know what to say. So, the runner enters the ruins portal room in the sky and goes to loot the ruins portal chest. However, the runner finds some pretty suspicious items in this chest, including a diamond sword, a golden apple, and even a potion of fire resistance, which clearly means the runner placed these items here before recording. However, that is not the only fake thing about this part of the speedrun, because when the runner goes to light the nether portal, it turns green? That doesn't look look normal? Well, it doesn't even stop there, because when the runner enters the nether, all of the colors look absolutely crazy. There's something very cursed about this nether portal. Thankfully, after a while, the colors return back to normal, where the runner starts to search for a nearby bastion. But as the speedrunner is casually running throughout the nether, he suddenly falls to the ground, landing directly into a bastion. Hold on, let's rewind the footage and watch that back. Are you seeing this? The runner just phased through the floor. I don't even know what to say. So, the runner enters the bastion, where they have one slight issue. The runner doesn't have a single iron pickaxe anywhere in their inventory. And without an iron pickaxe, they can't collect any gold, so how are they supposed to trade with piglins? Well, the runner pulls out his diamond sword he got from the ruins portal chest and actually starts mining gold blocks, which, for those of you who don't know, is literally impossible, as it's not even possible to mine blocks with any type of sword. So I literally have no idea how the runner just did that. So, after collecting gold with a literal diamond sword, he crafts a couple of ingots and starts to trade with the piglins. But these are some of the worst piglins I've ever seen, because they start giving the speedrunners saplings, cobblestone, and even dirt, which are all three items that can't even be traded with from a piglin. Well, the runner seems to be annoyed at these absolutely terrible trades, so he starts searching throughout the bastion until he finds this strange lever that has a sign above it saying the OP lever. And this lever must actually work, because after the runner flips it, when he goes back to the very same piglins who gave him terrible items, they literally start giving the speedrunner Minecraft's most overpowered items. Ender pearls, god apples, even diamond armor. I don't know what's happening. So, after the runner collects 2 stacks of ender pearls and 12 obsidian from these super overpowered piglins, the runner makes his way to a nearby fortress, where he not only finds 1, but 2, 3, and 4 blaze spawner rooms in one single fortress, which is literally double the max amount of blaze spawners that could spawn in a fortress. But my question is, even though this is clearly fake, what's the point of having 4 blaze spawners in one single fortress? Well, these 4 spawners allow the runner to get an insane amount of blaze rods, which will become very clear later in the run. So, after collecting far more blaze rods than any normal speedrunner would need, the runner builds a nether portal and heads back towards the overworld, where, after crafting his Eyes of Ender, the speedrunner pretends that he's using triangulation. But almost everyone can tell that this runner is literally just throwing eyes in random directions. But somehow, despite this terrible attempt at triangulation, the runner seems to know the exact location of the strongholds. Well, let's actually rewind the footage and see what really happened. Because if you look extremely closely at this speedrunner's hotbar, at this part of the footage, you can actually see 2 items swap places, which reveals there was a cut in the recording. And in the very next frame after this obvious cut, you can actually see the faintest message of a player using a /locate command. And it's pretty obvious this command is how he found the stronghold, not this terrible attempt at triangulation. So, the runner digs down, enters the stronghold, and starts searching for the end portal room. And giving him credit, he actually locates the end portal room pretty quickly. However, when the runner goes to look at the portal, what? This is literally the world's biggest end portal. Well, do you remember when the speedrunner collected an insane amount of blaze rods earlier in the run? Well, it's pretty obvious he did that so he could get a bunch of Eyes of Ender, enough to complete this huge end portal. So, the runner lights this giant portal, and somehow it actually works, so the runner spawns into the end. And to his credit, his spawn does look pretty normal. As he's still in survival mode, he doesn't get any strange potion effects, and the dragon is still at full health. However, when he goes to the surface, he literally can't find the Ender Dragon, and the portal has already been filled, even though we can clearly see the dragon still has health. Well, even though it shows the dragon still has full health, the runner simply jumps in the portal and finishes the speedrun. This next speedrun begins, and you gotta be kidding me. Right off the bat, we can clearly see that the runner is selecting the last slot in their inventory instead of selecting the first like in a real speedrun, which already proves his world generation was completely fake, and the runner is likely using a set seed, so keep it in mind for later. Well, besides the fact that his generation was completely fake, everything else does look fairly normal, as the runner is still in survival mode, he doesn't have any items in his inventory, and he is facing perfectly straight. But as the runner goes to collect wood from a nearby tree, he accidentally exposes his cheating once again, because we can clearly see the most obvious message that somebody else has joined the world. This message actually proves the runner is playing on a multiplayer server, which is something that's clearly not allowed during a solo speedrun. So, the runner mines some wood, crafts himself a couple of tools, and makes his way towards a nearby village. But come on, you gotta be kidding me. At this frame, we once again see the message of somebody else joining the world. How many friends does he need to help him cheat in the speedrun? Well, the runner enters the village, where after collecting beds and mining some hay, the runner goes to kill the iron golem. But is it just me, or does he kill the golem suspiciously quickly? Far faster than how long it normally takes to kill a golem. Well, let's actually take a closer look at what really happens. Because if you pay close attention to both sides of the golem, you'll actually notice these strange white particles in the air. And these white particles are actually the byproduct of somebody using an invisibility potion. And because we saw two different people joining this speedrunner's world, it's pretty obvious these two areas of particles are the runner's two friends. And they are helping the runner kill the golem while being invisible, which explains why he could kill it so quickly. So, after collecting some iron from the golem and crafting a bucket, a normal speedrunner would then start searching for a lava pool to craft a nether portal. And to his credit, he actually locates it fairly quickly without any suspicious activity at a first glance. However, the runner actually did just cheat, because let's rewind the footage to before the runner started searching for the lava pool. At this exact frame, if you look closer into the right corner of the screen, take a very close look at this tree, because right in front of it is a player wearing a leaf skin who is literally blending in with the tree. And if you play the footage, the runner followed this player blending in with the trees all the way to the lava pool. And it's pretty obvious this player who is wearing a leaf skin is one of the runner's friends who we saw join the worlds earlier, and he was leading the speedrunner directly to the lava pool. And this guy must have seen my videos before, because I've literally seen other players try to blend in with items in different speedruns. So, the runner locates the lava pool, where he quickly crafts his nether portal. And with the portal being completed, a normal speedrunner would head into it and spawn into the nether. But this speedrunner seems to have a slightly different idea, because the runner literally changes tabs from Minecraft to Google Docs, where we can literally see the speedrunner working on a history report. Did this guy forget to do his homework?
5 minutes later.
Well, after spending way too long on his essay, the runner finally decides to return to Minecraft. And I hate to say it, but the runner cheated once again, because take a very close look at the version the runner is playing before he started to work on his essay, where we can clearly see the runner is playing in Minecraft 1.12. However, after the runner returned from his essay, we can actually now see the runner is playing in 1.16. Now, the Nether update was a very important Minecraft update that added crucial speedrunning features like a bastion and piglins. And what was the version when this update was released? 1.16. So if you couldn't tell, the runner clearly cheated by changing his game version so that he could take advantage of a bastion in the Nether and make the speedrun easier. So the runner enters the Nether, and on the surface, things would appear to be normal, as the runner is still in survival mode and he hasn't gained any strange potion effects. However, there's actually one small detail which reveals his spawn into the Nether is actually completely fake, because before the runner entered the portal, notice how he is clearly in third person. However, when the runner spawns in, he is now somehow in first person. This actually proves there is a cut in the speedrunner's recording, as it's impossible to change perspectives while being on the loading screen. So, when the runner locates a fortress literally right next to his portal, it's pretty obvious he went off camera, located one with a command, and edited his recording to hide his cheating. So, the runner enters the fortress, where he actually finds some pretty standard loot in this chest. But that's the last normal thing that happens in the fortress, because when the runner locates the blaze spawner... Oh, come on. Does this guy seriously think we're going to believe a Steve skin with a blaze head is a real Minecraft blaze? And I've literally seen this so many times. Well, the runner goes to kill the quote-unquote blaze, and it's actually hilarious because when he kills it, there's the most obvious message in the chat that this is another player. And of course, when he kills this player, he drops 7 blaze rods for the runner. I'm not impressed. So, with enough rods in his inventory to continue with the speedrun, you'd probably expect the runner to locate a nearby bastion. But this speedrunner doesn't actually find a normal bastion, but a bastion fortress? Did I miss a new Minecraft update? Well, I'm not gonna lie. This bastion fortress looks absolutely insane, and the runner quickly decides to enter the fortress, where he heads through these doors. But when he goes inside, he comes face to face with the King Piglin, who throws a book at the runner reading the message, "Collect me 64 gold blocks and I will give you all the pearls you need." Is the King Piglin a new Minecraft update? Well, after reading the message, the runner decides to go to the second page, where it reads, "Fail to do so and every piglin in the nether will kill you." Things just got a little scary. Well, probably scared out of his mind, the runner quickly types in chat that he accepts the offer and he leaves the bastion fortress. But instead of actually locating gold blocks, he simply teleports one of his friends to him, who literally gives him every single gold block that he needs. And don't let the King Piglin know that he didn't get these blocks naturally. So, with 64 gold blocks, the runner returns to the bastion fortress, where he hands them over to the King Piglin. And as promised, he is given a chest with every single ender pearl he could ever need. Okay, this King Piglin is actually kind of cool. Well, with 7 blaze rods and enough pearls to last a lifetime, the runner quickly heads back towards the overworld. But immediately after the runner spawns in, he finds a quote-unquote pig. Okay, come on, they aren't even the same shape. There is no way he thinks we're going to believe this. Well, the runner moves towards the pig, who also gives the speedrunner a book. And inside, to absolutely nobody's surprise, the book has the exact coordinates to the strongholds. This is just hilarious. So, the runner heads towards the coordinates, where he quickly starts digging down in hopes of locating the strongholds. But instead of falling into the strongholds, the runner falls into some random room, where he comes face to face with another player who's wearing full netherite armor and has a full netherite sword equipped. And this player quickly types in chat, explaining that if the speedrunner doesn't give him 100 real dollars, he's going to kill him on the spot. And I guess the runner doesn't want to lose this speedrun, because the footage literally switches from Minecraft to real life, where the runner literally proves he has a real $100 bill. This run is just confusing. So, after the runner proves that he has the money, this strange player finally lets him free, and the runner can actually enter into the strongholds. And thankfully, for the first time literally all speedrun, things are normal, as the runner locates the end portal room without a single bit of strange activity. But after the runner lights the portal and goes to spawn in the end, what the heck? This might be the most cursed end I've literally seen in Minecraft. And is the Ender Dragon literally a bee? Unfortunately, with him being so close to the crystals, when he tries to break one, he literally dies, and the run just cuts off there. This next speedrun begins, and right off the bat, there's something incredibly suspicious about it. And surprisingly, it actually has nothing to do with the runner's world generation, as we could clearly see it was normal. And it's actually not a spawn either, as the runner is clearly facing straight. But let's actually take a closer look at this speedrunner's webcam in the top left corner, because right as the runner starts moving, you'll actually notice that both of his hands hands are in the air. And this is incredibly suspicious, because his hands being in the air mean they clearly aren't on the keyboard. So how in the world is it possible that the runner is even moving? Well, besides that very suspicious beginning, the rest of the run begins with the speedrunner locating a nearby village. But wait a second, this speedrunner just did it again, because as the runner is clearly moving his mouse to grab loot from this village chest, you can see him taking selfies in the top left corner of the screen. So as you're probably wondering, who in the world is actually playing Minecraft in this speedrun? Because it's clearly not Mr. Instagram in the top left corner. So the speedrun continues with the runner gathering some hay, collecting a couple of beds, and beginning to fight the iron golem. And giving the speedrunner the benefit of the doubt, he's finally not distracted by his phone, and I think it's more than likely he's actually fighting this golem pretty normally. But maybe I spoke too soon, because right as the runner is about to kill the iron golem, you can literally see him drinking the most obnoxiously large bottle of Fanta that I've ever seen. And while the runner is clearly distracted and not playing Minecraft, somebody is actually killing the iron golem and collecting a bunch of ingots. What is going on? Well, after getting some iron from the golem and collecting a flint, the runner quickly crafts flint and steel, where he starts searching for a ruined portal. And if I have to give the runner some credit, he actually does seem to be focused now, and he locates a ruined portal without a single bit of suspicious activity. But as the speedrunner is about to place his obsidian blocks in the ruined portal, is that McDonald's? Okay, this has to be a joke. There's no way. The runner literally pulls some fries out of the bag and starts eating them during the speedrun. Wait, but not only that, because while somebody is placing blocks of obsidian in the portal, the runner literally pulls out a burger and starts eating it, all while he's somehow lighting the portal while using flint and steel. At this point, I'm convinced this guy isn't even the one playing Minecraft. So, the speedrunner finally enters the Nether, where thankfully, things actually seem pretty normal, with the runner spawning in with the exact same items as he did in the overworld, and without magically gaining any potion effects in the top right corner. But the speedrunner actually has a quick message to make before he starts looking for the fortress, explaining in chat that he has to leave and take care of something. Well, it seems like the speedrunner has something to take care of, which I guess isn't out of the ordinary. But this guy messes up big time, because you can actually see him get up and leave before he remembers to turn off his camera. And 30 seconds later, while the speedrunner thinks his webcam is turned off, he returns to his setup carrying a laptop. This is just hilarious at this point. Now, we unfortunately aren't able to see what the runner is doing on this computer, but he does a few things in game to give us some clues. Because right after the runner returns from getting his laptop, you can see him type /seed in the chat, which is a command used to tell you the seed of the Minecraft world you're playing on. And right after the speedrunner does this, you can clearly see that he's searching something up on his laptop. Now, I can't actually confirm this for sure, but I'm pretty confident that this speedrunner is on a Minecraft fortress locator website, and the reason he just looked for his Minecraft seed was for the exact purpose of putting it into the website so he could locate the exact coordinates of the fortress. And if you weren't convinced by my theory, when the runner opens his F3 menu and follows a very specific path directly to a fortress, I think it's more than likely that this is what happened. And not only does that explain why the runner grabbed his laptop, but he needs to remember to turn off his webcam. So the runner quickly enters the fortress, where, giving him credit, he does actually get the achievement for entering into it. And after looting a fortress chest, he actually manages to find a blaze spawner without much suspicious activity. But why did the speedrunner just leave? And while the speedrunner is seemingly taking a phone call, somebody is actually fighting and killing these blazes. And while we can clearly see the runner far away from his keyboard, he somehow collects 7 blaze rods. But I'm honestly more curious about what this guy was on the phone for. So the runner finally returns to his desk, and thankfully, it appears as though he finally starts to play. away, as he quickly leaves the fortress and starts searching for a bastion. However, the speedrunner then does something incredibly sneaky to try to cheat, because he decides to move his face cam into the bottom left corner of the screen, which is very odd as it's been in the top left the entire speedrun. Well, right after the runner decides to do this, he of course now seems to know the exact location a bastion is located. Well, if you haven't caught on, the runner actually used this face cam to cheat once again, because he put it in the bottom left corner of the screen, because that's the exact same place where chat and commands are in Minecraft. So I think it's obvious the runner is trying to hide the fact that he actually used a /locate command for the bastion. And to prove this one step further, you can literally hear him typing on his keyboard, confirming to us that he was typing in a /locate command. So, after clearly cheating in his method of locating the bastion, the runner quickly enters inside, where a normal speedrunner would immediately collect gold blocks to trade with the piglins. The only problem is this: the runner doesn't have a single iron pickaxe anywhere in their inventory, meaning they have zero way to mine any gold blocks and therefore can't trade with piglins. Well, even without an iron pickaxe, the runner decides to start mining this gold block with his fist? Alright, I don't want to be mean, but is this guy a noob? Everybody knows you can't mine gold with your fist. What? He manages to successfully mine a piece of gold with his hand, and he actually collects the gold block. And just to confirm this is fake, after loading into my very own Minecraft world, you can clearly see nothing drops after you mine a block of gold with your fist. So I might have underestimated this speedrunner, because that was absolutely insane. So after mining 3 more gold blocks with his fist, the runner quickly turns the block into ingots, where he starts to trade with a group of nearby piglins. And thankfully, literally every single thing about these trades are completely normal, as the runner gets very standard loot and nothing overpowered. But it isn't the gameplay that is fake at this part of the run, but actually the speedrunner himself. And I'm gonna warn you, what you are about to see is so dumb I can't think of a single explanation for it. Because while the runner is quite literally in the middle of throwing gold at the piglins, he pulls out a blender and actually starts to make some sort of smoothie. Alright, first off, why in the world is the speedrunner using a blender at his gaming setup? But secondly, while he's doing this, his character is still moving and making trades with the piglins. And I'm sorry, if I had a single explanation for what in the world this guy was thinking, I tell you guys. So, after whipping out a blender during his speedrun, he gets all the ender pearls and blocks of obsidian that he needs from the piglins, where he starts to build himself a nether portal to travel back to the overworld. But not only is this guy terrible at hiding his cheating, but he is also just terrible at Minecraft, because he accidentally misplaces one of his blocks of obsidian, meaning he now has no way of finishing the nether portal. But I think this guy gave up in trying to hide his cheating, because you can see that he just starts typing a command to give him the extra block of obsidian, where he then completes the portal. So, the runner lights the portal, spawns into the overworld, and I'm shocked. He actually crafts Eyes of Ender, and despite cheating throughout the entire speedrun, he starts using the process of triangulation like any normal speedrunner would, and he actually locates the position of the strongholds without a bit of suspicious activity. But things get absolutely hilarious when he starts digging down into the strongholds, because if you thought eating McDonald's or making a smoothie during the speedrun was funny, he decides to grab his backpack, take out a notebook, and literally starts doing his homework. You know what? At least this guy is responsible enough to remember his assignments. But why is he doing them while he's in the middle of a Minecraft speedrun? So, the runner finally enters the strongholds, where somebody is looting the chests and locating the End's portal room, where the runner finally sets down his homework to grab his Eyes of Ender and quickly light the End's portal. And while his spawn into the End is actually pretty normal, with the runner still being in survival mode and without gaining any strange potions, but when the runner goes into F5 mode. What in the world? This speedrunner's player has suddenly turned miniature. Is that even possible? And wait, 5 seconds ago when he was in the stronghold, we could clearly see the runner was perfectly normal sized. What was glitched about this end portal? Well, literally being miniature, it's actually pretty hard for the runner to break the crystals. But once he finally does, the runner turns his focus to trying to kill the Ender Dragon. And the speedrunner, despite being incredibly small, is actually putting up a pretty decent fight. The only problem is, you'll notice this speedrunner isn't even at his computer. And as the runner literally kills the Ender Dragon and is gathering all of his XP, he isn't even on the screen and is nowhere to be found. So who is the one who is actually beating this speedrun? If you thought the speedruns in this video were funny, I can guarantee you're gonna enjoy these ones too. So click on screen right now.